better understanding of where we're coming from. Okay. And next time, if we can ever do this again, which would be great, I can set up my screen so I can screen share. I can show long distance observations. I can show tests. I can show documents, citations. It's very hard to.
I'm down. I have
It's
endless
hard to,
appetite for this
yeah,
shit. I'm
it's
absolutely
really
down.
hard to present this all vocally, right? It's much easier if I can actually present information on my screen. So next time I can have it all set up properly. And
Yeah, please.
yeah, you look. I actually had a debate with one of the top so-called flat Earth debunkers, right? MC Toon, right? I got a YouTube channel called Pickled
Yeah.
Minds. You can check my debate with him. I'll have tons more debates that I've already had uploaded.
On his channel.
Pickled Minds. If you just
What's your channel?
just type in
Pickled
Pickled Minds into YouTube, yeah, just type in Pickled
I've heard
Minds.
that.
Okay.
And I'm from
DJ.
last thing, really quickly, and then I'll go. Yeah, so 24/7 Flat Earth Discord is a huge community, 30,000 member server. I think that's where you guys found us for this show, and there's a lot of very knowledgeable people there. So if anyone wants to join and come and chat anytime, you can find us there. And I appreciate you guys letting me on. I know this triggers people.
Appreciate you coming. You did well.
I thought it was stupid at first, right? Flat Earth. I thought it was the dumbest thing ever, and I tried to debunk it and I couldn't. So I just encourage people to, look into it. That's all. Anyway, appreciate all of you, even people that think it's stupid. So peace out and have an enjoy.
Thank you, DJ, for holding your call and speaking with such measured responses. We appreciate you for coming on here and telling us what you think. Thank you.
Yes.
Hope you come back soon.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Alex. Thank you, DJ. Alex, the closing remarks, please, for the show.
Thank you for having us. It's been nice talking to everyone.
You're welcome, you fucking nigger.
I will add to what DJ said.
You're welcome, nigger.
I'll add to what he said, and
yes, please add nigger.
What I thought was stupid.
Please, nigger, add nigger.
Some of the most intelligent people I've ever come
yes,
across.
Nigger, thank you,
nigger.
Nigger.
Really pushing the boundaries of science.
Fucking nigger.
Humans are a parasite on this earth. And be on this people who have wonder.
Once there was a way
nonsensical
to get back homeward.
You've just
once there was a way.
But if you do look at empirical evidence, logic, and you try and remove those fees that keep on coming up, I think you'll find, if you honestly look at it, I think you'll find that it seems to be the case that the Earth measures flat. That's it.
Alex, thank you for joining us. I hope you do come back again soon, because I know you have lots of interesting views on all different manner of subjects that we often talk about here. So, yeah, I hope you can come back and give us your thoughts on all various topics that you're interested in.
Yep, sure.
Thank you very much. And thank you to everybody who tuned in the chat. Thank you to everybody who was here participating in the panel. And thanks to all the flat earthers out there who got involved and who, supported the show and drove it onwards from the Discord that I was interacting with there, Flat Earth 24/7. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, old dude. I wish you could have figured out how to come on, maybe next time. But yeah, we'll leave it there. Until next time, take care, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye.
Awesome, bro. I came in the middle of that, but goddamn, that was very well done, man. Where was that from?
Cheers. Yeah, hold on. I'll make sure I logged out. So I don't even know. Let me double check.
You said New Zealand.
The thing that I pick up, and it's like the textbook, or the very common route that this conversation goes with a lot of people. Like Glober, they think that they have good answers that are going to stump flat earthers. You answer all of those questions, you answer them perfectly, then they move on to, oh, well, why would they lie anyway? There's no way everyone would be lying. It's the same thing. After you answer all these questions, you provide your proof. your slides you said and stuff like that to show them the long distance measurements. But even still, I mean, we're obviously surprising these guys at some point with the amount of answers that we can provide when they have these questions that, again, they think in their head is going to completely stump us and make us look dumb. And that's why the result to, well, I just don't see how everyone would be lying, the scale of it, yada, yada, yada. You've heard it a million times before.
Yeah, man. It would have been easier if I could share my screen, but I didn't know how to do that. I've never used StreamYard, but next time I'll have stuff lined up.
Was that live and then they like post it live, or is that recorded?
Yeah, that was live just then. That was
Oh, you were on there talking, DJ?
Yeah, it just ended. I'll grab the
Nice, good stuff.
I think a lot of the time they don't even listen to what you're saying. They're just so
Heck
triggered.
no.
Absolutely.
They're triggered that you're questioning the globe, right?
That's why I quit.
Yeah.
Well, and again,
I lured DJ in. And then once I got my way, I left.
They're also mad that you have reasonable responses to things that they think prove the globe and disprove flat Earth. And then when you answer those, they're like, okay, well, what about the next thing? And they completely move on. They don't acknowledge that you just give a fantastic answer. No, they don't give you any credit. They don't ponder it for a moment. They just move on to the next thing that comes to their head.
Really sad I missed the bridge one. I wanted to be there for the bridge one. That's one of my favorites.
When DJ said the vanishing point, and the guy said, "Speak English."
Oh, when they were realizing that, like, what horizon even was and stuff like that, that was hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah, like they were getting confused, like super basic things. Thought I was
He
using
wants you
some.
to simplify a vanishing point.
Like, what else
They're
can
like,
I call
oh,
it?
yeah. Oh, you do believe in the horizon. Like, I was laughing my ass off when I heard them say that.
Thanks for the link, everybody. Plato Judge, Helo Skeptic. How was the?
Oh,
go for it.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to ask how it was, but you were in it, so go talk.
I was only in for a short time because when I joined, it was shortly after Ivo had left, and it was basically just all the Globers cope sessioning. And so then he was trying to bring flat earthers in, but then they just kept talking about veganism and, I hate talking to people that aren't vegans. And I'm like, dude, are we ever going to talk about flat earth? And then finally I just told him, hey, I've been doing this for a long time. I got all these credentials, but I guess you don't want to talk to me. So I'm just going to leave. A show about flat earthers. You actually got to talk to the flat earthers. I had to actually leave. I had to actually leave the house so I wouldn't be by my mic anymore. But it turns out that my mic quality was really bad. So I usually on that mic I can talk well and even over people, and through people. But for some reason it was coming through really low. That was on my Yeti mic.
Yeah, you were super low.
StreamYard
you were
setting.
really low on that. You were low on that stream for sure.
Yeah, I got on my laptop, put out my Yeti, did everything, get ready. I was waiting my turn patiently, and I gave up.
That sucks. Low IQ Globers, the worst.
Yeah, I got booted from the chat.
I don't want to be too offensive to the guy and his panel, but I was asking him why is it that these guys are just talking over everybody? He's like, oh well, they've paid their dues or paid to help make the show what it is. I'm thinking to myself, wow, dude, wow, just wow. Like you can't find good help these days.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that. I was like, what the hell? You're gonna let her just talk shit, all the shit that she wants because she pays you some money? She's just completely disrupting the show. Not adding anything of value.
If I'd done my invoices already, I would have said, dude, I'll drop you $500 to shut these douches up.
Sorry, I can't. She's a patron. Whatever.
Look, it's not even that bad to do a round piece. The way you got to do that, you just got to do it round robin style. It's not to say you exclude your panel members, but you don't let them talk straight over the guests that are the point of the show. I mean, I do understand how people say, oh, the panel members are the show. Well, if you're having a show about topics that involves guests coming to your show, the guests are also an equal part of your show. You know, as usual, they just were coping about how they couldn't understand how the sky works if the Earth was flat. Very rarely actually engaging with the flat Earth itself. Classic. Yeah, but TJ's mic came through good, even though he was speaking low. So the problem is, though, that we plugged the home server, and now there's going to be people coming. You know what that means? Janitor duty.
Aye, aye, Captain.
So this is the Finding Gnosis after party event. I named it. Hopefully it's a good event. Hopefully it's cool. It's already starting to fizzle. All right, event over. Oh. Yeah, I kind of thought like after Ivo left that they'd want to bring up another flat earther and stuff. So I was like ready to go. Oh, by the way, guys, the reason why the Verrazano Narrows Bridge is the one that everybody brings up is because that's the one that was promulgated in mass media as a claim. It was on that show, Modern Marvels, on Discovery Channel. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering why that's always the one that gets brought up. It's a pretty shit example as well. It's like, what is it, like an inch? Inch of curvature.
The original claim is 1 5/8 inches. And the only document that have ever been presented in regards to proving it or measuring it is an article about people who tried to, essentially myth bust it. And the article basically says that there is a measuring device on the top of the tower that's designed to measure sway over time, right? Because once it sways too much, that means it could be structural integrity problems. And they basically said that it's impossible. It's impossible to measure, to tell whether it's an 1 5/8 inches out for any intentional reasons. In other words, if they did measure it at any particular time of the day to be 1 5/8 out, it's going to be a different measurement at a different time of the day. So how do you know which one is the correct one? So you could get 1 5/8 at any given second of a data point, but that wouldn't prove anything. That wouldn't prove that the engineers intentionally put it in. That wouldn't prove that the engineers did and the builders were able to effectuate that reality, which would be a literal miracle based on the construction methods. It's practically impossible to do. So it would prove nothing. So there's no proof whatsoever that they can give about this bridge. It's purely an urban legend. Not to mention that the 1 5/8 can't is based on ideal geometry of a Earth with a fixed radius and splayed radials to the center of a perfect Earth. And since we know that in their model they don't have a perfect homogenized mass distribution, and they have curved plumb lines. So how in the world could you effectuate, when you have differential curved plumb lines, a bridge is being intentionally 1 5/8 out? Can't be done. But the speed at which the average glober just looks that up and then believes it and then parrots it to us, like Kenny was doing on the live, he was just reading it, looking at the flat earthers in his mind's eye or on the screen, and basically parroting to them facts. These are the facts, as if he knew them to be facts because he saw it on the internet. Never took a moment to think about how impractical it is. So, for example, even if you could prove that A, the engineers intentionally put the 1 5/8 out in, and B, that the towers are actually 1 5/8 out at the top, that wouldn't prove that you had to do that to account for the curve of the Earth, because at that scale, it's irrelevant. So, in other words, the engineer could have thought he had to account for the curvature of the Earth, built a structure with the alleged curvature correction in it, and it wouldn't matter to the final product. So that wouldn't prove that the Earth is curved. That would just prove that the engineer believes the Earth is curved. That's it. DJ, where do you measure from at the top of the tower? Do you measure from the flats or the bolts?
Is he?
Do you measure from the underlay or the overlay?
You got to make sure the paint's not stripped off the side when you do the measurement, because
Right. Or the rust buildup.
yeah, bit of pigeon shit.
Oh, by the way, in case you guys didn't catch that, the orientation of plumb at a difference of the distance the towers are away, if the Earth was a globe and you had perfectly splayed radials, they would naturally cant if you made them perfectly plumb. And you wouldn't have to account for anything. And since the sway of the towers is in orders of feet, not inches, and the variance is in orders of inches, which is actually less than the structural variance of the spans that are used on the bridge. So like per 10 meters, I think is like 2 inches of variance, right? So you've already consumed your variance in only the first portion of the bridge. And the bridge still has, like 100 and some meters to go,
Hey, and DJ, did you see my message to you?
No, I don't have any DMs.
I sent it either this morning or last night one.
Oh, yeah, I'll check.
Bridge discussion was a good discussion when BattleMod was around because he was a civil engineer that built bridges and roads. And when he would talk about it to the Globers who claimed the bridges were canted out, it was hilarious to listen to.
What happened to BattleMod AI?
The short answer is he said the wrong thing to the wrong person, and then he got permanently banned.
Gotcha.
But I
And then
don't
he
know if he's still
had his
hanging
own
around
server.
or
And
not.
what happened to it?
But he had already had that server.
Yeah, but I know they kind of kickstarted it. I think I'm a member on it. I've got a folder with a bunch of servers in it that don't see much activity, but I don't even remember the name of it. I participated in there a little bit after he left, to put it nicely. And then I didn't see much more activity after a little while.
Asylum, you remember the Asylum? That was created in a direct response to 24/7. Geo server was created in a direct response to 24/7. A few others.
Was his server Flat Earth Reality?
No.
I don't know.
Awakening.
See, I'm just looking through my list here.
Are you talking about BattleMod server?
Yeah.
Flat Earth Reality. Maybe? I'll give that one a maybe. That sounds right.
Yeah, I was just looking at my folder where, like I say, I have a bunch of servers in that I don't really go into, that I never decided to exactly leave or what, so I just stay, but put them somewhere away.
Isn't this the third 24/7, or is this the second one?
Mandela effect. This is not 24/7. This is politics.
I know. You know what I mean, though. I remember listening to the first one, like, geez, I don't know, 8-9 years ago.
Well, yeah, the first server was lost to some psycho who butt pirated it with a sneaky backdoor tactic. Then we made the second one, and we had called it 2.0 for a long time, and then we just dropped the 2.0. So we just went
Okay,
back
that's
to
what it.
24/7. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
So this the one we have now is the same one that we rebuilt after that. We lost the first one. We lost that because there was a loophole with server admin access, ownership access, where if the owner of the server isn't active for a certain amount of days, people who are mods, and more appropriately, people who can see the audit log, were given permission by Discord platform to petition to own the server. Because we have a popular server. The owner basically, for all we know, he's dead. We got to run things here. Come on, give us the keys to the kingdom. And then Discord is, like they have a period of time, and then you appeal, say I want to have it. And then they give a window for the owner to come back, and if the owner doesn't come back by that window, then they give you the ownership. That's the way it used to be done back then. So unbeknownst to us, somebody had done that in the background. In fact, multiple people did it. But none of them knew that anyone else had done it. So some of them were waiting for their time to come when they would get the ownership, but the person who put it in first is the
Yo,
one
we,
who
we
got
have
it.
we have an after party for finding Gnosis? That's dope.
Sure, why not? They didn't find any Gnosis, but whatever.
You mean spiritual Gnosis, or do you mean flat Earth Gnosis?
No, I mean a TV show, not a TV show, a YouTube show called Finding Gnosis. They
Oh,
just
that's
had
a
some of our
show.
members as guests. Yeah, they just had some
Um,
of our members as guests, and I use the term guests loosely because they didn't really treat them like guests all the time, but whatever.
so what's the show about? What's its premise?
I don't really know, but I do know that a bunch of the panel members are butthurt vegans, and apparently it's about finding
Okay.
Gnosis, which means knowledge, I guess.
Yeah, secret spiritual knowledge. Like,
And it's not to say that.
yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
No, you go, man. You're good.
Oh, I was just going to say it's not to say that their panel members might otherwise be normal when they're not presented with flat Earth as the topic, but man, they were spazzing out.
Oh, so you guys were doing flat Earth as a topic.
Yeah, well, the title of the show was. We posted the show in the chat here if you wanted to watch it, or at
Yeah,
least
I
look
might
at his
take a
channel.
look.
But the title of the show was loosely "Why Do Flat Earthers Think What They Think," and then either subtitled or head titled "Why Are There Still Flat Earthers?" or something.
Uh-huh. Okay. And how would you say they performed?
The flat earthers?
Yeah.
Well, the majority of the flat earthers just stuck to the fact that the Earth is flat, and the majority of the other side basically just wanted to talk about everything that wasn't the Earth, like the sky.
Okay. Okay.
It's the classic. If the Earth is flat, how does sun do?
Yeah. So do they talk about other well, okay, when it comes to flat earthers, I'm going to be honest, I'm more interested in every other conspiracy you guys believe than flat earth. Like way more interested.
Why is the Earth being flat a conspiracy if it measures flat?
Because you would have to basically fake every organization that claims to have pictures of the globe. Like every government agency would have to be in on it, and every scientist, not necessarily in on it, but you'd have to do a lot of overhead to make sure that they don't come too close to the truth. That's why it's a conspiracy. It would have to be a conspiracy if the Earth was flat. But I'm
Oh, you
more interested.
mean like blacklisting? You mean like blacklisting professors who write papers that are contrary to our Einsteinian Darwinian paradigm? I mean, kind of like that.
That's more scientism, I would say, if that's the case, right? But because they're not really going to be the ones involved in measuring and looking at the Earth, but like they don't care, is what I'm saying. Like that might not necessarily be a conspiracy because that's just how academia is. But if we're talking about government agencies, yeah, they would have to put in a lot of overhead to make sure that their underlings don't figure out the truth. But like academia can be closed off to new ideas. That's why whatever paper or new idea you present has to be very rigorous. You know? Yeah, anyway. Does anyone here believe in extraterrestrials?
So where are the papers that have the measurements for the Earth being curved that you're referring to?
I don't know of any papers that. I mean, if I looked really hard, I might be able to find one, but it's just not something experts are concerned with because they, at least to them, already know the Earth is a sphere. So they would kind of just be. Any paper that they're bound to write is going to be begging the question at some point with some kind of measurement.
Yeah, so
So
you take presuppositions and then you can map Cartesian coordinates over that presupposition, right? And you're still going to get the same outcome. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that that, like, for example, sometimes, what's a good example? I saw something called the Rainy Lake experiment, and for their refraction, they kind of, I forget what particularly they did, but they made an assumption about something which was question begging. So that might happen because, but the point is, like, experts aren't concerned with measuring the globe because they know it's a globe. They're concerned with stuff they don't know already.
Well, yeah, but let's change that to they assume it's known that it's a globe.
Yeah, so then you make your
Many of them-
refraction measurements
yeah, many
to
of
adhere
them,
to your presupposition, right?
yeah, because many of them don't have actual firsthand knowledge that it's a globe. They just have what they do in their field, and that field already assumes the Earth is a globe.
Right. Because it's pretty hard to deny, given everything we have, like photos, videos. We have
What
people who
photos?
claim.
Let's start with
Yeah,
photos.
so like,
What photos?
so we could, there's satellite imaging of Earth that they take, and they'll take it at different parts, and then they'll composite it into a full image.
Yeah, so satellites aren't high enough, right, to even display the whole entire Earth in its entirety. So even if you want to talk about composite images, like let's take the blue marble image, for instance, right, where Robert Simmons is on record on NASA's site saying, I took high altitude satellite images and I wrapped them around a presupposed globe. So if you have the presupposition that the Earth is a globe, you can take flat Earth measurements and wrap them around a globe and present it to the average person. And somebody like maybe yourself would presume that it is a actual picture of the Earth as a globe, even though it's satellite images that might just be high altitude images that are wrapped around a globe to give you the conception of the Earth that you think it should be, even though it's not an actual picture.
Yeah,
Have
so
you
no images.
have you talked with anyone? Never mind, I'm not going to go down that road. Let's just say that's true for the sake of argument. We also have videos from rockets that they put on the rocket and shoot into space. And when they get to space, we see like a circular shaped planet. So I don't like that would convince me.
Even your priest Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you that most of those images that you're referring to, the videos of rockets going up, they are not high enough to give you any type of curvature, even if it was the claimed radius that you say that it is. Those don't get high enough to show curvature. That is a fisheye lens, or it's curvature based on the lens of the camera. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson will admit that. Do you disagree with Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Wait, Neil deGrasse Tyson says low Earth orbit isn't high enough to see Earth's curve?
Correct. Do you think it is, mathematically?
Let me just double check. Yes. Operating altitudes between 120 and 1200 miles. Curvature is visually unmistakable. Yeah.
From flat. Yeah. So visually unmistakable from flat. So yeah. So how high do you need to get to see that curve?
Definitely low Earth orbit, but it says between 120 and 1200 miles.
So do you think the ISS is high enough to see Earth's curvature?
Should be. It's in low Earth orbit.
Hold on. Who's Cheeto in it? Hey, not in alt. Stop the Cheetos, bro. Holy moly. All right, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, it says the ISS is at an altitude of 250 miles. So it says yes, you can see. Let me see if there's videos from the ISS.
How much curvature would you expect to see?
At least a little bit. I don't know the precise amount. Like, I don't know how to answer that question. Do you mean
Yeah,
do
because
you
you
want
have
like?
no knowledge on it, right? You'd say you would expect to see it. You don't know how much, but if you see some, then you would just automatically assume that that would be the
But
case.
how do I answer your question when you say how much curvature do you want?
It's a geometric question, right? It's a question of math and geometry. So I'm asking you.
But from space, it wouldn't really, like, how
What
would
is
I answer
space?
that?
Katy Perry
What
went to
is
space. So Katy
Yeah?
Perry went to space. Is she high enough to see the curvature of Earth?
If she was in low Earth orbit, yes, but I think she was suborbital, so I'm not sure in that case. But if you're in
That's
orbit
considered
around the
space.
Earth, yeah, that's considered space. But in this case, we know that low Earth orbit is high enough to see curvature. So when I
So
say in
let's take
space, I mean something orbiting.
Felix Baumgartner, who did the Red Bull jump, right? You familiar with him?
No.
Allegedly, he was seeing and experiencing the curvature of Earth, even though geometrically and mathematically it was impossible with the
Was this
claimed
on Earth?
radius.
Because I'm confused, because I thought we were talking about in space, or at least in orbit.
Yes, he went to quote unquote space
But did he
and
get to
jumped out of a
orbit?
capsule.
Okay. Then I don't know the answer, because I don't know how far up he went. I think if it's at least
So why
150 miles.
why is there video imagery of the curvature of Earth from his Red Bull jump? Was there curvature there?
Maybe. I don't know.
It sounds like you have the same presuppositions where you would just expect it to be there, but you don't actually know. But if you're presented with the evidence, you would just say, well, since I know it's a globe, this must be correct. But you seem to have no knowledge on the topic.
But that's not what I said. What I said was, for that instance, I don't know if he was able to or should be able to see it. But I'm saying you're kind of dodging the cases where we do know you can see curvature, like from the ISS, for example, or from a rocket that reaches orbit.
What rocket are you specifically talking about where we have imagery?
We could talk like for example, Falcon 9 has a bunch of launches with videos. Also, Starship test launches have videos. Also, the SLS, when it launched a couple weeks ago, had a video that was through and through from ground to orbit. So everything I've seen indicates that the Earth is curved.
But you don't know when that curvature should be expected. So if you're seeing curvature before it should be expected, why would that be the case?
So the range I gave was 150 to 1,200 miles, and low Earth orbit is 250
What?
miles. So that's
That
within
don't even
the
make sense,
interval.
dude. No, that don't even make sense, brother. Think about
Why
it.
not?
If you think
Real
about it,
quick, I
if you
did.
can see
Oh,
curvature,
sorry.
hey, bro. Thanks. If you can see curvature after 150 miles, then you should be able to see it past 1,200 miles. Why would a range be up to 1,200 miles? That makes no sense.
Yeah, you might just be out of range to see the planet, because if you go far enough, you'll believe the planet. Right?
1,200 miles. If you wait a minute, dude. Do you
Yeah,
think
that's pretty
1,200
far.
miles? No, just pay
Yeah.
attention now.
Okay.
Pay attention. Okay. 1,200 miles is way less than the circumference, my bro. Do you understand? Okay, you got 24,000 miles circumference, right? 1,200 miles is a lot less than 24,000. You following?
Yeah, so you wouldn't really be far from Earth.
Correct.
Then let me correct
So then why
just say past 150. I don't know why I gave this range.
So when it gets to that
Because
range,
I heard, well, real quick, Napalm, what
Oh.
I heard when you read the sentence is that in that range, you couldn't tell the difference between whether it was curved or flat. That's what I thought I heard, but I could be wrong.
Maybe that might be the range just for low Earth orbit. Let me double check. Yeah, so my mistake. That was the range just for low Earth orbit. So if you're higher
Yeah.
than LEO, you'll still see curve. But if you're below 100 miles, then you wouldn't see any curve.
Now, Napalm, I did tag you in the actual NASA article with Robert Simmons and his quote. So if you look discipline and you actually see from NASA themselves, they had an article on what Robert Simmons done or does. You can see literally Napalm's not bullshitting. It says the hard part was creating a flat map of the Earth's surface with 4 months of satellite data. He says, then we wrapped the flat map around a ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous blue marble.
That might
And I quote.
then that might be fair. I don't know how compositing works. So if there's question begging, I wouldn't know. That's why I said let's assume that that's true and just use videos because videos aren't
No,
composited.
yeah, but videos also have the ability to show curvature well before you would even expect it, right? Because you have things with a lens that are going to curve objects. It's just the nature of a lens and a camera. And pulling data into a single point through a lens, it's always going to curve, no matter what. Slight at the surface, increased as you get further up. So when you are presented with the image of the blue marble, right, and you claim that it's a photograph from space, did you have like one of the original iPhones that came with that pre-programmed into it? And did you think that that was an image from Earth or of Earth from space, like a legitimate image?
I mean, I thought I don't know how it works. That's why I'm
Well,
using video.
Robert Simmons, who created the blue marble, tells you exactly how it worked. He took flat mapped images and wrapped them around a globe, put in clouds, put in certain influences in the ocean to give people the perception of what they thought the Earth would look like from space. It's basically a CGI image of what people's perception of what the Earth would look like from space, but most people take it as a picture or an image of the Earth from space as proof that we live on a ball. People like yourself, probably.
Yeah.
What? I hate to keep bothering you. Do you have a rolling tray I can borrow?
Do I have a rolling what?
I appreciate you, man.
To somebody else.
No, I'm talking to my cousin. I will. Yeah, I'm rolling myself a blunt, so I asked him if I could borrow his tray.
Right. Is the tray flat? The answer is yes, it is.
His tray is flat. You got some weed on here, G.
Well, listen, you go ahead and do that. You do that. You do that. Listen, brother. Hey, you do that for a second while I tell you another factotum here to double down on the Robert Simmons thing. So earlier it was said that there's no satellite that's high enough to see the whole Earth. Well, supposedly there is.
I don't know if you wanted to take it off or something.
Right? Hey, bro, come on. I'm trying to talk here.
Okay, I'm sorry. My bad.
All right, just go on mute so you can listen.
Okay.
Do what you got to do.
All right.
All right, so the alleged Himawari 8 supposedly takes a true photograph every 10 minutes of the Earth. Now, here's the problem. When you actually go into the subsystems on the NASA websites of the Himawari 8 and you look at the files that it's using, it actually uses the blue marble data set that was involved with Robert Simmons' project, and then it overlays NOAA data onto it. So in other words, it's making a live composite every 10 minutes. It's not taking a true photograph. And so even the Himawari 8 picture, which looks like a whole Earth, and if you don't research it, you might think, wow, this is taking a photo of the Earth, but it's not. It's just making a composite based on its data systems, and it's overlaying it on the blue marble, just like Robert Simmons did.
I would like to see the documentation on that, actually.
Yeah, the FTP server was found, and all of that documentation's out there. It might have been removed by now. That was years ago, but you can find it. Probably.
Yeah, but it was recorded. Hey, getting into it was recorded live. You could witness the whole thing.
Here's my question. Why, and this is what I can never understand, let's just say that the videos on the rockets, all of them, with no evidence of visual distortion from other objects, are in fact a fisheye lens which is producing the curve or the illusion of a curve. Why
So
on
there is
God's
evidence of
green
distortion. Hold on, brother. There is evidence of distortion in every one of them.
in every one of them? So if
Oh, yeah.
I pull up the Flight 9 test for Starship, you'll be able to find me where it's being distorted.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So the water of the Earth is level and it's measured to be flat, and therefore, if you have an image from high altitude that shows a curved Earth, it's distorted. There you go.
Wait, no, but like other objects would also be distorted.
Dude, and many of them do have that, but it doesn't matter.
It does matter. Like if no other objects are being distorted, even if it's a fisheye, you know that whatever you're seeing is truly the curve. Otherwise, you would see other objects also
Yeah,
being
there's a
curved
problem
by
with
the
that.
lens.
Yeah, there's a problem with that. Is that all the different flights have different curvature rates at different altitudes. So even if you don't have distortions among the same image, you have varying curvature rates among the different images from different flights. So it's not congruent data, dude.
So you're gonna say that every single video is just every.
Well, let me put it this way, friend. Let me put it this way. When they do high altitude measuring, it's called high altitude aerial photogrammetry. Okay, they have very specific cameras that they use. The cameras are pressurized internally. They take great pains in the way they angle the lenses, all of these things. And rest assured, none of these things that you saw do any of that. They're just basically run-of-the-mill cameras with no special high altitude, nothing put on them, right? So, but when you actually do high altitude photogrammetry, right, there is none of this curvature effect.
So you're saying the pressure is changing whether it looks curved or not?
What? Is at an internal system of your camera. As you raise an altitude, it distorts the apparatus and alters the curvature rate of the lens.
Yes, every lens is going to have some sort of barrel distortion involved in it. Fisheye is just more exaggerated because there's more curvature on a fisheye lens than there is on a standard lens. But every standard lens is going to pull all images to a single point, which is always going to have some sort of curvature to it and some sort of distortion, period.
Right, and if you have the internals of the camera at one pressure and the externals of the camera at a different pressure, for example, trapped air and untrapped air and differential heating, that also is going to create a secondary lens effect. So you're going to have another refracted medium in between the final image, which is going to distort the image. That's why when they do the high altitude photogrammetry, they account for all that and they machine and manufacture the devices and test the devices and prep the devices before they go up.
So okay, here's my Elon Musk is just a guy who started a company.
Sure he is, dude. Hey, let me help you out. How do you know he's just a guy?
Because
no, you don't. The question is, you have no idea about his personal life. You have no idea about his allegiances. You have no idea about his black ops, anything that he's doing behind closed doors. So you have no idea who he is, friend. So don't even pretend to try.
But nobody knows if he is doing black ops shit behind closed doors. So
Exactly. So when he says he's just a guy, he's assuming that he isn't doing any of that, and he can't possibly know that. And even that being said,
nobody can.
Elon Musk doesn't even have clearance for all of his business that he does. He has to have representative liaisons from the government.
Yeah, that is true.
Okay, so Elon Musk is a non sequitur, nothing turd burger when it comes to any of this. He's just some rich douchebag who nobody knows what he's doing. Or he could be a secret sleeper cell agent, and nobody knows that either. So the correct answer is nobody knows.
Yeah, let's not go from what about this to what about that. How about you stick on the subject, bro?
What about is annoying? Well, a question I have is the horizon is an effect. What's the cause?
Oh, the cause of the horizon? Oh, that's simple.
David,
I mean,
where's my
I wouldn't
wallet?
even give it. I wouldn't even keep it to one word. I'd
Wallet.
say it's compound
Brown.
cause. Because I mean, first you got to define what the horizon is, Brandon. What's a horizon?
It's the line where the sky meets the earth.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. Who said that? Who said that?
Oh, I did. Because that's what it is.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Whoever said that, you left out a very important word. What word did you leave out of that definition?
Apparent.
I didn't. Oh, apparent.
Hold on, Napalm. You went too fast because you didn't let him say I didn't leave any words out, and then we could laugh at him.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
said that.
Why didn't you let me say yeah? The fuck, Brandon? Well, when you say apparent, that implies that it's illusory. But even on a flat Earth, there's no actual line where the Earth meets the sky. It's illusory.
No, dude. Okay, so again, you're back where you started, which is it's an apparent location in your field of view where the color field of the sky appears to meet the color field of the surface of the Earth, right?
Okay, yeah, fair.
And the
Apparent.
That's what it is definitionally. Now, Globers will go on to say, oh, there's another part of that definition with it where it's the curve of the Earth cutting off my line of sight.
Yeah,
cool story.
That's true.
I don't say that. It is the color of the earth.
However,
I
due
don't say
to
that.
refraction, see a lot of the issue with the flat Earth measurements, and I respect it because to go against the grain is something I was born to do. But your math just never checks out. Like your math never accounts for all the variables you need to account for. Yeah, usually you
Really?
guys
Okay, let me help you out. Yeah, let me help you out,
Sure,
brother. So, Dr. John D has a video on his channel. He's a physicist, PhD level, specializing in optics. He wasn't a flat earther. He became a flat earther after he used his knowledge to do laser tests. And he accounted for a refraction, did all that based on his expertise. And the conclusion he came to was the Earth is flat. However, that's irrelevant to this point I'm about to make, which is he did a video called "The Black Swan at the Rampion Wind Farm." So what he did is he went out and he filmed the Rampion Wind Farm. And if you know anything about wind turbines offshore, they stick out of the water and they have painted marks on them, which are the tide height marks. Okay, so when you look out, you can immediately see how the ocean is relative to the height of the structures. Now, he looked out and he got the towers like Tower 1 through whatever, and this one tower is 10 miles away from shore. And so what you do when you see this image that he has is you can see the yellow mark for the tide height mark and the black mark that goes all the way to the water, which means you're seeing the equal amount of every single base of each of those towers. Now, the 10th mile tower should be 66 feet below the straight line distance from the arc of the curve. So that means you shouldn't be able to see the yellow. Just check it, because the Earth would be curving away, correct?
According to geometric calculations.
Okay, check this out. A Earth can be expressed as a circle orthographically with a radius 3,959 miles. You can use the circle segment formula. You can use the Pythagorean theorem. You could use the true circle drop formula. You could use 8 inches per mile squared. They're all accurate to in less than 1% at 1,000 miles. So I think we can use them for 10 miles. Do you agree?
No.
Oh, okay. Listen, friend. I'm going to say this real slow. If something is accurate to within 1% at 1,000 miles, and you're applying it to something at 10 miles, that means your orders of magnitude more accurate. So the accuracy is well within tolerance.
The accuracy, but are you basing this on geometric calculations alone? Because then I don't know where you're getting this 1%
Hey, listen,
margin of error.
friend. Let me help you out. Good. A physical object is a physical object. It has dimensions to it. Correct? It is what it is. It's a structure. You can measure it. And if it's a sphere of any type, it's going to have consistent curvature And at the scale that the Earth is, a wind farm tower attached 10 miles away from you is going to be dropped by 66 feet. That's a geometric fact.
Absent of an atmosphere? Sure.
Okay, let me help you out, dude.
What are you talking
I
about?
don't even want you to use the word atmosphere. If a physical structure is attached to a curve of a radius 3,959 miles, 10 miles away from you, if you're standing upright, it's going to be 66 feet dropped from a horizontal line going out from your eye line, correct?
No, not correct. You said this guy was a PhD
Wow,
in
dude.
optics?
All right, dude.
You
I
have
got to
to...
mute your dumb ass.
This
All
guy's
right,
just a
let me help
sophist,
you out.
dude. He's just a sophist.
Disciplined. I'm rooting for you, brother. Ignore the atmosphere. We're just talking about geometry at the moment. So you have to agree with the geometric point, and then we could talk about the optical point. Physical structures are, of a fact, if they're affixed to another physical structure that's curved, going to be attached to it at a specific location in space and time. That has nothing to do with whether you're seeing it or not. You could be blind. For the love of God, friend, please tell me you understand.
Yeah, I get what you're saying now.
All right, perfect.
Yeah.
So the Rampion Wind Farm's 10th tower should be 66 feet below, physically. Now, in the image that he took, you can see the yellow and the black on every single tower all the way out to the 10 miles. Now, that means that you're seeing all of them. Now, here's the kicker. The classic Glober response to this, because this supersedes the globe geometry, is, oh, well, refraction. Here's the problem. In order for this to be happening by refraction, you need a K coefficient approaching 1, like 0.93, 0.96. Now, the problem is, in order to have that K coefficient, you need destructive artifacts in the image. So, in other words, you'd have stooping, looming, mirroring, miraging. None of that's in the image. So that means that those refractive conditions are not present. Not only that, but K coefficients in the nines have never been measured on the Earth in the history of mankind. So the more rational conclusion is that I'm just seeing all of these wind farms and it's debunking the globe. What say you?
So, are all the measurements public?
Yeah, dude, you can watch this video if you want. And you can look up the wind farm if you want, and you can verify the direction and heights of the towers and how far they are out. Because they're literally bolted to the earth. Okay. And this is just one example. There's hundreds of these examples.
Do you have just a link I can take a look at?
Heck yeah, bro. Give me a second here.
Hurry up. No, I'm kidding.
I'm working here.
You're not working. Unless you guys have got to be making money from this, right? Otherwise, what's the point?
Heck no.
Yeah, this guy's a comedian.
I spend money on this.
Oh my god, dude, what are you doing?
Just having fun.
Wake up, people, bro.
Do you not have a hobby?
You're not. If you really want to wake up people, start talking about the extraterrestrials. Yeah, this is your hobby.
Jeez, dude.
You mean the demons?
See, like it's the other way around. Demons are extraterrestrials, not extraterrestrials or demons.
I know they've tricked you into thinking that. I know, brother.
You got an alien in your basement or something you want to show us?
Hey, let me help you out.
Executed.
Let me help you out, Disciplined. Okay, so if you actually been following along with physics, you'll know that a lot of prominent physicists and just normal physicists have published works that it's practically impossible due to the energy cost deficit for anybody to travel to another star system. Just not happening. Okay, so this idea that extraterrestrials are coming from another planet,
these are
and they're going to
21st
visit us.
century physicists. These are 21st
I know.
In the 29th
Whatever,
century,
dude.
You think people are still going to say
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, dude. I know that you think in the 29th century physics are going to be irrelevant, but see, that's called appeal ex ante. It's called appeal to the future. It doesn't matter. So, I mean, unless they're time travelers or interdimensional entities or demons, they're not getting here, bro.
You're basing that on our current understanding of physics, which we don't even have a unified theory for gravity. Let's say I'm not appealing to the future.
Oh, okay. Way to throw
here.
gravity under the bus, bro.
I'm saying that let's say that we
Tell
can
me,
have.
listen, no, don't worry, brother. Brother, listen, let me help you out. This is Speculation Sunday, and we let people indulge in their religious views, so go ahead.
So what I'm saying is,
yes, Sunday, yes.
Here's my point: is we don't have a theory of everything. Once we have a theory of everything, we'll see if you're still right. But like the jury is still out on if it's worth it to travel to another star system.
No, dude, you
That's very
can't have a theory of everything.
conventionally.
You
What do you
can't
mean
have a theory of everything.
What do
Well,
you- why
listen,
not?
according to the retard physicists, the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light, and the space between the parts of the universe that are expanding faster than the speed of light is also expanding faster than the speed of light. That means you'll never be able to reach the parts of the universe beyond the visible universe, which means you'll never know everything. Never.
So
I mean,
we don't know.
unless you believe, hold on, friend, unless you believe that eventually you're going to conquer the speed of light. I mean, good for you.
Like I'm saying that. What if?
Oh yeah,
for
well, let me
instance,
help you out, brother. I'll just listen. I'm from the future, and me and you have already had this discussion. And basically, we concluded at the end of the discussion that it's fantasy magic. So, yes, once fantasy magic becomes real and accessible to every man, yeah, maybe you could travel to another world instantaneously with your magic fantasy stick.
as long as we're in agreement.
Agreed. Now, quit distracting me so I can find this video for you.
Keep in
Yeah,
mind,
find the video for me.
everything science does is magic. If you went back 2,000 years ago and you showed them a cell phone, they'd call you a sorcerer. So I'm saying, like, I think the jury's still. You're right. It's speculative, but I think the jury's still out on it. But I don't have a better explanation for. Like, what do you think
Well, dude,
demons are
listen.
made out of?
Hey, listen, disciplined. I got an answer for you. You need to hook up with 50 Cent. He'll help you out. Do you know why?
Why?
Because he got the magic stick.
Shut up, AI.
That was stupid.
Yo, Discipline, have you ever looked into like Mickelson Morley or like Clinker Fuse or Arago or
bit.
Perry or Fernell or Zhao?
He found the video. I'm gonna take a quick look at this. It's an hour.
Okay, yeah, do that.
Before you go, if you accept that gravity is just theoretical and they haven't found the actual answer to that because it doesn't match quantum mechanics, do you then accept that your whole cosmology is theoretical?
Everything is theoretical. That's how physics works. You have to test a theory, right? Theory will only get you so far. Everything that is physics is based on a mathematical abstraction. We look at reality, we say, okay, how can we math the shit out of this? And then we math the shit out of it. And if the experiments agree with our math, our predictions, then it's considered a favorable theory.
What happens when what happens when the observation doesn't agree with the theory?
Then you repeat it, and if there's a consistent pattern of your theory or your model not matching reality, then it's discarded. Like Newton.
That's
right?
not what
Newton's
happened, though.
model.
Yeah, that's
So
not
it's
what
happened
happened.
with Newton, for example. His model was good for predicting the motion of planets up to the precession of the perihelion of Mercury, and that the model broke down. It couldn't predict where it would go until Einstein came along. And this is just my general knowledge. He proposed a model. That model agreed with experimentation because when they took the measurements, reality said, yeah, the planet is here. Physicists said, we predict it's going to be
measurements?
Here. I would imagine, like, from, if I recall, like the path of the planet, they measured where it would be,
Yeah,
like
how?
where it is and where it would be. How? I don't actually know how. I probably a telescope.
Yeah, you're confusing prediction with trying to match the data to a theory. So, like, if you construct the theory based on the data, of course the data matches the theory, but once you get more data and you realize that the theory doesn't match the new data, then you create a new theory that matches the new data.
Well, it's more about so Einstein didn't really like he didn't have any data, not necessarily like any because he's building off of other physicists, but it's not like he looked at the numbers and was like, okay, how can I make my model fit? He started from first principles. This is literally what he did. He started from first principles. He said, what is the most fundamentally true thing mathematically? And he abstracted from there. I think he used something called tensor calculus in order to formalize his concepts. And then we take this completely theoretical, completely abstract model, test it against reality, and he's right every time.
No, it fails.
Where does it?
What are you talking about, dude? It's completely failed. Why do you think they have to invoke something called dark matter and dark energy?
Yeah, they had to invent 95% of the universe because the model didn't match observation.
Exactly. You know that's what that means, right? Dark energy, dark matter, or dark matter literally means missing mass because the gravitational model collapsed from those observations. Yes, it does, dude. Look it up. It comes from the observations of what's his name? Nowitzki or something like that in the 1930s.
Fritz. Yeah, Fritz.
Yeah, Fritz Nowitzki.
Oh.
Yeah, look up the observations of the Coma cluster, I believe. And that's where dark matter came from. And instead of saying, hey, look, 95% of our model is incorrect, we should throw it out, they kept it going for another 100 years.
So, like, what do you mean it's false? Like, what's false here?
The predictions of the model didn't match observation.
Yeah, basically, just to put it in very, like, briefly, mass tracks mass, so we have an understanding of that, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
Come on, dude. Don't do that.
So they were examining in the 1930s, the Fritz and Wiki, whatever their names are, I don't know, I don't remember at the top of my head. They were observing a galaxy, and based on how many celestial objects were in this galaxy and around it, the orbits of these planets and stars and whatever else was in there wasn't adding up to what we know. So instead of revising or throwing away our understanding of gravity and what Einstein came up with, Jesus Christ, why is there so many of that shit? Instead of doing all that, we decided, hey, we're going to put this thing out there, just a crazy idea. We're gonna call it dark matter. It must exist, or else our model falls apart completely, or at least our understanding of gravity. We can't measure it, we can't detect it, we can't see it.
Wait, but they can detect and measure it.
No,
That's how they found
okay,
it.
show me where we can detect and measure dark matter. I'll wait.
We definitely see gravitational effects.
I don't even know what you're saying, bro. Like, no offense. I have no idea what you just said. But show me where we can measure, observe, anything with dark matter other than it's just a made-up thing.
Measuring would be weird, but we can see its effects. Definitely.
We can see the effects of dark matter.
So you're saying the model doesn't match, and therefore the mismatch of the model to reality is an effect.
This is embarrassing. Hold on. Oops.
Are you looking up that dark matter shit? Like, am I waiting for no reason? What's going on?
I think there's a misunderstanding here of what models or scientific theories are.
This guy doesn't know how to read.
A theory in science is an explanation.
Here, I found a source for you.
Explanations, you can adjust. Like, if you find something that contradicts your explanation, if the rest
Such
of
as
your
the surface
explanation
isn't curved.
No, if the rest of the explanation holds and you find the variable that causes
The rest
your
of the
explanation to be
explanation
off,
doesn't hold. If the surface isn't curved, then it isn't a ball. And so all the other imaginations about how it would work on a ball don't actually line up.
No. Again, that's not the you don't understand the
Those are the
expectations.
explanations. That's
No,
the
no, no, no,
story
no,
of
no.
how you
You don't.
think it would work on a ball.
Okay,
But if
so
it isn't a ball, those stories go out the window.
So is the
That's just
explanation? So okay, wait.
interpretations.
Is the explanation that on Earth, the mainstream explanation that you can't see past
Who the fuck keeps doing that?
He keeps jumping
It's
in
this
and
guy
out.
named Jake. Jake something. He just popped in.
I got the mute on him. I got the local mute on him.
Needs to be banned.
Anyway, carry on.
It hasn't banned him yet. Yeah.
Here's my thing. I don't know how dark matter is measured, or how that works. I'm not a physicist. There you go. Thank you. But I would imagine that if something came in conflict with the predictions of a model, then the model would be updated to account for it, which is good science. Right? That's how we should do it. If a model contradicts reality, then we make an update to the model, and it now predicts reality, and that's still a good model.
That's it's James Brown. Mute that guy and get him out of here.
Just mute them, dude. That's annoying.
All right, I read your article. So this is a new machine they made that first of all they won't even be done with their experiment until 2028, and all it's doing is narrowing down possibilities. They're not manipulating, they're not measuring, they're not observing dark matter. So I don't even know. I don't know if you just Googled that and then sent it and didn't read it. But if you read it, show me if I missed something. Because yeah, I read half of it, skimmed through some of it because it was just yammering on about nonsense. But I want point out to me where it says they've measured, detected, or did anything with dark matter. Because again, all it did was claim to have narrow it down a little more than we had before of what it might be. There's nothing about detecting it, nothing about measuring it, nothing about observing it.
So what they use, what is the LZ? I guess is it a particle accelerator?
Okay, show me when they've detected the dark matter though, right? I understand.
So-
I read the LZ thing and their new machine, and they're not using the old tools. They're coming up with new ways to try to find this thing. But again, they haven't found
Basically,
anything yet.
they take regular matter, and they are measuring perturbations in that regular matter that would, I guess, theoretically be predicted by the dark matter model.
Yeah, theoretically, it might do that in 2028. So again, I asked the question.
Well, no, but it looks like their measurements correspond. Like the model agrees with reality. This is dark matter.
Discipline, dude. 85% is unaccounted for. All right. Let's say you get a 15% on your exam. Okay. Do you think you should get an A, or do you think you should get an F, and then you should start over?
No, but if you're getting the questions that you answered
how
correct,
the universe
and those
works.
within those answers are correct though. Like if you get a 15 out of 100, you still got the answer to those 15.
Yeah.
Right. And so then you expand your understanding to then get more answers. But it doesn't mean you throw out the 15 correct answers you have.
Okay, if you're building
We are not throwing out any correct answers. There's no correct answers relating to the globe.
If you're building a car, and you got
Okay. Nice
Donald.
Is the model.
Well, hold on, God. This is what he was trying to explain. If you're building a car and you get 15 parts right and the rest is all wrong, is your car gonna run?
Yeah, but that's not how science works.
No, but I'm asking a question. Yes or no? Because that's the example he was giving. He kind of gave a bad
No,
example.
I know, I get that, but that's not how explanations work.
Okay, but it's
what are you talking
I
about?
fully understand if you don't have the wings on a plane, it won't fly. But at the same time, the rest of the body is still accurate.
Yeah. So with this with gravity and how we understand with this dark matter, basically we have a window, a door, and some seats.
What?
And it's that's the example he's trying to give. I'm just giving a better example. The dark matter thing, it blows a hole through everything, bro.
Yeah, it's.
I don't care that some of it works okay.
Hold on. Functionally, our ability, for example, right now, our use of phones, our transmission of radio waves, our direction of all these things, none of that is affected, or none of that is being, none
Non
of that's going
sequitur.
away because of dark matter. Like fundamentally, our ability, like things we don't
Irrelevant.
understand, do not cancel out things we do understand.
You're totally irrelevant, dude. All right, you make observations, and then you make these observations. Okay, your observations with your gravitational model. You say, "Oh crap, these galaxies have way too much gravity in them." But what is the cause? There's no actual cause because we can't see it. But there's no way that the spiral formations of these galaxies should actually be this close to each other without affecting each other. This is why they needed to create missing mass, right? Like dark matter. We don't know what it is, but something has to be there. That's literally what they said.
Actually be flat.
No, but exactly. That's like saying on Earth, for example, things fall down, but some things go up. Why do or what do if you have a magnet attracting another magnet, and that magnet is flying up towards the stronger magnet, that wouldn't make sense when you look at everything else if you don't know what magnets are, right? But that doesn't mean everything else is not working under gravity.
Okay, this is
That's a
besides the
different
point.
force. Like magnetism is a force that we if we weren't aware of it, would look like dark matter.
Okay,
What are
so
magnets?
again,
What is magnetism?
we're going away from the point. I asked, can you show me
Fields,
where we've discovered dark,
coupling.
or were you just ignoring me because we can't do what I asked? Can we just admit
No,
that we can't do what I asked, so I can move on with my day?
What is it that you asked? Like
I said, can you show me where we can observe, measure, manipulate anything, interact in any kind of way with dark matter? Can you do that? Yes or no? Just say no, so I can go on with my
the
day.
answer is yes, because they do it by letting it interact with regular matter and measuring the changes in regular matter.
Show me where they're doing that, because you linked me something that does not show that.
Here, I'll post one. Here's a
no,
look at the chat. Look at the chat. Look at the chat. Literally, the first sentence. This is a scientific paper. A large effort is devoted to direct detection of dark matter through interactions with detectors in a laboratory. Like this is like there is science that is looking at this and trying to figure out answer questions.
Trying to. It's a large. Remember, a very active hunt is underway. An active hunt.
Yes. So it's a process of but that's how science works. It's a process of open
so they haven't
investigation.
found it yet, dude. Stop fucking bloviating and dude, stop.
No, but it's not something. No, hold on. It's not something you find or don't find. Like we see effects. Like if we saw magnets attracting the magnets, we would see that magnetism, even if we didn't know what magnetism was.
Okay, but I asked a specific question. Listen, I can Google shit and read some stuff on my own. I don't need that. I was asking if you had a specific way to show me anywhere in the world, yourself, scientists, I don't care who, where we've detected, measured, observed, interacted with dark matter. The answer is we haven't, dude. Stop sending me this bullshit that says like we might do it one day. I know that. I know that's what they say. I don't need no, but it's yes or no question, and the answer is no. Correct?
That is a textbook appeal to future fallacy, by the way.
No, but this is an appeal. This is an appeal to ignorance.
Donald, you can say whatever you want after this. Yes or no? Can you show me that?
I don't. Sure, yes. That's exactly why I call it dark matter. It's like, oh yeah, we don't know what the unknown suspect's name is. Yeah, no shit. That's why it's called an unsub. Like the name.
Okay, so the answer is no. I want you to say no. Just say no.
Thank you.
Because I'm not aware of all the science or experiments that are being done.
I'm asking.
I'm not going to talk out of my ass.
I'm asking if you can. Do you have any reasons? Yeah, good. He's fucking retarded.
Right, just hold on. No, but I just want to give him props for that subtle innuendo joke on the third order that he did back there. Props, brother.
And I'm not asking if it can be done or if he doesn't know about it. Maybe I'm asking if anyone can supply that. I don't care if maybe you don't know how to do that. Then the answer is still no. Then you cannot supply me that information. Move on to the next thing.
What he gave you what you wanted. It said detect dark matter.
No, the words detect dark matter doesn't mean anything if it's explaining that they might do it someday and they're working on the process of doing so. That doesn't mean that they actually have done it, which is what I'm asking for. Yeah. I'm putting myself very clearly, and I'm repeating myself over and over again. You guys keep saying like, oh yeah, but it might happen, and oh, they're working on it. That's cool, dude. I'm sure they've been working on it for a long time. Guess what? They haven't done it yet.
Oh, dude, check this out. They're going to keep getting funding for it until the scientists that are currently working on abandoning dark matter take over. And then they never actually have to do anything. They just keep the money.
Okay, wait.
Again, this is a
So you
misunderstanding of if you look up dark matter and the names of people who research this, it's not all people funded by it's like saying, oh, if you look at people who investigate Earth, it's like
That's non sequitur.
the funding's off. Like, bro, like it'd
That's
be
non
absurd to
sequitur
claim
to
that
your
all the
argument.
flat earthers were funded, right? It's just
Okay.
like, what are you talking about?
Dude, Donald, I just read your paper, okay? I just read it. It said, this is an attempt to find dark matter using WIMPs, weakly integrated massive particles. That's what it
Mine
says.
is,
It
you know,
says it's just a method.
It goes over many different ways they're trying to detect dark matter.
Trying.
No, but
that's the key word, buddy. It's trying.
No,
Exactly.
but part
They have
of
not
the
done it.
issue is part of the issue is we wouldn't know what a successful
You just
versus an
admit that they
unsuccessful.
have
Hold
not
on.
found it, dude.
Can you let me speak for a second? Part of the issue, the reason we call it dark matter is because it is invisible. So, like the whole point.
No shit.
Hold on. So the whole point of detecting it, we have indirect detections, which is why we can say 85% of X or this or that is dark matter, or there must be dark matter. Like we wouldn't say dark matter if we didn't have a reason to detect
Donald,
something
you
that
gotta
was
be honest
don't
with
have
yourself, bro.
indirect
No. So when it comes to
have
identify or
misunderstandings.
interacting with it, again, there's an indirect way of knowing that there is a force or there is something out there.
I could call it unicorn farts, bro, and it'd be just as valid.
But I don't understand what the point of this is. This is like the process of science is investigating the universe.
Okay,
Dark
and thus
matter has
far,
nothing to do with the globe.
Well, it does when we have an 85% missing piece that is being explained by dark matter, which is just a fairy tale. As of right now, it's a fairy tale.
It's not 85% of science or the math that has to do with the Earth.
No, I'm talking about when it comes to orbit, the space, mass attracts mass, and all this bullshit. When we're looking up in space and how everything's sticking together. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right now. I'm not talking about radio waves.
But this is exactly why I gave the magnet analogy. Why, if we saw a magnet or something attracted by a magnet in the distance, that would not mean that other
You can
effects
replicate that in a lab, though, dude. There's more valid.
If you didn't know what was causing it, you wouldn't know what to replicate. That's the issue. And part of the other thing is that when it comes to
this guy's so hard to talk to.
And the other thing here is that we do actually confirm. We confirm gravitational like we build the theory of gravity and we bolster it based on gravitational measurements.
You didn't do shit, dude. Stop.
Oh my god.
All right, let me break the tension. Hold on, let me break the tension with reading here. So I'm going to read this, just what I searched up here. The reason some scientists believe dark matter isn't real is that the universe is doing something unexpected. Stars and galaxies are moving incredibly fast. Space is expanding faster than it should be. To explain this extra movement, scientists invented an invisible, undetectable substance called dark matter. I love
Correct.
it. All right,
And
go
when
ahead.
he was saying that we have indirect measurements of it, the indirect measurements you're referring to is the lack of the ability of your current theory to understand what's taking place. That's not an indirect measurement. That just means that your theory falls short.
Yeah, let me continue reading now my
No, but
passage.
again, this is
Hold
it doesn't mean that,
hold on, brother. I want to finish my passage.
Same thing with magnets. Like it's
not because I can take magnets and make them work. I can't take dark
if you
matter
don't
and
know
make
what a
them work at
magnet is,
all.
then you can't. If you don't have a
You
magnet
guys,
with you, then
let
you can't.
AI finish his thought. Come on, just shut up. Let him finish his passage. Go ahead.
All right, so the passage goes on. However, because we have never directly seen dark matter, many physicists and astronomers argue there's a simpler explanation than dark matter, which is this. The current theories of gravity are incomplete or wrong. Wow, that's funny.
Case in point. Thank you, AI.
Again,
So the guy that's fighting vehemently
saying
against
our
this
explanation
is
of
bringing up-
magnetism is wrong because things fall down when there are magnets above them.
What is our explanation of magnetism? Can you
Don't let him get away with that.
That like if we thought that magnetism was the major force and then we saw things falling down despite a magnet above it and the thing has magnetic charge, that wouldn't make sense. That's why there's a different force that acts upon it.
Can you admit to what AI just read? Can you acknowledge it?
But the issue is that the force of gravity.
Yeah,
is
but what?
measurable. Yes, the force of gravity is a specific force which is measurable. That force
Gravity is
is
not a
not
force.
that force. It is measured. It is predictable.
Not
It
a
is
force.
calculated. It is measured. That
How do you
force
isolate gravity?
that by
Not a
measuring it.
force.
By measuring it.
How?
That you don't know how to measure gravity. There's a bunch of ways: accelerometers, so on, graphometers, all that stuff. When it
How
comes
are
to
you
That's not a
measuring,
force.
isolating
it's
It's
like
not a
gravity?
we have
force.
like gravitational fields are measures of gravity. So we have, and the way we
Dude.
find the way people of they find deposits of minerals and stuff like that underground is by literally using gravity above ground because it's based upon
Correct.
mass. So like this is something that is confirmable down to the point in which companies rely on it to find things underground. Like
Dude, could you
we
stop
use
spreading
magnetic,
out?
like gravitational
go.
fields. Gravitational fields check out. So just
No.
because there is something outside in space that has another force doesn't mean that the force of gravity or the force of magnetism don't hold.
Okay, Donald. Again,
Gravity is not a force.
How are we isolating gravity to be sure that there's no other variables taking place when these companies are using the whatever the hell tools you said? How do we know for a fact that it's only gravity acting on these objects? Because in order to do that, you would have to isolate it and make sure there's no other variables in play. So I'm asking, how do you do that?
By isolating other variables. Yeah.
How?
By
And
you know how to isolate for a control for a variable?
Yeah, I'm asking what variables, in your opinion, do you think there are?
Like for example, the variables that would affect how much things go down, the density around you, the air, altitude, pressure. These are variables. Is there any other variable which affects downness?
Electrostatics. That's a big one.
That affects whether or not you fall down.
Oh, hold on. Elements. Separation of elements.
And it does, because the Earth has a negative charge or a neutral charge, and most things above it, like 99% of things above it, have a negative charge. It's a big deal.
Yeah, there's a known and downward electrical vector towards the Earth. That's why things ground themselves electrically to the Earth. So that there's that, right? But when you're making this claim that gravity is a force, do you disagree with modern science then? Are you coming up with your own theory? You're saying gravity is a force. You keep referring to it as a force. So do you have your own conception, or do you agree with modern physics?
There is a force that is from gravity. You can call it a force. You can call it the effect
So you're
of it.
disagreeing with modern physics because they
No,
say it's a
you
pseudo
disagree with
force.
modern physics.
Modern physics. Okay, do you know what an emergent? Do you know what an emergent force is?
So you're saying that
Okay,
gravity
so you
is
don't
a
understand
force.
gravity. Like this is.
I understand gravity,
No,
and in the
like,
modern terminology, in modern
Part of the
parlance,
issue is
gravity
like
is not a
if
force.
we can measure and predict and isolate and account for gravity.
How do
there's
we
no
isolate
then gravity, just like we can do with magnetism, then gravity is checking out.
What forces
how do
are
we
acting upon
isolate
an object when it's in free fall? Because when an object is in free fall, there's actually no forces acting upon it.
There is forces. You don't move without a force acting on you.
But you're
Nope.
answering everyone else because you
That's
don't
why
answer my
modern
question.
physics.
You don't
How do you
move.
isolate
There's
gravity?
no force acting.
Hold on. That's why modern physics, when you measure everything around an object that is in free fall, will say that there's no difference between the Earth rising up to meet the object than the object falling towards it. That's where the conundrum comes into play, where gravity is not a force, it's actually what they call a bending and warping of space-time.
No, but that's like saying when a small magnet flies towards a very, very large magnet, the large magnet is actually moving, even if it's like a stationary ball.
They do. They don't move towards one another. They move towards a null pressure point between
No.
two objects.
But the point is that the large magnet is so big that
Address
it literally
what I
doesn't
said.
move. So the
Address
effect of
what
these.
I said.
Yeah. I'm
Both
explaining it.
objects move towards a null pressure point. They
No,
don't move towards one another.
No. Magnetism.
Yes.
If you have two objects that are attracted by
yes.
magnetism, and one of them is very large and very heavy, and the other one
man.
is very small, the large one won't move.
Same as gravity, man.
That is how we are on Earth. Like the
So
issue, and we can measure it.
gravity magnetism? Is that your claim?
No, they're different things.
So then why are you trying to interlude gravity and magnetism as though they're one and the same?
No, I'm not. I'm trying to explain to you with an analogy of how another force works.
Okay, cool. Well, I don't care about something else that you're talking about.
No.
You can't explain the force that you claim
I'm
exists.
explaining it to you.
But you don't even understand the modern physics of it, where it's not actually considered a force.
No modern
it's
physicist
considered
agrees with you.
bending and
Like,
warping.
No.
You can't learn anything by speaking. You can't learn anything by speaking, and all you're doing is speaking when I'm trying to talk to you. So if you think that you understand it, but you have a complete incorrect conception as to what modern physics claims gravity is, then if you have another theory and you claim that it's gravity, that gravity is magnetism, then go ahead and put forth that theory. But if you're agreeing with modern physics, you would agree that it's not a force, it's the bending and warping of space-time, which an object in free fall is experiencing zero forces, and the ground is actually moving up towards that object, not the object moving towards the ground.
Okay. I just don't think you understand this. You know what entropic force is?
It's not that I don't understand. Address what I
Can you
said.
yeah, I am addressing it, which is that what you're saying is this bunk of you don't move without a force acting on you.
Man, this is
Objects
dumb.
are still.
Donald,
Here, let me
wait.
put it
Donald, look it
another
up
way.
right now.
The object
I'm
in
trying
free
to hold on.
fall,
I'm trying to
the
explain to you
object,
something,
hold
and you
on,
won't listen.
hold on,
You don't listen. You
hold
don't
on,
understand by
hold
talking.
on.
Okay.
Hold on,
You don't
buddy.
understand by
The
talking. You're
object,
interrupting.
you didn't understand what I
You're not
said.
understanding.
The object in free fall has no forces acting upon it. So if the object in free fall has no forces acting
It
upon it,
does.
it is not moving towards what you claim it is. The conception in modern physics is that the Earth is moving towards the object itself.
No, it is that they're pulling. So just like a
So you
large magnet.
disagree.
No, hold on.
So put
Just like
forth your own theory.
Yes, but if a large just like a large magnets attract each other, right? Just like mass does in
No.
gravity. Like,
No, they
I'm trying
don't.
to explain. Can you stop speaking for 1 second just to
Well,
listen?
you're saying incorrect things.
No,
and you're
hold on.
saying
Large
magnets
magnets don't
attract to
attract
each
each
other,
other?
and I'm saying that's an incorrect statement.
Okay, magnets move toward each other. But if you have a very large magnet and a very, very small one, the large one isn't going to physically move.
Incorrect.
Dude, you're just
If
talking
you have
out
a
of your ass,
100-pound
bro.
magnet and a magnet that weighs as much as a feather, that stationary magnet on Earth is not going to physically. You can measure
Dude,
its
weight
movement. It will
has
not move.
nothing to do with magnetism. You could have a tiny magnet that has more magnetic force, more magnetic attraction from it than a giant magnet. It doesn't matter. The
Yes, but
size does not matter with magnetism, dude.
the
What are you
weight,
talking about?
because the weight of a magnet affects whether or not it will move towards another magnet compared to the weight
Incorrect.
of the other magnet.
100% incorrect.
Oh my God. If you have a 200-pound magnet sitting on your floor.
Donald, do yourself a favor and just Google search, does the size of a magnet affect its magnetic pull or repel or repulsion?
No.
Go ahead
I know
and
that you can
Google
have
that.
no. I know that you can have a larger size thing with a weaker magnetic force, like a weak magnet blowing up.
Okay, so what the fuck are you talking about?
Because if you have the larger force, just like with a large body of mass, if mass attracts mass, and one body of mass is orders of magnitude larger than the other body, just like with a magnet, it's the orders of magnitude. One of these orders of magnitude stronger in the force will not move physically. The other one will
Stronger in
fly
the
towards
force,
it.
but what you're referring to in magnetism is not a force. Magnetism is
Oh
a
my
force,
God.
but what you're referring to
Oh
in
my God.
gravity is not a force.
Yeah. Notice how
So
you just pointed out your own contradiction there.
your claim that
just
the
admitted it.
larger body has a higher magnetism is incorrect. You can have a greater magnetic force from a smaller object than a larger object. The size is not relevant to the magnetic force.
Yeah, mass. No, yes. With magnetism, it would be a number of things. But again, when it comes to the size of it, no one's disputing that a massive, very, very magnetic box that is very highly magnetized is not going to move if you put a very small weak magnet next to it. The weak magnet will fly towards a large one, right? Or the stronger one, right?
So are you claiming
Can you
that
just can you
gravity
acknowledge
is a
this? Like, can you acknowledge this?
magnetation, like a
Can you just
force?
acknowledge this basic fact?
What you're trying to do
Oh
is
my
you're
God, you
trying to
can't.
put forth an analogy
You
that
can't.
has nothing to do with your claim.
No. Again,
So if your claim, here's the thing, buddy. If your claim is that gravity is a magnetic force, then what you're trying to say
no,
may
not the
hold
claim. You're
true.
not listening. You're only speaking.
I'm listening
No,
to
you're
what you're
not.
saying, and what I'm trying to tell you is that you can't make
That's not what I
these
said.
analogies because in your realm of gravity, There is no experience that is the same as magnetism. Would you agree?
The experience of attraction. What do you mean?
Is that your claim?
Is that my claim? Gravity is the apparent attraction between masses.
Okay, so are you saying that the smaller force is attracted, the smaller object is attracted to the larger?
Just like a magnet, they're attracted to each other, and the one that is weaker will move towards the stronger one.
So stronger or bigger, which is your claim?
There's a number of things. It could be put locked in place with a doorknob. Like the whole issue here is that when you have a force that is explainable, measurable, and again, things don't move unless a force is acting on it. Free fall is gravity. Like the reason things fall down, the reason free fall happens is because there's a force.
There is no force
with
an object in free fall, which
Yes,
is
it
why
is. That's why it's moving
modern
down.
physics claim.
That's why it goes down.
Go back and
Bro,
try to understand modern
basic laws of
physics
motion.
because you don't comprehend it. The claim is not that the object in free fall is attracted to the larger object. The object in free fall has no forces acting upon it.
It literally is. Yes, it does. It does have a force acting.
No, it doesn't.
They don't move without a force acting upon it.
What is the force?
Gravity.
Gravity is not a force in modern physics. How do you not understand this?
It is a force for all intents and purposes.
It is not.
No, it's not, dude. In your paradigm, it's not. Look it up. It's a pseudo force.
Do you know? Okay. Do you know what an emergent force is?
Google it and then
You
read
know-
it back.
Yes, I've Googled it. I've Googled it, and it says
Is
yes. So
gravity
Google
a
disagrees
force?
with you.
And read
Google
what it
disagrees with
says.
you. Google
Do it
disagrees
right
with you.
now. Do it.
I just did it.
Read it back to me.
Screenshot it right now. Do it right now.
Gravity is one of the four fundamental forces, a purely attractive interaction between objects with mass.
I Googled, is gravity a force? What I received was whether gravity is a force depends on how you look at it. It is one of the four fundamental forces in classical physics, right? But it's the one force that never comes into account when you're dealing with actual physics, right? Because physics, when it comes to like molecular physics, excludes gravity altogether, right? So in classical physics, there is no actual accounting for gravity. So in the classical view, yes,
Okay.
it is a force.
You
But
said
in
in
the
modern physics. You said modern physics.
in the modern
Gravity is treated
view,
as a
let me
is
read
treated
it.
like a
Let me
force.
read it. Let me finish. The modern view, no, it is a curvature of space-time.
Resulting in a
So
force.
in the modern view, is
Yes,
gravity
resulting
a
in a
force?
force.
No, it is a
Yes.
curvature
Okay,
of
so all the
space-time.
scientists, wait, the modern view that if I look up NASA, every scientific agency, organization, they're going to say this. And so that's not modern then. Which modern scientists are saying are saying that NASA and all these scientists are wrong? The people, all the
It's from
universities.
NASA. Look at the source. I just posted it. It says
Yeah,
it
and
right
what
there.
I'm
Modern view. No, it is a curvature of space time. So shut the fuck up.
That does not mean that it's not an emergent force. Curvature
Oh
of
my God.
space-time
In
creates a
theory of
force.
general relativity,
It
gravity
creates a
is not
force.
a
You just don't
traditional.
understand this. You just don't understand this. Objects don't move unless a force is acting upon them.
In Albert Einstein's theory of general relativity, gravity is not a traditional
How
pushing
does it work at
or
the atomic
pulling
level?
force. Instead, massive objects like Earth warp and curve the fabric of space and time around them. Objects moving through this curved space simply follow the natural straight line path, which is perceived as a downward pull, but it is not.
But that's still a force. If you are only acting within, you're
It's
only
not
able to fly. If you're only
a
able to
force.
fly with, yes, it is. It's an emergent force. If I bend a fucking, a city or a school and people start flying around because of it, there is a force. Like they're acting with the force of, the gravity. The gravity is the them moving because of it.
How does it work at the
Nope.
atomic level?
It doesn't work at the
Taylor,
atomic
you're
level.
in. I tag you in. I can't deal
Gravity
with this
is
guy no
not
more.
gravity is completely excluded from all models when it comes to the molecular
Again,
and
atomic.
subatomic level.
How does it work at the
How does it
atomic
work at
level?
the atomic level?
When it comes to gravity, it tends to work at a mass level. So atoms will be affected by it in, at an atomic way and, microscopically. So I don't know. You
They're
can look
not
this up.
affected.
Do you know how gravity works at an atomic level?
Nobody knows.
It doesn't. It's not even included in the equations, bro.
Okay. Do you know what the equation for gravity is?
Do you
Nobody
agree with
knows
me
how
that it's
Do you
gravity
not
know
works
what
at
even
the
the
atomic
yes? Because
level.
why would it be?
Nobody has to memorize these equations.
Do atoms? Yeah. Do atoms are all of them
No.
going around based on magnetism? No.
Do you think an atom is some sort of like actual physical thing?
It is I think it's by definition physical.
No.
No. They're
Do you
just
think
made
it's
up.
some like little
So you
balls?
don't.
It's
So
like
you don't disagree with me.
these little atomic balls are just moving around each other and
No.
attracting
It
one
doesn't
another?
mean it's a ball, but it means that they're physical.
In a sense of how would you define physicality?
They are like they're not. We didn't make this. They're not concepts. They're physical. Like they literally affect physical reality. They're part of physical reality. You can detect them. You can look at them. I think we can
When
look
you
at
say
atoms,
them, what do you mean by them?
particles, atoms, electrons.
What is a
All that stuff.
particle?
Oh my god. So I can't teach you science. Like towards the other guy, when it comes to gravity, we
It's
have
not like you don't
gravitational.
understand it.
We
It's not like
have
you're some sort of
gravitational
superior
field.
knowledge in here that's
No, we
going to
have
teach you something you
gravitational
don't
field.
understand.
Like look up a gravitate. Do you know what a gravitational field is?
You can't answer simple questions, and you
I'm trying
come
to
in here
again.
as though
Do
you're
you know
trying
what
to
a
like teach
gravitational
us
field is?
and inform us. And
I'm
again,
answering
you're
simple question
speaking
after
over
simple
me
question.
every
Do you
time
know
I'm
what a
trying to
gravitational
talk.
field is? I don't think you understand any of what this means.
Do you have an issue with
Can you answer the question? I've been
speaking over
answering all of
people?
your questions, yes, like all night. Like,
Yeah.
can you answer this one question? Do you know what a
Yeah,
gravitational
I
field is?
can't teach you this because you don't comprehend it,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
You don't have a
You don't know what you're
baseline
talking about.
understanding
This
of
is the
any of
issue.
this.
Like, do you know what a gravitational field is?
I 100%
I don't think you
understand
know.
what the modern science interpretation is of a gravitational field.
Okay, so what? Like, could you describe just briefly what it is? Like,
It is
what
a
they are?
bending and warping of space-time.
Okay, like the measured product of a gravitational field.
It is a bending and warping of space-time based on a mass's existence within space-time.
No, like how are gravitational fields measured? Like if you've ever looked at one, like how are those measured? Like those, like the
If I've
colorful
ever
images.
looked at one, what does that even mean?
You ever look at those colorful images that of land or the earth that represent the gravitational field?
Are you talking about the gravitational
Conceptions?
potential in a geoid model, bro?
No,
Is that what you're conflating it to?
gravitational fields.
Yeah, you're
You
talking
don't
about the
even know what a
geoid?
gravitational field is.
So like the lumpy Earth?
What?
It's about lumpy Earth?
The only way that we quote unquote
Wait. Explain that. Wait.
gravitational
How would we
fields.
get a lumpy Earth? Wait. How would we get a lumpy Earth?
You said
off of
those
gravity?
colorful images that show gravitational potentials. Yes, the geoid models. Yes.
Just
Lumpy
do
Earth.
you know where those numbers? You know where those numbers come from?
The gravitational fields are only measured by the acceleration that it imparts on an object. So what are you talking about?
Acceleration. So gravitational fields would then just be representations of like temperature and pressure, right?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Unless there's a different force that affects how much you go down or up.
No.
Yes. That's literally how you get the,
talking
like you
about?
would not measure differently if it wasn't a different force.
What is the force that you're referring to?
Gravity.
No, it's not a force. So when you're saying that you
Accelerometer.
measure a gravitational field, gravitational fields are only measured by observing acceleration that field allegedly imparts on an object.
Allegedly. You're saying, again, if you're observing it, then you are confirming it.
You're experiencing and observing
Like the horizon?
acceleration. The
No, but
acceleration is it's relative to the observer, and it's based on the conception of the bending and warping of space-time.
No, but we can still confirm. But we can still confirm it.
Dude, hold on a second, dude. You
Like
know what an
we
accelerometer
can
is, though?
confirm that the acceleration numbers match up with the gravitational model.
Listen, dude, an accelerometer. Hold on, dude. It's very simple. Accelerometer, all it is a little spring. It's just a little spring. You know that, right? It's just a little spring.
And how could that little spring help us see the shape of things, either underground or mineral deposits or any of that? Explain how that little spring is used by companies to find minerals underground.
Those mineral deposits
So
would
forces-
have the gravity that it would take to make that
Again, when you can figure this out, where those colors come from, why the lumpy Earth, where that lumpy what those actually come from, why it's not just like a uniform thing or a constantly changing thing based upon, because downness does change, right, with the temperature and pressure and the density, right? So it would just constantly be changing, and they wouldn't have any gravitational field measurements. But the reason gravitational surveying, all this stuff works, the reason you can find mineral deposits with weird, looking at acceleration above ground, like you would have no way of understanding how that happens without gravity. That is gravity.
Yes, those mineral deposits have enough gravity to affect the spring in the apparatus.
The relative density underground, if it is much more dense,
Yes.
and there's more mass. Yeah, that's exactly how we find them.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's not gravity.
Why else would acceleration help us find underground mineral deposits?
Yeah.
Or
I know
shaped
it does.
underground?
I'm agreeing with you, dude.
Forces cause masses to accelerate. Gravity causes masses to accelerate. Therefore, it's totally appropriate to consider it a force.
The force that causes
Acceleration
acceleration holding other conditions like temperature, pressure, density, those things equal. The difference in acceleration is explained by gravity. Yeah. That's exactly why we have. That's why we have a G wave.
Yeah. Acceleration in and of itself is a force.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't even understand why that other guy was saying. Like, it's kind of stupid to argue that, in my opinion. I mean, I don't know a lot about when it comes to like what's a force. I understand that it's just a push and a pull, blah blah blah. But gravity on a globe model, gravity is technically a force, right? Because that's the reason why things fall. So I don't know why we're talking about this.
Guys, I think I'm a pedophile.
The thing we should be talking about is can you isolate gravity, improve gravity, and no, you can't. It's never been done, never will be done. But if you have an idea or a way that you can, go ahead.
Gravitation. Again, this is we have. This is exactly how we're able to predict what's under the ground, because we can isolate for specific gravity. We can measure gravitational fields.
The
predict
gentleman
what's
that said
under
that
the ground.
acceleration is a force.
Why are we so extremely wrong with that then? Every time we dig tunnels and shit.
It's the same way spectroscopy works, kind of.
So your claim is that
but-
acceleration is a force. Acceleration is the result of a force, right? Acceleration is not a force itself. Acceleration is a vector.
Okay.
Here we go again.
Well, a vector is a direction.
You're letting them avoid proving gravity,
No,
and
that's
instead you're
correct.
just arguing
That is
semantics.
correct.
Keep going,
Acceleration
guys.
is
Keep going.
a result of a force.
Let them avoid proving gravity and talk about
But
gravity.
gravity's proven by our measurements every single day.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Because how are you isolating gravity?
Absolutely
How do you know that there's no? Okay, I get it, Brandon. How are you isolating gravity and you're not sure that other variables are making those measurements
By
what they
accounting for those other variables.
Okay, what are they? Because you already missed a couple when you.
I've listed some. Anything I'm missing?
Yeah. Okay. So how do you isolate? So you would have to go in a vacuum, correct?
No.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. How would you? How do you get rid of? How are you isolating gravity then if you're not in a vacuum? I'm curious.
Isolating for other variables.
How?
Let me use his example.
Oh, no,
How
let,
do you
let,
isolate for
let,
variables?
Napalm, I let you to go for a while. I want to hear
How do
this
you
guy.
isolate for variables? Really?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I'm asking.
You control for them. You can do it in two ways. One, you can take the experiment, make the experiment in complete, same circumstance. Or two, you can do one thing and then account for variables, which you can also measure. Like if we know that temperature raises or lowers the boiling point of water, and we see temperature changes, and we can measure that with a thermometer, then we can explain boiling water with temperature when we might think it's something else. So
Okay, what experiment have we ran that successfully proved that gravity exists?
It's the ongoing the geoid.
What's that?
The geoid.
What is that? I've never heard of this.
Okay, you don't need. Of course, like modern physics, but doesn't know what the geoid is. Like, ladies and gentlemen,
It's not an experiment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are.
Explain what it is. What the fuck's the big deal?
We've reached peak science. It's the thing that I've posted in the chat. Like again, you need to understand that we've predicted and measured these things, which is why we can predict.
Okay, I understand we can predict things, but how do you know for sure that gravity is the only reason that we're predicting these things? Meaning, if there's other variables going on, they're going to result with the same prediction. The outcome will be the
because
same.
the other the other variables. Yes, because if it was other variables, then the actual measurements would change unpredictably.
That makes no sense. So
if other variables are affecting the measurements,
sense.
then they would be again. Yes, that does make sense. Then they would be every time you take measurements, it would be unpredictably changing.
But if other variables are consistent, then that's irrelevant, right? If there's other variables acting
Well,
as
exactly.
what you
That's
would call,
how you control for
Donald,
other variables.
Donald, if other forces or variables are acting, which is in your world the result of gravity, and mine it's not. It's the same thing. You just say the word gravity.
What other force cannot be measured?
Yeah. Are you taking
big one?
You can't measure electrostatic forces.
Hey, let's propose this. Are you taking any of these measurements?
I didn't say you
Are
can't
you
measure
taking
them.
any of these?
Yeah, exactly.
Are you
That's
taking
exactly how you cancel it out, by measuring it.
Okay,
which
so
is
how do you
why
measure?
I said you would get a bunch of unpredictable measurements.
Why would it be
Are you
unpredictable?
taking any of these measurements outside
because
Earth's
factors
magnetic
that you
field?
are not accounting for are changing the outcome. You are
Okay,
not
magnetic
if you are measuring gravity and
magnetic
you're
field.
predicting it based upon mass and density underground, and your measurements are the result of actually electrostatics and something else, then you're not going to get anything that lines up with what you're looking for. You're going to get random, unpredictable results.
Well, you're assuming that it's the random, predictable force, right? It's a pretty consistent thing.
No, but again, if it's consistent and predictable, then we can account for it.
Yeah, exactly. So how do you do that with gravity?
So we account for it.
You account for gravity, which doesn't exist.
No. You account for those other things.
Like what?
So where's
like electrostatic force? Like you just said it. Yeah.
Okay, so where's gravity at then? We all agree that we can account for that. We can measure it. We can manipulate it. Correct? We're that far, right? All these other things we're talking about, we know that we can measure and predict. So your idea is as long as we can do that with those things, then we can just assume gravity for the last piece of your little puzzle.
Gravity is the last piece is a relationship between mass and attraction. That's what we call gravity.
Yeah.
Like you're fundamentally confused on what's going on here. Like we know that gravity. One of the reasons we know gravity is gravity and not magnetism is because we can cancel out magnetism with actual observations. We can cancel out electrostatic force. We can cancel out just
how
humidity.
Do you do that? How do you do that? When has that ever been done?
Because the same methods that you would use to measure acceleration or gravity, such as lasers or accelerometers or those things you can try it in areas with different electromagnetic measurable.
Can you send me where
you can take measurable electrostatic forces, place it with more measurable other forces, and then repeat it. But
cool.
gravity
that sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. I'm ready. I'm ready to move on. Now show me when that's been done. Link
it's
that
done,
thing to me.
But this is the base of gravitational surveying. It's done every day. It's done every day.
Okay, well, can you show me?
Like no, like the surveying gravitational surveying is done every day.
Okay, can you show me?
Someone trying to specifically prove something that doesn't need like has been proved. Like I don't understand what you're asking for. You want some specific guy to run some.
Sure, anything. Yeah.
No,
anything
but like
that
what?
anything that
Like
I
what?
don't
No, what do you?
care.
What? No, like what?
Literally
Be
anything
specific.
that proves gravity, bro. Anything that
No,
isolates these
again,
other variables.
a
Listen,
gravitational field.
Donald,
Yes,
listen
a
to what I'm asking
gravitation.
you.
Again, I'm trying to explain this to you. A
Yes, I
gravitational
know,
field.
but you keep
No, a
talking over me.
gravitational field measurements, which correctly line up with the model of gravity, accounting for other variables, and it's predictable by that. Then it is that is confirming gravity. Every time a gravitational field is used, or a gravitational surveying is done, or some mineral deposit found underground, every time anything using gravity as a model and not other forces checks out, that's confirming it. Like
Okay, Donald, I
confirmed.
heard you talk.
The gravitational field measurements
Oh my
are
God,
measurements
bro.
there.
I hear you. I hear what you're saying. You said a lot of words. Good job. Now show that to me, please.
I mean, you can look at the chat. You got a nice image there that does.
This is
that
just I can make this in 2 seconds. This means nothing to me.
No, but that's the issue. No, but that's actually the issue. You can't.
Oh.
Yeah, like if you were to try to make, the issue is if you were to try to make a colorful diagram of the Earth or of different places on land of what you think the gravitational fields are, you would be wrong unless you did it with gravitational measurements like accelerometers and so on.
Okay, Donald. This colored picture is your proof on gravity.
No, again, gravitational field measurements. Measures of gravity.
Stop saying. I know. I heard you say this a million times.
Yes. Those.
I'm asking you to
those are
present
measurements.
that to me now, and you
Those are
cannot
measurements.
do it.
Those are measurements.
Good job, boy. I don't know
Those
why
are
you keep saying the
measurements.
same. I hear you. You said measurements 4 fucking times. You keep repeating yourself, bro. I hear what you're saying. I'm asking you if you can present anything that you're claiming right now. I believe you. Show it to me. Can you do that?
I'm explaining it to you. Like
I don't need it to be explained,
no.
dude.
I asked you what you would like what you'd like me to show you.
Anything that isolates gravity and measures it accurately. Go.
No, but that's what that is.
This picture is your proof of gravity?
That picture isolates gravity. It does not.
Okay,
It's not accounting for other things.
If this is the only proof you have of gravity, then I'm sorry, but you lose.
No, that's not. No, the proof of gravity is the fact that our measurements line up with reality.
I know you say the same thing every fucking time, but you can't show me anything that like I can tell you a big story too, bro. I can read. Want me to read Lord of the Rings to you? It's not reality. Show it to me. Show me that Mordor exists, bro. Show me that
this is the issue. No, but this is the issue. I asked you what it'd be like to show you, and
I said literally
you
anything.
have no idea. Yeah, you have no idea.
I said show me anything.
No, but that's like show you an invisible force. Yeah, like you actually don't like. You have to listen to yourself.
Yeah, so you can't do it.
Show me invisible force.
Wait. Am I hearing that you can't do it?
No. The way we do it is by showing you the measurements.
Okay, show that to me. Show me how they isolate everything. They measure electrostatics out. They measure the wind pressure out.
You
they
don't know
measure
how to
all
measure
these things out. No, I'm asking you. You're making a claim that they do this and it's easy. They do it every day. I'm asking you, can you show that to me? Can you show me them measuring out all these variables, isolating gravity, and manipulating, or at least observing it in any way, measuring it? I don't care what the observation is, right? Some kind of interaction with it. Can you show it to me? Yes or no? The answer is no. You're gonna just keep saying that. Yo,
in order to show it to you would be like showing you the interaction between a bunch of different, machines.
Okay, so is the answer no then?
No, the answer is yes, but it would be too.
Okay, I'm done talking to you, bro. Have fun talking to yourself.
We have measured, producible, reliable. They work. It's not, it's not coming from anything else. If you can show me something that shows, accounts for the gravitational field measurements we have that's not gravity, I'm happy to see it. Just produce one thing.
How did you isolate for Earth's magnetic field when taking these gravitational measurements? I think what's being asked is how this was obtained. What's the process for these measurements?
Which has already been over. Like, if you have to ask this, it shows, like, Then I'll explain this to you.
Explain it simply.
You don't need to explain it. We've heard you
Okay.
explain it. He's asking, show
You
us it.
take
Show us the
measurements.
experiment. Here he
No, but
goes again. He's gonna repeat the
these
same thing
experiments are
10 times
done.
in a row. Go
They're
ahead.
done
Repeat
automatically
yourself
every
again.
day. Like it's not one. Like you don't understand. Like you don't understand what you don't understand, which is why you think like you have some weird conception of what you think you need to hear for this to make sense.
What is the apparatus that measures these on a daily
There's a
basis?
bunch of them. One of them is a gravimeter. Another one is an accelerometer. Another one is a satellite with a laser. There are many
Cool.
ways to do this.
So how do these things eliminate Earth's gravitational field?
You can measure Earth's gravitational field and account for it.
How is that done in the calculations?
By taking measurements of Earth's magnetic field and then accounting for it.
So show me these measurements that were taking place and how that gravitational field was extracted from those measurements.
No, but that's like saying, show me the GPS is, show me where GPS cancels out magnetism.
Stop talking to this fuck. He's saying the same shit over
Like,
and over again. We understand your explanation, but then the answer is just no, you can't do it, Donald. That's the answer.
No, the issue is like show you the guy like doing.
We get it, bro. You've explained it time and time again. We do understand it, but the point is you can't do it. That's the answer. The answer is no, I cannot do it. Done. Move on.
No, but we do. It's called gravitational surveying.
Then show us.
No, but again, for you, I'll post again. I asked you. No, hold on. I asked you the type of thing you would want to look. You don't even know what you would need to see. You think you can like
provide
see
it for us to even analyze it. That's the point.
No, because gravitational like measurements don't come from like one paper. It's not like one guy. It's not like one guy. It's not one guy.
Provide us with all the sources in which you're gathering your information to make your determination that this little picture that you're posting in chat is relevant.
Is relevant? If you understood what the picture was, then you would understand how it's relevant.
If you understood how the calculations and the measurements were made, then you could provide them to us very simply and you could explain them. But you can't.
Do you want me to fucking make a circle and color on it
and you
show
say
you?
that, well, you guys just don't understand.
No, but this is the issue.
The common thing that Globers do is they come in here and they just post something and they have no actual understanding of how that data was gathered. They don't know the instruments that were used. They don't know the calculations that were made. They say, hey, here's a picture. And you just don't understand it. You just don't have the comprehension. You don't have the ability to understand it. But you can't even provide the source information that made up this map that you're providing. Can you provide the source information for the map that you provided in chat? Yes or no?
The source information for the map? Yeah, I'm not on that page right now, but I can happily go back to it for you. Like it's literally like NASA's page on gravity. Like here's the National Office of
So the answer is no.
The answer is yes. I just have to go back to the page because I sent that
data
15 minutes ago. No,
the
but
the data would be fed into that map to give you the coloration that you're providing.
That's like saying
So
send
that
me the
data
source
has to be
data on
obtained in some way,
GPS.
shape, or form, right? And the way that data is obtained, can you explain to us the way that data is obtained before it gets put into the coloration on the map that you're providing?
Yeah,
do you understand
lasers.
that process?
Yeah, with lasers. Look, I just listed a page.
So you understand it.
Are you gonna let me speak or not? Are you gonna let me speak or not?
So explain it real quickly.
Are you gonna let me
that
speak or
data
not?
is obtained.
Are you gonna let me speak?
Explain real quickly.
Is
how
that a
it's
yes or a
obtained.
no?
Explain how it's obtained.
Okay, so you're not gonna let me speak. Okay. Let me know when I can speak.
Explain how it's obtained.
Can I speak now?
Explain how it's obtained.
Let me know when I can speak.
I'm giving you the space. Explain how it's obtained.
Yeah, there's many ways to obtain it. Those measurements that you see, the colorful ones are obtained with lasers. And also probably a combination of other surveyors, but those lasers are the main ones. I would assume from satellite imagery.
You assume it's from satellite imagery. You say
No,
it's
it's
from
like
lasers.
survey.
What are the lasers measuring? And can you explain what the lasers are doing and how their measurements are relative to the gravitational field?
They measure acceleration and distance and time, and they take differences holding other factors equal and compute differences, or they measure differences in acceleration. It's not that complicated. It's like
Acceleration of what?
A laser.
So the laser's acceleration is what's being measured. So it's a measure of the acceleration.
Do you know how wait, okay. Do you know what acceleration
so
is?
light is
Do you know,
a
do you
constant.
know what
So is light
acceleration
not
is? Do you know what
constant
acceleration
in
is?
these measurements?
Do you know what acceleration is?
So is light not constant in these measurements? You're claiming that it's the acceleration of the lasers that is varying?
From my understanding, yes.
Interesting. So there is no constant speed of light. So this would completely throw out the whole entire concept of the theory of relativity to begin with, to explain how gravity is and to give you the mapping.
It would be more, no, it's more about the direction and duration. So you can look this up yourself.
I want you to explain it to me because you claim you have a knowledge and we just don't understand. So if you have a knowledge and we can't comprehend it because we're just too stupid, you should be able to simply explain it to us. But your claim is that the acceleration of light is varying, and that's what's giving us this map. So there is not a constant speed of light?
No, I'm saying that the way that they do it is with
you're
lasers.
fucking wrecked. You're fucking wrecked, dude. You have
They
no
use
clue what the fuck
they
you're
use
talking about.
lasers, from my understanding.
To do what?
To measure acceleration.
How is it both simple and then you also don't know how it's like you make no sense?
Because at the same time these are technical complex things, and so part of what leads to confusion. Yeah, part of what leads to confusion is that people think they understand what they don't understand. So your conception of what it would make sense scientifically is just like you think you're asking like, what do I look at for like a force? Like really? Like if someone says where is the magnetism? Where can I see like? It's just like somebody doesn't understand.
You have no clue. You just said that the lasers are varying in their speed, and that's what's giving you this map. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about. You're a fucking charlatan. You have no concept of what you're actually talking about. You're just reading Google and acting as though you're some fucking authority. So the constant speed of light is variable. How does that factor into the theory of relativity? Because if the theory of relativity is dependent upon the constant speed of light. So if you're claiming that they're proving gravity on a variable speed of light, you're fucked. You're completely fucked. You have no clue what the fuck you're talking about. I'm just gonna disagree.
They use lasers. Yeah.
Do you even care about the speed of light though, as flat earthers? Why do you guys even care about?
No, but like you can use like if you use waves of some sort, light waves, radio waves, like light, the speed of light, it might be different, but light is affected by.
You're grasping at straws so hard right now. You're coping so hard because you have no fucking idea what the hell you're talking about.
What they use microwaves and lasers, and they measure distance between differences between measurements, distance differences.
You just totally exposed yourself. This is fucking hilarious, by the way.
You're welcome.
I can debate flat earth.
Expose myself as what? I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to explain something that is complicated.
I think the problem is that
you didn't know that we measured this stuff, and now I'm trying to explain it to you, and I'm not an encyclopedia on measuring using lasers with gravity. So I'm trying to tell you what this is. Like
at first you said it was simple.
If someone didn't know what planes were, I don't need to know how a plane flies to try to explain them to you. The planes exist and they work.
It's funny how when you started this off, it was simple and easy to understand, and you could show us easily. But then when you actually went and started to do it, you realized, I can't.
No.
So now it's all complex, and now we don't really get it. Trust me, bro.
It's not easy to show it to you. It's not easy to show it to you because you don't understand what you would need to understand it.
Donald, it's okay just to say, you know what, I can't do this. Just say that, bro. It's fine. And we can move on. We can talk about something else.
Why can't you just be honest? Why can't you just be honest?
Wow.
Like just engage. Honestly, you're so gravitational. Hold on. So gravitational surveying, the entire thing is just bunk. All the people that do it, the companies, the agency, the universities, scientists, it actually has no value, and it's not based in gravity at all.
Because you don't understand.
Again, One's
Donald.
ability. No, hold on. If
Appeal
someone
to
can't
authority
explain, if someone
fallacy.
couldn't explain to you the mechanics of how an airplane flies, and someone else was denying that airplanes could fly, and then we live in the modern world, person two would be understandably a retard. Just because person one can't
You're person
explain
two.
the exam,
Okay,
the
hold
exact
on, Donald.
mechanics,
Let me
doesn't
respond to
mean
that.
that it's not fucking flying.
I get.
Like,
I agree,
I'm
Donald. I
showing you
agree.
the
Wait, hold
equivalence of
on,
an airplane flying, and you're just
Donald.
denying it.
Donald, I agree with you, but guess
No,
what?
you
Those
don't. No, 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 no. Again,
let
I'm
me talk.
showing you the equivalence
Donald,
of
I
airplanes
let you
flying,
talk and say
and
your
you're
full
denying it.
is, bro. I let you talk and say your whole point. Let me talk and respond to what you just said.
I don't think you did.
I did, because you just explained the whole airplane thing. We all understand it. No one here thinks you left anything out. We get the airplane analogy. So listen to this. I can go up to that same person and go, "Hey, can you show me how this engine works?" They'll show me how that engine. Hey, can you show me how the wings are, the aerodynamicness? I can ask about each individual part of that airplane. They could take it apart. They could show me. They could show me blueprints. They can show me how different parts connect to one another. They can show me how they all work as a whole and separately. You can't do that with gravity.
And what machine can no one on Earth explain how it works, or how lasers work, or anything? Like, are you saying if we look it up,
there isn't a
we
machine
can't
on
find
Earth
explanations for it?
There
There's
was
no
no
one
such
that knows how these work.
Donald, there's no such thing as a mystery machine. Someone had to have put one machine together. There's no such thing as a mystery. Like, I don't even know what the fuck you're saying now, bro.
Exactly. Yeah,
you
exactly.
are
What you're
falling
saying,
apart.
No. Again, what you're saying makes no sense. You could also ask the people that take measurements of, like, anyone that does gravitational surveying, anyone that builds fucking satellites, anyone that builds accelerometers, anyone that does that.
So I can ask them. I can ask
You can
them.
ask them, how does this machine work? How does this accelerometer work? How does this laser work?
Donald. So wait,
Yes, you can ask them too, and you're just refusing. And in both cases, you can look it up, and
Let me
you're
get
just
this straight
refusing.
then.
And again, you're
Run
just in
away,
denial.
Donald. You're running away.
Because
You know what I'm about to ask you.
the existence of airplanes is like the existence of gravitational
Nobody's
surveying and
talking about
gravitational
airplanes,
field.
bro. We're asking you, when you made the claim that gravitational fields are measured by lasers and the difference in the speed in which the lasers are traveling, we're asking you how you wrap that into the conception of the bending and warping of space-time and the gravitational model that is put forth with a constant speed of light. So you're claiming the gravitational fields are measured based on an inconsistent speed of light. Go ahead and explain this to us.
Bro, did you read that off ChatGPT?
I think he did, because he
No.
can't
Literally, the
technically explain it.
Wikipedia. Hold on, the Wikipedia page. Like, you're just in denial right now. The Wikipedia, again, to
So you
say
can't
to say
explain it.
to say that someone is, please explain to me how the plane flies when I'm trying to show, like, planes fly. The
We're
point is
talking
that
about
they
planes.
work and we can
We're
see them.
talking about
Donald.
lasers. When you
So
claimed the speed of light of the lasers was variable, it gave you the image that you put forth as a claim for the measurement of the gravitational field that you think is being measured. Your conception of
hold on.
how it's being measured is that the lasers are varying in their speed. So the speed of light is variable.
Or radio waves, or waves of another sort. Like, there are things that they're used. Yes, it's literally. Do you know how he met a dimension, or these things are like what they're measured in?
So you said waves or something like that. So Donald, before you try to speak over me, in the conception of what light is, what is waving?
What is waving?
Do you think a wave is in and of something, like something in and of us? It's like self, or do you think that something waves? Like, I have a pool in my backyard, and the water will wave.
You're
Meaning
being
there will be
intentionally dense here. You're being intentionally dense.
like rarefactions in the water that will give me a visible wave or a wave that I can feel. But what is actually waving is the water. So when you say waves and things and whatnot, so you're saying that there's a variability in the light waves that are being measured from the lasers. So that is
Or
a increase
or
or a
radio
decrease in
waves
the
or other
speed of
waves.
light. Is that what you're saying, or what is actually waving in your conception of light?
Am I thinking? Or am I thinking that I'm thinking? Think about it. Just think about that really quick.
You're trying to make things complicated when they really don't need to be so complicated. Like,
well,
look at the.
sometimes you have to get
Hold on.
around
How about this? How about this?
Because people that don't understand complicated things act as though they're intelligent, but then when you actually push them on certain subjects, they don't have a comprehension, even though they claim the moral high ground. Not
No, no,
moral.
because no,
They
hold on.
claim the
Because
high ground because they
hold
Googled
on.
something.
No, but the issue here is that when I said gravity was, and these things are measured using gravimeters, accelerometers, even lasers, that was the third of a list of examples. So
And I
I might
asked
be
you
hold
how
on.
they
So
were
hold on.
measured
So,
by
oh, no, hold
lasers.
on. So the entire criticism, what I'm saying now, is dishonest. We measure like throw aside lasers. I misspoke apparently, but gravimeters, accelerometers, we measure it, and it measures out.
And you
Those are
still haven't
measurements.
showed us
don't
how
know what
any
you're
of that
talking
works
about.
yet. You still haven't
So
showed any of that of how it works, Donald. You keep saying
Okay,
Exactly.
okay, no, yeah.
we
Here's how.
hear you.
Everything I pressed you
Again,
on, you said you
showing you how it
misspoke
works.
on.
You
don't know what the
understand.
fuck
Like
you're talking
showing you
about.
how it works is a misnomer. You mean show you like you want all of this to be reducible to some guy in one paper, when that's not
Never
reality.
said
No,
that.
that's not what I'm asking for.
No,
I'm
yes,
asking.
that is.
I'm asking what you're
No,
claiming right
yes, that
now.
is because
Prove
you're
that to
asking
me.
for something that you can't even explain
No,
what you're asking
no,
for.
I'm not. You can show me
Yes,
in
you
any way
are.
you would like to, as long as it's not a colorful picture that I
No,
could
but
do on
again,
my computer in 2
the way
seconds.
the way to explain it to you would be to explain to you how, like, why it works, how it works, why we know this.
So how do you?
How about this?
Donald, how
No,
about this?
because
How do
because
you know this? Where did you get this information, Donald?
all the people that do understand I'm saying this. Science.
Who? Can you show me one of those
Information.
people? Can you show me one of those people? Did they write something down? Did they take you aside personally and show you? Like, where did you learn this? If you can't show me and teach me this, how did you learn it?
The same way I learned that planes exist.
The same. So that is wildly stupid. I hope you understand that, and I hope you just misspoke
Well, how
again.
did you
like
learn
how
about
did.
planes?
This guy's a Poe, right?
How do you learn about planes?
I honestly don't
what do
even
you
know
call
how to.
somebody
How
like
do you
this?
learn about planes? Right? Exactly.
I do not know how to respond to that because it's
Yeah,
such a
exactly.
stupid
It's
thing to say.
retarded. Like your objection is retarded. You're appealing to your own ignorance.
Yeah, that's true.
This guy is flailing, bro.
science
Like he is so out of his fucking like league that
literally-
he's just
yeah.
like your claim is just retarded. That's his answer.
No.
That's his
The idea-
Gravity
the
exists
idea-
because
the
I
idea-
experienced how planes
No,
work.
hold on.
Therefore, I've also seen gravity.
You're
Like,
asking
holy
me.
fuck, bro.
Hold on. You're asking me to show you ever increasing burdens on something that is.
Donald, can you just link something at least? Like,
Yes.
fucking
Yes. Okay. Fine. Yes. Here, read this. Look at this.
Yeah,
This
that's what I've been asking for
exist.
the past
This
hour.
shouldn't exist. This shouldn't exist. Gravity doesn't exist.
Ask them about seasons, and they don't know how to explain it. The flat earthers. Ask them about seasons.
That's not even close to being true, but we can go into that next.
Gravity method. US
I mean, you
EPA.
Imagine I said, "Look at this," and I pulled out a Jumanji board.
I love that the second word in here says theory. All right, let me read
Yeah,
this.
and then it goes to applications, and then it goes to
All
examples.
right,
and case
I'll
studies.
read it, Donald. Don't worry.
Yeah, if
Here's they have case studies and examples here.
God forbid the word theory appear anywhere in a scientific paper, or else it's
www.epa.gov/environmental-geophysics/gravity.
Yeah, now you can read. Good. Now read.
Obviously Jewish source.
Such flat earthers.
The government is Jewish. Science is Jewish, apparently.
Wow. I like this sentence from this article. However, the detailed interpretation of a gravitational survey is limited by ambiguity and the assumption of homogeny. That's my favorite sentence.
Well, that makes sense for science. Like, there's not going to be a definitive.
Oh, it makes sense for science.
Yeah. Everything in science, everything is limitations. The limitations on cameras is the barrier of the camera. Yes, every scientific paper or source will discuss limitations.
That's just normal science. These guys don't understand.
They admitted they're wrong. It's like it doesn't understand how science works.
I'm still reading.
This doesn't give any. Where's the source data? This is a summary.
140 microcal gravity measurements. Like you're not reading. There's a section.
Where are the measurements?
Again, I just named you one. It's under examples and case studies.
Computer, debunk argument.
Provide me with that link.
For example, quote, for example, a 7.2 meter lowering in water table elevation corresponding with a 42 microgal decrease in gravity.
Where's that measurement?
It's literally linked and cited in the page that I sent you. Like, you're not being honest here. And you've never clearly ever looked this up or read about it. I got to take a shower, but you read this, I'll be back.
Gravity research. So does anybody want to explain seasons?
Yeah, the weather changes.
Why?
Because the sun moves.
How does it move? How does the sun moving? The sun moves every day.
Correct. But you also notice every day, at the same time, the sun will be in a different position throughout the year. So it follows a daily cycle and a yearly cycle.
Okay. How is that yearly cycle in relation to the Earth? How does that cause warming?
Wait, I'm sorry. Did Donald fucking leave?
Yeah, he did leave. I'm trying to look for these links.
Oh
because
my!
I'm trying to
I
look up
read
any
that
of these
fucking
things
thing.
on
No
here.
wonder he left. I was betting he was begging that I didn't read his stupid fucking article. It says nothing about isolate. It says like, yeah, we take in consideration like larger scale gravity effects, so we just do it on a. It has nothing. It says nothing about isolating gravity by itself or measuring all these other variables like wind pressure or electrostatics. I mean, there's a million fucking variables. Oh, he said he'll be back. Okay, at least he'll be back. I'll hold my tongue until he does. Go on. Sorry for interrupting you guys. Whatever you're talking about.
About seasons. Yeah, but it doesn't work on flat Earth. Seasons don't really work on flat Earth.
Why don't you think that
Well, it
seasons
must
work
work
on a
on
flat
flat
Earth?
Earth. It must work because the ground is measured as flat.
I don't know.
So you claiming it doesn't work is sort of redundant.
It's proof by contradiction. If the Earth were flat, then there wouldn't be
Proof
seasons.
by contradiction. You contradict a measurement, my friend.
In fact, there are seasons. That the Earth is not flat.
How do you contradict a measurement?
So the idea of it not working on a flat Earth is taking a globe model and a flat Earth and smashing them together. On a globe model, the sun is 93 million miles away, and the axis of the Earth is what really determines the seasons, right? It has nothing to do with the distance, or it plays a part of it, I'm sure, but the major part is the tilt on the axis. Who's talking in the background? Corzin, mute your mic, please. Thank you. All right, we agree with that. Who's arguing the season thing? Maximum. It's access. Okay, so even though that on a cold day the sun could start over the horizon, go right above me, so I have a different angle of attack on the sun. I feel it getting hotter, but for some reason it's the tilt, even though the distance of the sun. Whatever. That's redundant. So on a flat Earth, based on where the sun is, it travels out towards the South Pole, the Antarctica, and towards the equator. So it just, based on whatever season it is, the sun simply moves farther away or closer to the equator.
And closer away to what?
To the equator, right? If it's, let's say the equator, I don't know the tropics off the top of my head, but it travels alongside the tropics, right? So if in the middle of the flat Earth is the North Pole, the sun would be like hovering over America, right? And then when it gets winter in America, it's over South America. As simple as that. And we have a closer and more local sun. What's
North
that?
Pole's in the middle, and the South Pole is outside. It's a ring, right? And the sun is moving closer to the North Pole and further from the North Pole.
Speeding up and changing speeds as it goes out more towards past the
That's
equator.
actually okay.
That's incorrect.
Have we ever seen the sun changing throughout the sky?
That's actually before you guys continue down that line of, oh, that's actually correct.
Has it ever been observed the sun changing speed? Anyone ever observed that?
No, I never said the sun changes. It changes speed relative to the distance traveled. So I mean, you wouldn't be able to tell the speed change if it's going on a different
But
path.
it's
All right, well,
not making a bigger ring. It's not
It is
making a small, bigger ring. That's not what the observations tell us.
all right, elaborate. Go on with that thought.
If the sun is moving around the North Pole in the wintertime, or excuse me, in the summertime, and then it goes further out to the South Pole in the wintertime.
No, well, it's always going around the North Pole. It's just the circle gets bigger, right?
Okay, the circle gets bigger, and there's always 24 hours in a day, and if you're traveling in a bigger circle in the same amount of time, you must be speeding up. And I'm telling you, have we ever observed the sun to be speeding up?
How would you observe that if it's changing?
It seems like you guys are trying to run away with the conversation without acknowledging that I'm saying absolutely not.
No, go ahead. I said go ahead. You didn't say anything. Go ahead.
No, I was speaking, but you guys were just talking to each other.
No, I think your mic was fine. Personally didn't hear you say anything after that. So, but go ahead.
No, because it was then. I'm pretty sure if I go back to the YouTube, it'd be exactly the same.
Okay, I personally didn't hear it, bro. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Your mic is fine now, but before it was an
I didn't
absolute
hear you
train
neither,
wreck.
man.
What's that AI? See, I heard AI saying something, but I'm pretty sure you tuned him out like you tuned me out.
No, he was agreeing with me. I heard him.
Yeah. I didn't hear you.
We can't place bets. Is that not? We can't do it. Fuck.
Dude, just go on. Move on with.
Dude,
go
just say
into
your
what you're gonna
thought.
say. Yeah. What the fuck?
Your mic was a train wreck before.
I bet you a beer, AI.
Oh my goodness.
It's doing it again, dude. Like, yeah, you're right though. We're all conspiring against you, bro. You're right.
He's drunk.
I'm feeling froggy tonight. Anyway, all right.
Just take another shot, bro. Take another shot.
So the main thing that I want to address, because he's trying to superimpose this idea of a flat Earth with I guess the sun going around a ring of the Earth, a bigger ring. He's trying to get you to confirm that. You're confirming that. I'm saying no, that's not confirmed. Like, no, the sun doesn't always go around the North Pole. We don't observe that. The stars don't even all go around the North Pole. We don't observe that.
Yeah, what's being presented here is a globe Earth projection as reality for some reason.
I just thought I'd break out the good mic to put a little wrench in there. See what happens. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh.
I'm not asking you to believe what I'm saying, but do you need me to like validate or help you?
Can you repeat that? Sorry, I heard a black voice and I was kind of like zoned out. So if you can repeat what you said.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat what I did to the other guy, server mute. Which, by the way, let me unmute him. You guys both said, right?
How did you mute me? I was arguing against flat Earth.
You guys both heard what I said, right? Or did you close your ears when I muted you?
I thought you were arguing my side, no?
So you were asking questions and I said incorrect.
You're saying, okay, my argument is that we've never seen the sun changing speed. That's my whole argument.
Okay. I don't have an argument that the sun does change its speed.
Well, then the Earth cannot be flat.
That doesn't follow
Either you.
logically.
Okay, well then someone explain the seasons. We're back at square
No,
one.
that doesn't logically follow. You asking me a question after something you illogically stated
Okay.
isn't going to work.
If the Earth is flat, then someone explain seasons. How do seasons work?
You asked a question. The answer was no. Do you not care?
No.
Did,
I'm saying, imagine I'm a new person to flat Earth, and I'm trying to figure out how this works. Then, how do
well,
seasons work on
you're
flat?
saying you're a new person, so you should be doing less talking then. Like maybe you should ask a question, and if someone's interrupting to say, "Hey, that's a loaded question, let me explain why," that's when you stop. Unless you're lying and you're not here to actually learn anything. But the
I
choice
think
is
you
yours.
need to smoke a joint, man.
You're in the middle of smoking one right now.
Okay, good. I love you.
Love you too. Gelato. Yeah. Anyway. So you ask a question and then you listen to the response. Is that crazy or what?
How do seasons work?
Does anyone else want to respond to how do seasons work? Why are you asking that question?
Because I'm curious. I want to know how seasons work.
I don't know how seasons. I don't. Other than describing them the way that we all know they work, I don't know what else to tell you.
I don't know how they work. How do they work?
You do know. Where do you live?
Texas.
I live on the East Coast. I live in New York City. Where do you live?
Texas.
Hmm?
Texas. I live in Texas.
Texas? Okay. How many seasons do you experience?
Maybe. I mean, there's 4 seasons, but in Texas, we really only experience 2.
Okay, so
Slightly
in
less
Texas, your experience is 2 seasons.
hot.
What more is there to explain other than your experience?
Why? Why are there 2 seasons? Is one of them cooler than the other one?
I don't know. Other than the fact that that's the case. Why is water wet? I don't know. Other than that's the case.
Well, then, I guess you don't know.
Right.
So then there's a moot point. You're accepting ignorance then.
That doesn't logically follow like the other thing you did.
If you're saying you don't know, then you don't have any kind of theory on how the world is, how reality is. There's nothing to argue if you have no argument.
I'm not arguing for a theory of reality. I'm just pointing out reality against what people are saying what reality is.
Okay, and another observation I have in Texas is the sun gets lower to the horizon. There's less daylight in the wintertime and in the summertime. It's another interesting observation that I've made personally. I'm sure everyone could attest to this. In the wintertime, there's less daylight. And the sun is lower
So,
to the horizon. It's closer to the horizon. It's not nearly as high up.
so
Then how can we explain this?
what do you mean? You just explained it in
No,
the
that's
winter.
an explanation. That's not an explanation. An
That
observation.
wasn't. That actually was an explanation. It
I have
actually.
I have a question. That Flurf, are you LARPing right now? Like, you being serious?
I'm dead serious. Because the bottom line. The
Sorry, I didn't mean to
bottom line.
interrupt you.
Bottom line is he's trying to tie questions that I can't or won't respond to as evidence against me, except for the fact that I haven't made a claim and he's not actually dismissing anything that I actually stand for.
Well, I can't dismiss
Okay,
him
but
when he
you're
made a
you're
point.
dude, but you're mischaracterizing what he's saying. He's making an observation, and you're saying it like it's like a fact.
Characterize.
I don't understand what you're like. You're not really
I'm
engaging with his points.
not mischaracterizing anything.
Okay.
Why you said that?
Someone said that the sun travels around the North Pole and the South Pole is further out. If
Okay.
that's how the world really works, then we
It
would.
doesn't work. It doesn't work that way though.
Okay. So, do we have any theory about how it does work? How the sun works?
You do.
There's no theory that we have.
No, you do. Like majority of the world.
I never claimed to have a theory. I'm not claiming any theory. I'm asking if you have.
Maxim, I did post a video in the side chat if you just want to take a peek at that.
Oh, you ready to take it back over?
I don't see a video in the side chat. Let's see. I see it.
Yeah, I still have a problem with the video you presented as a flat earther.
Okay. So this video is what I'm talking about. It says that the sun is moving further out, making a bigger circle around the North Pole.
Well, I told that's. Let me see what are we looking at here before I say anything.
That's a video about.
The A map is using the Dave Weiss app.
Oh yeah, that's incorrect. I already told him.
Oh, so someone sent me an incorrect idea of how the flat Earth works.
Yes.
Yeah, so what we've got here is we've got a flat earther arguing for a globe model and a glober trying to destroy a globe model. It's a bit of a contradiction here. How did anyone verify this map?
It's not a contradiction, AJ. That's a clown show.
I don't think anyone's claiming that this is an exact map. It's just an idea of how seasons work, right? Like we don't know obviously the dimensions of the Earth. Like we don't have an accurate flat Earth map, right?
Because of
that's fine.
Earlier, when I asked you if you wanted me to clarify for you if you didn't understand, it's completely incorrect. Has nothing to do with being a little imperfect. If you want to explore that, I'm not just here to, shit on you. I can tell you why if you're curious. Like, I'm a nice guy.
Are you talking to me about why this wouldn't work?
Yeah.
Oh,
when
yeah,
I
sure,
told
yeah. What would be the issue with this? I would be curious to know.
Well, the way that we observe the northern and southern sky.
Can you elaborate?
We don't observe all of the stars rotating around the
north. I don't know. I'm confused on what you're presenting. To be honest, like you'd have to.
All right, my bad. Let me help you out. All the stars rise in the east and set in the west, right? You know that, right?
Yeah.
There's a funny thing that happens between summer and winter, though. That little thing with the sun where in the summertime it arcs to the north. In the wintertime, it arcs to the south. Oh, wait, let me say that again. It arcs from the north relative to your position to the north, apparently. But in the wintertime, from your same location, it arcs from the south to the south. Now, when you're near the equator and you're looking at the stars at night, if you do a little time lapse or if you just watch them all night, you'll notice that Some stars go, well, they all go west, but here's an interesting thing. Some of them go northwest and some of them go southwest, which means they're all not going northwest around the North Pole,
You think that might
right?
just be for a perspective or a lens issue? I suspect they're
No.
going southwest in the bottom part of the video.
My argument does not even have to do with stars. I'm talking about
Video.
The
I'm not
edges of the frame.
even talking about the video. I'm talking about reality right now.
Well, yeah, time lapses of stars moving. I'm saying that if you see
Yeah, but
slight
I'm not
changes, yeah, I mean,
just trying to see if the other person that I was talking to understands what I'm saying, because
Sure.
he was
Yeah. I'm still listening. Yeah.
okay. So let me ask you: is northwest and southwest the same direction?
Northwest? No, obviously not.
Right. So if you see stars go southwest, do you think they're circling around the North Pole with the stars that went northwest?
No, and I'm under the impression too. No, I'll say no. You can
It
continue on.
but
doesn't seem so.
this is a wait. How do you know this? This is not just a perspective issue, though, right?
No, there's no perspective issue. I'm just
No,
listen.
no. With
First of all,
what you're describing, sounds
first
like
of
a
all,
perspective issue.
well, people claim that they use observations, right,
Is this
to
what you're
describe.
talking about?
I'm not
Get a picture.
making any inferences. I'm just telling you the directions the stars go.
Hey,
That's it.
Big Daddy Flurf, I posted something in the chat. Is that what you're talking about?
More or less.
Yeah. I mean, I could explain that, but that's through like my globe view lens. I was talking about seasons. I actually would be hard pressed to figure out an explanation on flat Earth for this observation, for this phenomenon.
Except I'm not. The explanation is this is what it look. I already explained it just now, actually, to the other
You
guy.
didn't. No, you didn't.
Yeah, imagine,
You can confuse
imagine like
observation with explanation.
imagine an electric field, right? And you have one point of one charge polarization going in one direction, and then on the other side you have another direction, right? And we showed it in an aquarium where we took an anode and a cathode, put some tea leaves in water, and then put the anode into the top of the water, and then the water started spinning to the left around the anode, and then we put the anode in the top of the water. I mean, the cathode on the top of the water, next over across from the anode, and then the started spinning to the right. So we had this electric Coriolis effect, where it's not really a Coriolis. It would give you the observation of what we're using to confirm as a Coriolis. And I'm not a flat earther. I'm just saying this because it lends credence to the idea that it could be not a sphere to give you that observation.
And it
You know what I
sounded
mean?
like it.
You could be getting that observation from a flat surface if those conditions were present in the electric currents.
It sounded like
Just
an affirming the consequent there, but you spit that out kind of fast. I don't know what that was. What I'm saying is what we can observe, and I'm saying that based on what we observe, that video is incorrect.
There's no
You
explanation.
want, you want me to
No, I'm
explain?
saying that the observation, I'm just granting that the observation, because I've seen a lot of these videos where the star trails do this, the observations, and then the globers will try and say, well, see, it can't happen on the flat Earth. But then, as a glober, I'm also open-minded to the idea that there could be other answers. So I'm saying, well, let's look for another reason why this could happen. Could it just be, could it actually happen because of an electric system, right? Could it be flat with an electric system that's causing these rotations? That's kind of what I was saying.
And
So,
we
like,
haven't found
if we
anything.
can cause the electric system in a laboratory experiment to do it, then we know it's possible. So that's
No,
all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
That's not true.
With the same ideas that the flat earthers are bringing to the table, right? Liquid firmament, above the firmament is liquid. So we use liquid in the experiment, right? Electric currents. It's hypothesized that there's electric currents that are doing it. It's not proof of anything.
I'm sorry, bro. If I have a point of contention, you have to be a part of the conversation and relent. Okay? You understand that?
It was that when I was done.
MG, I muted you. You're going to have to be a part of the conversation. And if somebody has a point of contention, you have to relent. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I did, but I thought I wasn't done giving my explanation, so that you can't really.
Well, if I have a point of contention, you go, I'm sorry, bro, what was that? And if it sounds like a crock of shit, like I'm just gumming up your gears, then call me out. But you have to relent. It's a conversation.
I do relent. I don't
It
know why you
sounds
keep
like he
muting
just
me, but
relented, as much as I don't agree
yeah,
with him.
I'm not having a problem with that, right? I was still trying to get my point across though before you started talking. So why would I relent
Well,
when
because
why would you be responding when I'm not done? Like that wouldn't make sense. You should relent.
your point seemed to miss my point because you went again to get on this road of an affirming the consequent where you're saying, look, we can create this situation in a lab. And should you say that means the earth is flat, that would be an affirming the consequent. But you're saying it could be. And that's really.
No explanation for flat Earth. There's no explanation for
Daddy,
flat Earth.
can I just jump in here for a sec? I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding. Maybe I'm wrong, but we've got Globers basically saying here that seasons, or 2 points of rotation can't be explained. I think this guy's a Glober as well, but he was sort of saying, well, hang on a second, how can you state that we can't have this occur over a flat Earth when it's something that, as a Glober myself, I can replicate in a lab setting and acquire 2 points of rotation using electricity, yeah? Is that correct, or am I wrong?
That sounds correct. I heard him the first time when he said it, and my response was, yeah, but that doesn't really prove anything.
Yeah, cool. No worries.
So he didn't hear that. He then went on to repeat what he said the first time, which was annoying. I'm sorry. I thought he would actually acknowledge the point that I was trying to get across. Mind you, he blindsided the conversation I was having with the other guy. Mind you.
That is correct.
Again, my question still stands. I'm saying there's no theory on or explanation, not even a theory. There's just no explanation for why there are seasons.
Yeah, and I said, yeah,
Well,
there is. You have an explanation. You're saying you don't have an explanation. You don't believe. I mean, we
I
all
don't.
know what the model is. We all know that people believe that the Earth's movement around the sun and all the things that it does and the tilt is specifically is what causes the seasons. We already know that you believe that. So
What does the tilt change?
how do you know there's even a tilt? Because so far all I've heard is circular reasoning, yeah? We know the Earth tilts because there's seasons. There's seasons because the Earth tilts.
No, the Earth.
More crucial that he
Or how
said.
about this? How would you test the hypothesis the Earth is tilting?
No, that's not even what I'm saying. I haven't even made.
No, but no. This is towards the other guy who says that. How would you know? I'm saying, how would you test it? By any way you would test it, it's tilted.
Dude. He already said the reason. Here's the reason. He said, during the winter time, the sun is out less and the days are shorter. And it's colder. There you go. There's the answer.
was that not an explanation? I thought it was. He said it wasn't.
I'm saying it's not any explanation.
But the Earth
What are you talking about,
tilting.
dude? Dude, the sun is out longer during the summer and shorter during the winter. The
Okay.
sun is the source of the heat. So you have more available source of heat throughout the day during the hotter parts of the year and less during the colder parts of the year. I mean, wouldn't that make sense?
Okay, but noon to noon, if I measure, it doesn't matter how much daylight there is. Noon to noon is still 24 hours. Would you agree with that?
That doesn't matter.
Okay, well, then the next point I'm going to make is
Well, noon to noon is actually the arbitrary thing. That's what you didn't just
if I had a
understand.
timer, if I had a clock that oscillated
Yeah,
at a
that's
very
what
consistent.
time
Hold
that
up.
we tell based on the
Yeah, which
sun.
ends up
Yeah, you have to let
it
me.
ends
You have
up
to
with
let
the
me make an
same
argument.
thing, dude, that the sun is high in the sky for either less hours or more hours depending on the time of year.
Okay,
So you
even
solved
though it's
nothing
still
by
24
talking about
hours,
noon
though.
to noon. You're right.
Okay, but
Right.
you are letting. You guys are talking over me. I'm saying that because
Listen,
it's
listen,
noon.
dude, you're simply not conceding that there's more daylight and there's more sun circle in the sky in the
That's
summer
fine.
than in the
No, I agree
winter.
with that. I agree with that. Saying that if there is more sun in summertime and there's less sun in the wintertime, then the sun, if it's rotating around this flat plane, must be
It's not.
changed.
That's what I'm saying though. That's the first thing I tried to
And
tell
it's
you when
not. Therefore, that's not what's happening.
you were talking
Therefore,
about.
that's not what's happening.
I said it wasn't happening when you first came in here. I
Okay,
said it
well
was incorrect.
then there's no explanation on flat Earth then.
Right. Other than the one that you provided.
No, that's not an explanation. It's an observation. The sun is
Yeah.
not speeding up.
Well, no one claimed that it was.
Yeah, prove the sun ain't speeding up, dude.
I've never seen the sun change speed over the sky. It's always been a constant speed. If anybody can, if
What are
anybody
you
can prove
talking
the sun
about?
is changing
Where's your
speed,
measurement? Where's your measurement of the speed of the sun?
my eyes. Have you seen the sun
Oh, yeah, your
accelerating?
eyes. Wow, dude.
Yes. Have you seen the sun accelerating or slowing down ever? No. It's always consistent. I've never seen the sun speed up.
Whatever. That's the most specious reasoning I ever heard. I looked at it with my eyes and it just didn't look at it.
That's the reasoning for why the Earth is flat. Oh, look at water; it's
Yes. Yes.
flat. You don't see water
Yes.
curving.
No,
That's literally what you
that's
say
not
about
the
water.
reasoning, Adam.
Yes. That is
That
the
is literally the
reasoning.
reasoning. That's
Yes.
all
No,
the
no.
evidence they
Here's
have
how
is
we go. Here's how
laser
we go,
tests over
boys.
water. That's what it
Boys,
is.
boys, you fucked up. You fucked up, boys.
Oh,
Here's how it's
what?
gonna go, boys. You're gonna get a chance to think about what our reasoning actually is, and then tell us, or get banned.
I mean, all the experiments that I've seen of this citation
Bye.
is water is level.
Bye bye now. Bye, bro.
I'm
The
already
laser
on.
Hey, hold on, brothers.
Didn't say
is that not
Well,
Hey,
laser
that guy
tag?
lost.
it's Mr. Grimm. What's up, buddy?
Hey, listen. I'm just gonna ban everybody who's talking. How about that?
Well, I'm
don't
a
ban
flat
the.
earther now, bro. So why would you do that?
Because you're talking over me.
I was really
Just
I'm
don't.
waiting.
clearly
I was
trying to
just
set.
telling
I'm
the other
clearly.
guy to
Hey,
shut up.
hey, hey! Stop talking for a second. Try to set a standard here. Hey, I'm gonna give you all another chance. The argument from the flat Earth side is not that water looks level, therefore the Earth is flat. It's something else, and I'm gonna give you a chance to think about it, and then tell us the answer.
Who is he talking? Who are you talking to?
Whoever made the claim
It's like
that
somebody
all
talking
flat
right on
Earthers,
there.
Didn't you literally kick him
somebody
out?
made the claim.
How can you ask an answer for him?
Nobody kicked him out, dude. He probably left because he was afraid to get kicked out.
No, I was trying to
Oh,
say I muted him when he was trying to tell you what your intentions were or whatever
Oh,
your. So
yeah. Well,
now
we need to
he's
give him
off
a chance to answer.
maximum. Now you can speak and respond to what's being said.
What was the explanation? There is none.
Bye bye. Blame the dude who talked over me and didn't let you understand the clear instructions.
Not.
He left.
Why you gotta mute me if I'm
No,
asking questions, man?
it
I'm
was
not a
MG. MG was the guy who talked over me while I was repeating the instructions. So you can both get banned.
Well, I didn't. Hey, man, I didn't talk over you.
You did
That
talk
shit
over
was
me.
all done.
Nah,
Listen,
it was
man, I'm not
literally a
coming in
time
here
where you
to
weren't
argue
saying
for the
anything.
flat Earth.
There
Man,
was
I
Yeah,
there was
because
a
he was
dead
talking
air,
over
and
me,
he
so I
talked.
stopped talking, dude.
There was no one
Well, you
was
know what?
talking when I
Because
talked.
the only person whose opinion that matters is mine. So that's great.
When he first started talking, it was dead
Well,
air.
Whatever, dude.
I wasn't being offensive, man.
Okay,
Let's
so
just
what you're
back
saying is
that
you
up a
deserve
little.
a third
I was
chance. So
arguing
here,
for the
let's
flat
see
Earth
if you
earlier.
can do it. Let's see if you can do it. Let's see if you could be quiet while I talk. Go ahead, be quiet.
You're not
Now,
talking right now.
for the 5th time. All right, listen. Okay, I'm going to set the stand right here. Yasuka, you're gone.
Do you not understand what talking over somebody is?
Goodbye, bye.
If you're not talking, it's not talking over you. It's pretty simple.
I know, dude. So get banned. Then I have to deal with your nonsense. All right, so just because I make a pause doesn't mean you can talk because you're not talking over me. Now, the other homeboy erroneously said that all the flat earthers' argument is it just looks level, therefore the earth is flat. Now, that's false. Okay? The actual argument is the water looks level and measures flat and is level and covers 70% of the earth. And therefore, the benchmark of sea level, which all profiles of elevation are benchmarked to, is between two horizontal parallel planes. There you go.
Way to kill the conversation.
Yeah, way to do it, bro.
Man, he had so much to say about the things that we didn't think. He can respond to the things that we do think.
Is he here?
Yeah, he's right there.
You're talking about me?
Yeah.
I didn't want to get banned. Someone was gonna ban me because I had a question. I muted myself.
Yeah, it's kind of
Wait,
You're
do we have
weird to
permission to
act
reply
like
now?
other people.
gonna
I was
get
gonna be
banned.
very cordial and civil. I tried not to
You,
talk over anybody, and you guys are gonna ban me.
but you're still
Hey,
gonna get banned. Not listening.
this is what you get from people who have no control over their real lives. They do this shit and they come here and just fake power over everybody. We don't care, but
Dude.
do what you need to do to make yourself feel better. I was arguing for flat
Yeah,
Earth
cool
before
story,
you got
bro.
retarded
Cool
on me.
story.
Yeah,
Yeah,
cool story, buddy.
Actually, when someone's not listening, sometimes that's seen as an asshole kind of thing for whatever reason. You know, when you're talking and someone's talking over you, or when you try to stop it, in this case by muting, they just don't listen. Yeah, it's pretty much a dick move. I think everyone would agree.
Hey, listen, Globers, you only believe the Earth is a globe because a teacher told you and you never investigated or thought about it yourself.
No, it's
And you've never
absolutely
thought
real.
about it. You've never reasoned about it. The teacher told you you believed it. That's good enough. And you've never done anything more your entire life. That's why you believe the Earth is a globe.
No,
I
it's
gotta be
very
honest
real.
with you guys. You guys are running this
Wait,
channel.
hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are you just say that's not true? Did you just say what I said isn't true?
No,
It's
no,
very
I'm
real.
just no. I just gotta say, like, you guys are running this channel like Nazis, honestly.
Okay, yeah, you can get banned too. Bye.
Kick him. Yeah, kick him.
I'd hate to disappoint you.
Actually,
Oh, by the way, I'm not actually banning anyone. I'm just saying I'm banning you all.
yeah, I believe the Earth is actually a cylinder, so it's not a globe and it's not flat completely.
Dang, brother. What about the ends of the cylinder?
What about the ends of the cylinder? Well, the end of the cylinder is going
Yeah.
to be a curve on it. So my model
Oh,
explains
so
more
like
than yours.
like a hot dog more than like a hot dog style cylinder where the ends are rounded?
The type of cylinder you see like in a jug, like a Pringles can.
Those ends are flat.
No, they're not flat. There's curvature on it.
What?
Do you know what a cylinder is?
Holy crap, dude. Oh my goodness.
Anyway, so I'm saying that a cylinder is more probable than a flat Earth.
Yeah, a cylinder has flat ends, dude.
We got to teach.
Yeah, and that
We got to teach
explains
shapes now, bro.
the flatness of the Earth.
Got to start teaching shapes. Apparently,
Okay, so you agree the Earth is flat and circular, right?
What was that?
I don't know if it's circular, but I definitely know the known territory is flat.
Okay, so it's flat. So how do you explain the phenomenon of people saying it's circular?
Because they think it's circular.
Okay, but that's data you have to account in your model, right?
No, I don't.
Well, how do you explain it?
Simple. They think it's circular. I don't.
Okay, why do they think it's circular?
Because that's the way they think.
Okay, so if we have two models and one model is converged more than the other, is that evidence that one model is
Oh, wait a
probable
minute.
than
Are
the
you
other one?
confused? You're confusing the word circular for globular?
No. You can have a 2D plane, and it has a circumference on
Okay,
it.
good. Yep, gotcha. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying my model is more probable than yours. That explains more.
I know. I know. I know. This is outside of clothes. I can't.
So does anybody have a contention with my cylindrical model of the world?
does your
No.
cylinder have flat ends to it or not?
Does it have flat ends to it? So the two ends where the 2D plane is at, that's going to be flat.
Wait,
And
you
then
have
you
a
have the
cylinder.
circularity on the
Wait.
top.
You just said
And then you
where
have
the
the roundness
2D
on the
plane
sides.
ends. So you have a cylinder and a 2D plane. Can you explain that to me?
Well, the two ends of the cylinder is going to have a 2D plane on it, right?
No, a cylinder is a three-dimensional object.
Yeah, it's a three-dimensional object, but it's circular, correct? So it has a circumference, right?
No, it's cylindrical.
Okay, so how does a 3D object have a circumference? Could you explain that?
Is Drace here?
If it has a circumference, that means that when you're making the measurement for the circumference, it's going to be on a 2D plane. So you can have a ball, and then the circularity of the ball is going to have a circumference on it, but it can still have be a 3D shape.
Yeah, so
So how
surfaces
are you
can be
confused about that?
two-dimensional, but you're talking about a cylindrical model, which is a three-dimensional
Yeah,
shape.
my whole model is cylindrical.
Go on.
Yeah, I'm saying that flat earthers at most can only account for two things. The earth being flat and circular. So the globers though are accounting for the fact that it's round. But my model, a cylinder includes the circularity, the flatness, and the roundness. So it explains more, so it's more probable than yours.
That doesn't track, bro.
What about it doesn't
That's
track?
it, bro. I'm banning everybody and closing the channel
What
down.
about
I
it? What about it
cannot
doesn't track?
compete with that.
Dude,
exactly. My model's
shapes.
so good you can't compete with it.
We're dealing with people that don't comprehend shapes at this
Okay,
point.
what about it doesn't track? What about it's incoherent?
Your claim that the alleged flat Earth model is circular and two-dimensional, and that the globular model is three-dimensional with a
So I
circumference.
never said that. I
But
never
then
said
your
that.
cylindrical model is both.
So you're not tracking. I never said that. I said my model accounts for three things, and I said that a flat earther model at most can account for two of those things. I never said it's going to be two. It could be one or two, and the other guy here who's running the VC said it's going to be one, which is going to be flat.
Cool. So post your model.
It's just a cylinder. You can manage a cylinder like a Pringles can.
Yeah. So post how the Earth applies to a cylinder in your model.
I did demonstrate it right now. I said, given the testimony of everybody else is saying that there's circularity, there's flatness, and there's roundness. I'm saying that my model explains all that data better than yours, instead of ignoring it. So
No,
it's
it
more probable.
doesn't.
Why not?
You have a circle, right? That
I
is
have a circle.
extruded into a cylinder, and it has flatness on both sides of it.
Yeah.
That doesn't account for both conceptions between a
No.
flat model and
Could
a
you
and a
explain? Could
spherical
you
model,
explain what I'm trying to
Argue
because
that
do?
the
these are
Earth is not the
these are
shape of a
totally
pizza.
different things.
Okay,
Just because a
Napalm.
cylinder
Okay,
has
Napalm.
both of those things encompassed with them doesn't mean that your model accounts for both of them.
Okay, Napalm. So let's see if you're paying attention. What did I say the flat Earth model has, and what did I say the global model has? I named two attributes that the flat Earther model has, and I named one attribute that the global model has. What were they?
So again, post what your claim
Okay,
is
so you're not answering
for
the
a
question,
model,
right? So you're not answering the question
because
anymore.
dude,
Okay, then you weren't
this isn't a
tracking.
hey, what did I
You don't
say?
even
Let's
you don't.
go back and forth. Your
Wait, sorry, I
claim
don't, I
is
don't mean
that
to
you
interject,
have a
but
cylindrical
You're not
Yo,
model
paying
so
that
how
attention.
do you guys know that the Earth is not shaped like a pizza and they're hiding the crust from us?
That's a good
wait,
Ugh,
question.
Cold
the
War, Cold
stuff
War.
Well,
out
Napalm,
there.
I
Napalm,
posted a
answer my
model on the
question.
side chat. Can you check and verify if it lines up with what you're preaching?
Could you tag me on it?
Yeah.
This guy Napalm is not tracking. He's just confused.
Because you
All you
haven't put forth a model. You just made
Goldbergs,
a
all you
claim that
flatters, you
somehow a
guys are a bunch of idiots.
cylinder encompasses
I
multiple
just tagged them.
variances that encompass.
Yeah, that
Are you
would
just
be
gonna talk over me, dude?
compatible.
Yeah, obviously you can't listen
That's one way.
because you have
That's
to
one
talk
way
over me.
you can exemplify the model, but there's another way you can do it, which just the Pringles can.
What model? What model?
The model I delineated earlier, but you weren't paying attention because you're asking me
Yeah. Go ahead
questions
and
about it.
post it for me. Go ahead and post it for me so that
I
I
don't
can
need to
observe
post
it.
it. You never seen a Pringles can? Do you know what a
Yeah,
cylinder is?
because you claim that a Pringles can had no flat surfaces on it, but you
When did
claim
I
it's a
say wait?
cylinder.
When did I say a
By
Pringles can have no flat
definition,
surface on it? Are you stupid?
a cylinder has flat surfaces.
Yeah, that's what I committed myself to, you idiot. You weren't listening.
No, I was listening, and I can roll
How
back
are
the
you?
tape where you
Okay,
said,
wait.
no, it has curved surfaces. It doesn't have a
Okay.
flat surface on the ends. So that's why AI said, oh, it's like a hot dog.
No, you idiot. In my
Oh, you
model,
moron. Let's call
you're
each other
actually
names,
stupid. In my
idiot. Because
model,
what you're trying to do is going
you
back
had a
on what
flat
you said
surface on the
previously
top of
because
the
you have no
can
actual
and it goes
model. You're
down,
just being a fucking idiot.
so you weren't paying attention.
No,
So
I
you
was
don't think
paying
there's any.
attention, and you said that it was not. You said it was like a Pringles can, but it didn't have flat ends to it.
Oh, this.
Wait, what? What are you
So does
talking
your
about?
cylinder model have flat ends to it?
What are you talking about? What flat ends are you talking about?
Do you understand the definition of a fucking cylinder, you fucking moron?
How is a surface? Wait, how is a surface a flat end?
Oh my god,
Dude,
you don't even
you don't know
understand
basic
that there's
geometry. You
two
don't know
flat
basic geometry.
parallel
You're actually an
bases
idiot. You're saying
that are
there's two
connected by
flat
a
ends.
curved surface that makes up a cylinder. You fucking moron, you don't
How is a
understand shapes?
surface? But you
How did you
described
graduate
a surface as
kindergarten?
a flat end. You're an
How
idiot.
did
You
you
described
graduate
a surface as a flat end.
How'd you graduate kindergarten? You don't even understand shapes, bud.
You described the surface as a flat end. Everybody in the VC heard that. You're an idiot.
Yeah, a cylinder is made up of two flat parallel bases
So a
connected
surface.
by a
Wait,
cylindrical, right? A curved surface in between them.
okay. Answer this question. Is a surface a flat end? Simplicator.
What does that even mean? I never said that a surface
What?
is a flat end. There's many
That's
different
literally what you said.
variants
That's literally what you
on a
said. And now you're
surface.
moving the goalposts. You're such an idiot. Now you're moving the goalposts. Everybody's seen that.
Oh no, no. Oh dude, you got some
You're moving the
you got some
goalposts.
gotcha, bro.
Yes,
I'm
I
moving the
just got a
goalpost.
got you moment on you.
What surface? What surface are you referring to?
I literally did. I literally just got a got you moment on you in front of everybody.
Yeah,
You
so
idiot.
the base surfaces on a cylinder are flat, are
No,
they
that's
not?
not what we're disputing over here. We're disputing whether a flat surface implicator is a flat end, not whether a flat surface on a cylinder is a flat
Yeah.
end, you idiot.
Yes. Yes. On a cylinder, the flat
That's nothing
bases
about it. That's not the question I
are
asked you.
flat
You're not even
surfaces.
tracking.
Yeah. Do you not understand that the flat bases on the ends of a cylinder are flat? They're flat surfaces. They're flat bases. The surface of a cylinder has two parallel flat bases connected by a curved surface. Do you want me to let me Google the definition of a cylinder real quick so I can fucking
Okay, now
read it
you're
to you?
changing your
You're a
definition.
goddamn idiot. A
Definition. Wait,
cylinder
wait,
is a
wait. You literally changed
3D
your definition.
geometric
Wait,
shape
let me
with
speak. Let me speak for a second. Why you
hey,
loud
hey
miking?
buddy.
Why loud
Since you have a
miking? Let me
model
speak.
that you claim is a cylinder, but you don't understand what a
Why
cylinder
you
is,
loud
let me
miking?
read you the definition of a cylinder.
Okay, why
A
you loud miking?
cylinder,
Let me speak.
yeah. Hey, bud,
You
let me
changed
finish.
your position. You
A
literally changed your
cylinder
definition.
Cylinder is a 3D geometric shape with two identical, flat, parallel bases connected by a curved surface. Would you agree with that or not?
And where in that definition it says flat end is a surface?
It has
Is
two
that my point?
identical,
You're literally thinking
flat,
about it right now.
parallel bases.
Okay, where definition says a flat end is a surface, you idiot. You're
So you're telling
literally
me that
you tried
the
to
ends of
Google
a
it and it
cylinder
backstabbed
are
you.
not surfaces? What are they?
No, that's not what we're disputing over here. We're disputing your definition earlier, which was a flat end is a surface, and now you got belted on it like 4 times.
So the flat ends
This
of a
is an
cylinder are not
embarrassment.
surfaces?
This is actually an embarrassment. Is a flat
It is
surface
for you, yeah.
flat
I
end,
would
is a
agree.
surface a flat
It's
end?
embarrassing, all right.
It's
Yeah,
embarrassing for this
Certainly
but
guy.
embarrassing.
It's
how about
embarrassing for
this?
you.
Check this out, bro.
It's
Check this out.
embarrassing that I'm subjecting the audience to this.
Nah, yeah,
It
check this
actually
out.
is. It actually is.
Take
Napalm's
hold
actually
more.
an idiot who can
Hold more.
recapitulate my position.
Hey, homie, check this out, right? You acknowledge that the two faces are parallel, right?
The two faces on the cylinder are parallel? Is that what you're
Yeah.
saying?
You acknowledge that or not?
The two bases?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to restate your question.
Seriously, dude?
Yeah, restate your
Jesus,
question.
man.
Okay, do you acknowledge that these two faces, the bases of the cylinder, are parallel?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Can you have parallel faces that are not flat?
No.
No, okay, so by definition, that means they're flat, right? By
The
extension of
faces?
the
Yeah.
definition. Okay, so there's your answer.
How does it answer the question of the surface being a flat end?
Were you not asking where in the
Oh
definition
my
does it
god.
say they're flat?
No, you're lost as well.
Okay, then
The
what was your
question
question before?
wasn't about where in the definition it states flat.
Okay,
The
what were
question
you
is
asking me?
where does it state, or where does the definition equate a flat end to a surface implicator?
You're kidding me, right?
Two
Yeah,
flat
I'm
parallel
not.
bases
Oh,
would
you are
imply
kidding
that
me.
they're
Okay, that
flat
makes sense.
surfaces.
Please
Jesus
continue.
Christ. Jesus.
Yeah, the guy's a dumb fuck.
Fucking basic math.
So if I have a 2D plane, okay, and the surface on it is flat, is that a flat end?
Can you have a 2D plane that is not flat?
No, you idiot.
Well, there you
That's not
go.
even relevant. That's not even relevant.
And what was
wow.
the initial
This
point
is
of
the
contention?
problem.
What was the initial point of
The
contention?
initial point of contention was I was talking about my model having more virtues than all your other models, but this guy wanted to go on some tangential digress about what flat ends and surfaces are, and he got belted on it 5 times. And then you came in confused about what the contention was about, and now you're asking about the original contention. You're an
Yeah,
idiot as
because
well.
you guys aren't
Are
you guys aren't saying anything coherent,
you a flat earther or a
dude.
glober? By
You
the way,
guys
just for the
aren't saying
recording, are
anything
you a flat
coherent.
earther or a glober?
It doesn't matter. If you're talking
Oh, I think it
nonsense,
does
I'm
matter.
going to
I
tell you
think
you're
it does
talking
matter.
nonsense.
I
Right,
think
I
it
will
does
tell you
matter.
if you're talking.
You're
I will tell
probably a
you if you're
glober.
talking
You're
nonsense,
probably a dumb
man.
glober.
How about this, right? How about how about I mute you, right? Maybe that'll answer your question as to whether I lean flat or globe. How about that? Check the room. Maybe you'll figure it out. Unless you're too stupid to, right? Eat shit.
Until he
Come
puts
back later.
a citation that says a end of a cylinder isn't a surface. If he does that, then he can speak again.
He won't. He'll just call you an idiot.
Tabarnak, man. These people. All night since I got in, it's just been nonstop retardation. What's happening, man?
And then they claim that they have
Yeah.
some intellectual high ground too. Like they're the smart ones.
Yeah.
And then they say idiotic things like that.
What are they on meth or something?
Well, dude, I'm trying to rank up to Nazi level 7 by the end of the night. Okay.
Okay, you take over. I'm level
No,
level 3. Yeah, I'm only level 3. You take over. Make it
Dude,
7
how'd
before
you
me.
get to level 3?
By muting dumb fucks like that offhandedly when they talk shit.
I've been stuck at level 2.
Yeah, well, I won up to you just this last round. Beat that. Catch him before I do.
Like, what do people like that think that they're winning? Like, he obviously, like, he can speak, he understands vocabulary, but what does he think he's winning there with the fallacious argument? I
Maybe
don't
his
know. It's weird.
mommy's approval. Maybe his mommy's approval because she's like sitting next to him, witnessing him talk to people. So he can say anything, and she'll be proud of him.
But I feel like somebody like that's not like, even though he was saying idiotic things, I think he was just doing it to try to be like, whatever, agitate, or he knows what he's saying is incorrect. But like, if you're that intelligent, like I think he probably is somewhat intelligent. What is he trying to gain from that?
You guys, he was just trying to rage bait you. Like, he's actually one of my friends. I'm a flat earther, he's not, and so he came into this VC to like rage bait. So everything he said, he knew it wasn't true. Just
Yeah,
letting you know.
thank you for that. Then he obviously failed, right? Because who's
Yeah.
who's enraged by this? We're just laughing at his dumb
No, I have
fucking.
no idea. Yeah, I
Yeah.
have no idea. I'm just telling you, it was a complete rage bait, and like,
All right.
yeah, he was just talking just to talk.
Right.
So
Well,
sorry
just
about
makes us
that.
feel sad.
It's
Like,
okay.
if we think
Sometimes
it
people
You
doesn't
need
forget.
better
enrage me.
friends.
It makes me feel sad that somebody is
Yeah.
like wasting their intelligence on something like that, right?
Yeah, I lost brain cells listening to that guy, and even more trying to converse with him. So if that was his
Yeah,
goal,
I know.
I
I'm
deteriorated
sorry.
my
I'm
brain mass,
sorry.
and he actually succeeded.
No, I get it. I'm sorry. I can't control him, but I just wanted to let you guys know he was trolling, and so nobody out there believes the Earth is cylinder.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
Okay,
there's
well that's
plenty of people.
retarded. That's
Okay.
retarded.
All right.
Actually cylindrical, or are they conflating a cylinder with a disc? Because technically, I don't think they're technically the same.
Well, so cylindrical. I
Well, dude,
I can
a
imagine.
disc is the top of a cylinder, right?
A disc is a cylinder, actually.
Yeah. I guess they're correlated, but isn't a cylinder defined like the same shape, but only when the height is equal to or longer than
Yeah, but there's no
the diameter?
but there's no 1D or 2D objects in three-dimensional space, right?
Right.
So if you had a
Yeah, I
disc,
mean any circle with any depth at all would be a cylinder.
is a cylinder. Yeah,
Oh, that's
exactly.
true. Okay. So a
tuna
disc is
can's still a
subset
cylinder.
of a cylinder.
So a disc is a
You know what's
cylinder. It's got
interesting?
rounded
Hey,
edges, right?
yep.
But we have discs.
That's true.
So
They're
check
cylinders.
this out. Here's what's interesting: that people will say, if the Earth was flat, gravity would make you turn diagonal as you walked away from the center, right? Because they're imagining a super thin disk. But if you actually just extend the disk into a cylinder with a variable distribution of mass, you can use mass attracts mass assumptions and model gravity just fine on a flat Earth. In fact, there's a paper that we could post that shows you it being done by a physicist from a physics department.
So this is my problem with flat Earth theory, is that some people want to model gravity, other people don't believe it exists, and so there's a big issue.
That's not an issue.
What is? You either believe gravity exists and it
No, dude. No,
has
I'll help
impact
you out.
on
I'll
the
help you
shape of
out.
the Earth,
No,
or
I'll
you
help you
don't.
out. I'll help you out, brother. I'll help you out. It's very simple. So I'll tell you what the flat Earth model is, right? It's very simple.
Okay.
The flat Earth model is that all points of the known territory on the surface are benchmarked to sea level and between two horizontal parallel planes. There you go. It's the entire model.
Yeah, but you can either have gravity or you cannot have gravity in that.
Correct, because it's irrelevant.
Well, it's irrelevant, but it's kind of relevant when you're talking about cosmology, like the shape of the Earth, right?
Really? So anywhere in my model did I describe a cosmological paradigm?
You didn't, but then people go, well, then what shape is the Earth? Right? Like, isn't that like the next?
Where in my model did I describe an overall shape to the Earth?
I already said you didn't. I don't know if you're hearing me.
Right. So all of those things are ancillary and don't change the fact that the known territory is flat. right? So if you're going to make claims, like especially as a flat earther, past the known territory, you're going to start making mistakes.
Okay, so you don't have a claim of what the shape of the Earth is. You're just saying on our territory, it's two horizontal flat planes that cause something to be level, quote unquote level.
What? No, horizontal planes don't cause things to be level, dude. They're reference planes.
Well, they are, but we can
Their
find things that are
orientation, their
level.
orientation, right, is all the points on the surface are between the two planes. So the planes are squeezed as tight as they can be with the maximum variation of the known territories wing, which is less than 15 miles. So you have two horizontal planes with a 15-mile variance in between the two, and all the points between the two benchmark to sea level. There you go.
Okay, and then we expand it past the 15 miles.
Why?
Because
there's no
we have a
object on Earth
territory that's
higher than
greater
15
than 15
miles,
miles.
dude. Yeah, where's a mountain that's 15 miles tall?
I'm not talking about a mountain. I'm just saying that we can travel more than 15 miles in one direction.
Hey, friend,
we know it's
pay
bigger than
attention
15
now.
miles.
Oh, hold on, brother. I may have missed a step. When I said the surface profile, I'm meaning the elevation profile. You know, the highest point to the
From
lowest
15
point.
miles from whatever angular, or well, I guess you wouldn't consider it angular. You would consider it
No,
parallel,
15. The 15-mile swing is in the vertical direction, friend, not horizontal.
right? Vertical and looking down or looking forward.
Holy crap, dude.
I mean, are we making if the Earth is indeed flat? If you go 15 miles vertical, you look
vertical
forward.
looking down or
You're never
forward?
going to see the
Dude,
horizon.
vertical is
15 miles.
looking up and down, not forward. Holy moly, bro! So it's shapes and directions we have to teach now.
I'm talking about the point on the. So if you're 15 miles up and you look straight forward, you're never going to see the horizon. The horizon won't exist. You'll see. What will you see?
What are you talking about, bro?
You can't see a horizon from 15 miles up unless you look down. So if you look straight ahead at 15 miles and the Earth is indeed flat, then you won't see a horizon because the horizon will always be below that plane of reference.
Incorrect.
You know that you have an angular field of view, so you can see the ground without looking down. Did you know that?
I did when I was.
Wow.
You know what I'm talking about, though. You know what I'm talking about.
Not really. I don't think anybody in the room knows what you're talking about, Holmes.
We're not making triangles. We're making rectangles. All of a sudden,
Dude, I don't know what you're making, but it's not sense.
You're
Plus
definitely
geometry,
wrecking.
right?
You're definitely wrecking some angles.
That was actually a good one. I like it. Okay, so here's my point. So at 15 miles, what happens? Everything is level with sea level. You're saying what tangentially?
15 miles
as
is just an elevation profile from the deepest point on Earth to the highest point on Earth, from the top of the highest mountain to the bottom of the lowest crag in the ocean.
All right, I'm okay with that. What does that mean to you?
It means the Earth is flatter than a piece of paper.
Well, it's definitely. Well, I mean, I guess when you're talking about like geographic stuff, it's definitely not, right?
No, it
Well,
is.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, even in your globular model, will say that it's smoother than a cue ball. So do you disagree with that?
Well, we're talking about the differentiation between a small object and a big object. So that's what I mean.
Let's
Like
do it. Let's
geographically,
quantify. Yeah, let's quantify it. So,
but we don't need
if
to
you
shrink it down to be flat.
no, you don't
and
need
we
to
don't
shrink
need
it
to shrink it
down.
down
You don't
to
need to
be
shrink it
round.
down. You just need to do proportions. So let's say you have 150 million square miles.
Okay, when I say shrink it down, I mean
dude, okay, I understand. Okay, so allegedly there's 197 million square miles of surface area on the Earth. So let's just go with 150 million square miles.
Okay.
So if you have 150 million square miles and you have a
15.
maximum variance of 15, right?
Yep.
So you do that ratio out and then you do it to a piece of paper. The Earth is actually flatter than a piece of paper.
Smoother than a piece of paper, yeah.
Well,
Because
also
I can
flatter.
curve a piece of paper.
True, but we're talking about it oriented in a in a manner
Just
in
like
which
on a
all the
piece of
points
on
on
a
the
table. Yeah, you're
surface.
talking about smoothness. You're not talking about flatness, but
No, dude,
sure.
it's just, dude, listen, smooth and flat are synonymous in certain contexts.
They aren't.
Holy crap. In certain contexts, yes, they are.
What context?
The context where the variations are between two horizontal parallel planes, the extent of the height being much less than the extent of the width.
I can have a flat rock that's really rough, and I can also have a flat piece of paper that's really smooth. What's the difference of flatness?
Holy crap, dude, because, dude, the smoother you make something, the tighter you can constrict the horizontal or the parallel planes. So if you look at any machining manual where they manufacture flat parts, that's how they describe the mechanical definition of flat, which is the only way you can define flat in three-dimensional reality, because you can't have truly platonic flats.
Okay, you're right.
Correct?
One flat and then the next flat. Yes, you're right. No, that's fair. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So it seems flat. And then we have this thing called gravity. Gravity kind of pulls mass together.
Sure it does.
And we observe that. We observe that outside of the Earth. We look up in the sky. We observe that happening. There's a lot of balls out there.
Wait a minute. Wait, balls? So that's fully formed balls? Or are they balls haven't dropped yet?
Well, they're outside of the. Well, they're inside.
Dude, what
It
are you
depends on
looking
whether or
at
not you
balls that
believe
are
in gravity,
outside
right?
of?
Like, I mean, outside of the gravitational influence of the Earth, it would fall
Well,
into the Earth.
I would say the
Or the
strong
Earth
and
would
weak
fall into
nuclear
them.
forces hold things together, but
Nuclear forces, strong nuclear force holds things together. Weak nuclear force doesn't really hold anything together. It causes nuclear decay. But the I'm okay with that. We're talking about two different scales, though, right? And there's a big problem in physics between those two scales, and I'm sure you already know that.
Yep,
I don't think
very
you're
big
sure.
problem. One can be proven through experimentation. The other is just theoretical. I would agree with that.
I would call
quantum
it
physics is pretty good.
I would call it hypothetical. I would call it hypothetical rather than theoretical.
Well, so let's throw out quantum physics and let's just deal with relativity if you want. But I don't know that helps at all. But it helps your side or my side. I don't know what it would do. Quantum physics is very good. Has very good explanatory power. We're pretty good at predicting things through probability fields of quantum physics. But let's imagine it doesn't exist, and that Einstein was wrong, and everyone was wrong. And I mean, does electromagnetism exist? That was a question. Do you guys believe in electromagnetism?
You don't have to have a belief in something that exists, right?
I know.
I mean, I think you do, right? Like if I say, like,
What
I
are you
believe
talking about,
exists.
dude? I've used an electromagnet to build a dump truck before, and every time I turn it on, it sticks to the
believe in
side.
it?
And when I turn it off, it doesn't stick to the side. So I've
That sounds like a
practically
belief.
validated it. Well, it sounds like a belief that when I used it, it worked. Wow, dude.
Yeah. Yes. You want to know what the definition of a fact is that I'm
Hey,
operating?
listen,
Maybe it's
brother.
wrong.
I only
But
believe
justified true belief.
that it stuck to the side. It didn't actually stick to the side. I just believed it.
Yeah. Well, we believe in our observation. We believe in our eyes. Yes. This is a big philosophical problem.
What are you
We don't
talking
have
about,
to
dude? It had
delve
nothing
into.
to do with my eyes. It had nothing to do with my eyes. The thing was physically attached to the structure. When I turn the crank, the drill bit goes in. Holy crap, dude. I could have been
Yeah, you
blind and
see
done
it
it,
go in.
except I probably would have lost a finger.
Well, there you go. You can feel it go in. You can touch it go in. You can see it go in. You can
Holy
hear it
crap.
go
Hey,
in.
dude, this is a family show, bro. I don't know where this is going.
Hey, you brought it there, but that was funny, by the way. I like that. My point is that if it does happen and we observe it happening, then we say, okay, yeah, I believe it happened, right? Like, if I said, hey, yesterday the Virgin Mary appeared to me and told me to hop on this Discord, you go, well, I don't believe that, and I said, well, no, I saw her, I could hear her, You know, it happened. I believe it, right? This is a belief. Whether or not it happened, it doesn't has no bearing on what we believe is true.
Yeah, but you're asking him, right? Like whether or not the belief would be so if you had that vision and your experience was that in which you understand to be true,
Yeah, hard to get
if
out
you
of, huh?
understand
Yeah, I
that,
know.
if you understand that experience to be true and you tell
Mhm.
somebody else, they would have to choose to believe you or not. But when he was saying that he used an electromagnet to create
He
a
had an
dump truck or
experience
whatever
that it
he was
worked.
talking about,
Yeah.
he didn't have to take that on belief. He understood because he observed, right? So it was within his purview to make a judgment and a
Right, but
decision
I
that
could
what was
say, well,
taking place
I don't
was
believe in
actually
electromagnets.
factually taking place. He didn't have to take
Yeah.
it upon some sort of belief.
No, I know, but I can say I don't believe in electromagnets, so I don't believe that your experience happened. However, I in fact do believe in electromagnets, and so when he says that, I go, "Well, that sounds like what an electromagnet would do," and then I believe him.
Cool.
You know, this is a very simple way that we communicate that you guys are making way more complicated than it has to be. In that, if I say, "Hey, I got a new puppy," you'd be like, "Okay," and if I said, "Hey, I got a new alien life form," today that I'm raising on Earth that I got from Mars, you'd be like, okay, well, I don't really believe you. But it's because it is either in line with or out of line with our observations. This is the way we operate
Yeah,
conversationally and in
but
reality.
but how is this drawing back to your original point?
Well, because whether you believe in electromagnets or not would allow me to say, okay, well, do you believe that the electromagnet worked? He tends to believe in electromagnetism because he turned on an electromagnet and it seemed to work for him, and that's okay. I'm glad that he believes that, but it has nothing to say. It
But
has nothing to do with
it
belief.
thus
Is
no longer
silly.
becomes a belief, right? It's an understanding.
Well, it's an observation. It's not an understanding. You don't know how to. You don't
No.
need to know how
When
electromagnets work to turn one on and watch something get
correct.
sucked to it.
And when he experiences it, it's no longer a belief. Like he could
It's not an
question whether or not
understanding either. It's an observation.
the theory that's currently put forth as to why that interaction is taking place, like he could question that, right?
He
But
doesn't even have
based
to
on
know
his
it.
current understanding of what magnetism is, he was
He
experiencing
doesn't
that
need one.
taking place in front of him. So it thus no longer
You could
becomes
be
a
a
belief.
baby and
He
you could
doesn't
know
have to
nothing
believe in
about
it. He
electromagnetism. You could watch
experiences.
an electromagnet be turned on and metal will go towards the electromagnet, right? And
Yeah,
you don't
but
actually
you could.
need to
Here's the thing.
know anything and you don't need to believe anything. All you do is you have an experience of watching something get sucked to an electromagnet. But then when you say, hey, I believe in electromagnetism, I believe in this electromagnetic field that causes this to work or whatever else, then you're trying to explain something has nothing to do with belief, or it has everything to do with belief. It has nothing to do with the observation, it has to do with the understanding. So you're saying that understanding is different than belief. I disagree with you. You either believe the things you know and understand or you don't believe them. This is a very simple linguistic. I don't know why we're linguistically fighting about the word belief here. It's a
You're
silly
the one
fight.
that's doing it, right? Where when you claim that you had some sort of alien, I could believe you or not believe you. But if I believe
Yes, you
you
can.
and what you're saying isn't correct, does that mean that my belief is a solid
Means your
understanding?
belief is incorrect. No. It means your belief is incorrect. We can have incorrect
Oh my
beliefs.
god. Yeah, I would agree. And most people
Okay.
associate incorrect beliefs on a lot of things.
I don't know what you're referring to. Yeah, of course. People associate incorrect beliefs on a lot of things. Of course. This is how language works. This is how humans communicate with each other. When I go, hey, do you believe that dogs exist? Or do you believe that glorgs exist from Mars? You'd be like, oh, well, I believe in dogs, but not glorgs from Mars. Wow.
Yeah,
Interesting.
well,
Well,
I could
probably
say
because
I
you've
believe that.
looked at a fucking dog and you haven't looked at a glorg from Mars. So
Well,
it's in line with your experience. This is so not hard. I don't know why we're
okay,
doing
well,
philosophy
you're
101 right
starting to slur and you're going off on tangents. And I could
now. I'm
say
not
that
slurring.
I believe in gravity, right? I believe in gravity, but I don't adhere to the common misconception as to what its fundamental existence is and where it
derives from. But I could say
Okay.
I believe in gravity, even though my conception of it might be completely
Well, then we have a
different than
problem of
your conception of it,
definition.
right? Because I can
Sure.
experience and observe the observations of what we call gravity, but my understanding of it might be completely different than yours. So it doesn't
That's
mean that
pretty
my
much all
belief
we
is
have is
incorrect, because
observations
it's
of
just as much correct
gravity.
as your belief, unless you can prove your belief, right? And then it would become an understanding.
Well, okay, no, we don't okay, this is a good point of agreement. We don't fully understand gravity, but we do
You
fully
might not.
understand the observation of gravity. Well, maybe you do. If you have the understanding of gravity, please share it.
No, that's for you to figure out, man. I've learned a lot on
Okay,
Discord,
well,
and it's
I mean,
that
you could win a
is
Nobel Prize and make millions and millions of dollars if you totally understand gravity, but you haven't done that yet. So I'm here asking you as an honest
yeah,
interlocutor,
if
if you
people had
understand
those
gravity, let me know.
aspirations, sure. If people had those aspirations, if people
Yeah,
uh,
people do. People spend their entire lives trying to understand
sure,
gravity. What do you mean?
sure.
And
What
you
is
understand
gravity?
it. You won't let anyone else know. You won't
What is
let
gravity?
anyone else. As far as I understand, gravity is an observed effect that happens where mass is attracted to another mass. And the reason that we understand it is through Einstein's theory of relativity, and that space time is actually curved, and it's curved towards a more massive object. In the case of two, if they're two of the same mass objects, they're curved the same, and they're attracted to each other because of that curve of space time. But if you understand gravity differently than me, then please let me know.
You're conflating two different notions.
Yeah, he is. But what
What do you
what
mean?
is space time that is curving?
Well, space and time, right? We have space, we have three-dimensional space, and then we have time where things move around in that three-dimensional space, and they were in one position at one point, and they're in a different position at a different point. That's what we
Yeah,
call
so
time.
space is a privation, right? It's not an actual thing. Things can be in what you call space, but it requires things in order for space to be defined. So you're taking the opposite of an actual thing, and you're giving it some sort of solid or some sort of substantive base, and then you're
Well,
combining that with a measure, which is
we
time,
know
because
that.
time is also
We
something
can
that is
observe.
non-physical. Dude, if you want to actually understand what I'm saying, don't talk over me. But I feel like you don't want to actually understand what I'm saying.
No, I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
So I'll start again. Space is not a thing in and of itself. Things
Okay.
can be in what we call space, but space is not a thing.
Okay.
Not a
You
material
can't
thing.
have space defined without things that have length, width, and depth. So you are taking that space undefined by any objects and you're combining it with a measure, time. Time is merely a measure in the same way that length is a measure, width is a measure, depth is a measure, inches are measures, centimeters are measures. None of these things can exist without something to measure against. Again, another
Yeah.
thing needs to be present in order for those things, right? Those measures to be relevant. So you're taking
Yeah.
two things that require some actual physical object to have any sort of definition, and you're
Yes.
combining those two and saying that those two things are physically bending when there's no physicality related to either of those two things.
Okay. Well, the last part lost me, but everything you said up until then was absolutely correct. Yes. The whole point of relativity is that one thing is relative to another thing. So we need two things in order to even do the calculations that relativity presents, right? Like we need two things. And we need two things with spatial dimensions and what else? Speed. What is speed? Time. It's distance over time, right? And so we need all four dimensions in order to define the calculations that relativity has. Now, if you have a definition of a world or of a universe or of anything that does not include stuff or time, then I mean, share it with me. Gain the
No,
Nobel Prize.
well, what
Have
I'm
at
gonna
it.
yeah, what I'm gonna
You
take
distorted
is I'm gonna
GR.
take exactly what you said right? And you can't have those things as measures if they don't have a constant, meaning you are taking two different objects that you're placing within what you call space and time, meaning you're going to have some sort of area in which these three-dimensional objects are existing, and then you're going to have some sort of speed in which they are moving, right? So if you are going to actually measure those things, you cannot distort or warp that measure, period.
Yeah, no, I know, and so we actually
So
have
you
these things
can't
called
bend and
universal
warp
constants.
space-time.
No, we have universal constants, and we plug them into the calculations because they are constant. They work. They work really well. They work well enough for us to have cars and planes and everything else.
Yeah,
They're pretty
working
good.
really well is not an explanation of how two things that are non-physical,
I'm not trying
that
to
are merely
explain.
measures of actual things, can somehow bend and warp when they're only defined by those things in which they're measuring.
Well, I feel like you're trying to say that relativity isn't accurate, but it's really, really accurate.
I don't think you're
But it's
understand
not.
what I'm saying at a fundamental level. You're trying to not understand what I'm saying to say,
I don't
well,
think I'm
you're
trying to
trying
not
to say that
understand.
it's not accurate, regardless of the accuracy of the
Hey,
mathematics included in
hey,
a theory has no relevance on the actual base as to whether or not that theory that's putting forth, right, the thing we need to believe in, is actually taking place.
I don't
Meaning
think we
I can,
need to believe
like I
in
said
it.
before, I can believe that gravity exists, but I don't have to believe in your conception of gravity because your conception of gravity falls apart at the baseline level, which is the bending and warping of two non-physical things that are only defined by physical things, and they are a measure. So if you're only measuring them based off physical things and they are constant, they cannot be bent and warped.
Why, then I'm just very curious to how you define gravity when you say I believe in gravity.
It doesn't matter because you can't even fail to understand the flaws in your belief.
I can't even
So
fail to
so why
understand.
would
I
I
think I have
expect you to
failed to
understand mine?
understand. What do you mean? I don't even know that you're sober, dude. I mean, I've been completely following you this whole time. You've been slurring and messing up your words throughout. And you want me to believe that you have an answer for how gravity is understood
I'm not
without
slurring and
measuring
messing up my words,
space or time? You
and I
have
am
been
sober.
slurring.
How about
I'm
this,
not
gentlemen?
slurring and messing up my words.
Yeah,
Well, you have been. You said
hang on,
measurements
hang on.
probably 3 or 4 times. I mean, come
Let's
on,
make sure.
dude.
Excuse me, sir. Let's clear something up, right? In the last conversation, it sounds like you guys are going back and forth over two different pieces of the puzzle. Okay, because when we talk about gravity, one person might use the term gravity to describe the actual phenomena that is witnessed, right? When they drop their phone or some solid object, right? Another person would use the term gravity to describe the reason why the phone goes down when they let it go,
I was talking about the
right?
observation. Then he asked why, and I explained why based on measurements. And he said, well, you're basing it on measurements. I have a better way. And I'm asking him, what's your better way?
Just let
What's
Tony
your better
finish. You
way
don't
of
need to
doing
echo
it?
that.
This
Just let
this
Tony
is the
finish. You don't
point.
need to echo
This,
that.
this is critical. This is critical, right? Because when you guys are talking about, oh, do you believe in gravity, right? That's a nonsensical question unless you specify what you mean by the term gravity. The
You believe in
reason why the thing is
relativity.
falling. The
I
reason why
mean,
the
what are we asking? Are we
Sure,
asking about
hang on. The
equation?
reason why the thing is falling, or that the thing is falling at all, like the phenomena that you witness. Do you believe your eyes when you see something fall, or do you believe my reason that I tell you why the thing is falling? Those are two very different things, even though they're interrelated. And it sounds
They
like you
are,
guys might
yeah.
have been talking past each other. Don't interrupt me, sir. Please.
No, I
Right?
was
It
agreeing
sounds
with
like
you.
you
I'm
guys
sorry.
are talking past each other because you guys are talking from two different vantage points in the same type of interconnected conversation with the same
I,
word.
I, yeah, so I just
Well,
want to
no, they're
make
not
this
talking past each
clear.
other.
I think that
PW is just not
gravity
acknowledging the
is the
ontological error
phenomena
that
of when
Napalm
I
pointed out.
throw something up. It comes. Sorry, I was speaking. I apologize that you wanted to explain what our disagreement was. I was just trying to explain my perspective. When you throw something up, it comes down. That's an observation, right?
Yeah.
And we have an explanation for that observation. It's called the theory of relativity. It's not called gravity. Gravity is just the observation that things go down towards mass, and that mass is attracted to each other in the universe. Newton came up with it in, I don't know, the 1700s, 1600s. I don't know when Newton was alive.
But
He
that's
came up
okay.
with it, and he figured out why
observation. You're not even
planets
getting
were
the doctrine correct.
following an ellipses, right? He figured that out through calculus, and calculus is a math that we still use today to describe all sorts of things, including how your internal combustion engine works and how to get the maximum efficiency of it. But
Yeah, it's
Hold
none of
on,
that
brother. Hold
matters.
on.
None of that
Hold
matters
on.
because
Kitty
we've
dub eater.
understood
Get
that things are
beautiful.
pulled towards each other. This is an observation. Things are pulled towards each other with mass. We have an observation, right? And the explanation for it is called the theory of relativity. They're different things.
So check this out, right? Check this out.
You got it wrong again. You're not breaking it down accurately.
Yeah, you're baking into your description of that basically your assumption as to why it's happening. When you use the term pull, you're immediately assuming that the sheer fact that the thing is there has an influence on the other thing that's next to it by default by using the term pull. Okay.
Yeah.
A better description is that these two things do move towards each other without using the word pull. Right?
Yeah, attracted to each
Okay.
other, sure.
That's fine. Okay, but if you immediately assume that they're actually influencing each other by the sheer fact that they're within proximity of each other, right? You're going to go down a rabbit hole of reasoning, right? That kind of that basically begs the question as to why it's happening.
Well, we have a calculation for this, and it actually works out.
The calculation may be accurate, right? It's just more of the philosophical kind of
It's just mathematical
behind it.
retelling of the notion. It's not a proof.
No, it is. No, it is. All of mathematics is just description. I'm not saying that I'm telling you what is what it is. I'm telling you that we can mathematically calculate this really, really well. We can do it
Mathematical
really
rhetoric is
well.
not
So
an
it's pretty
empirical
good.
proof. It's a category error.
It is empirical. It actually is
What kind of
empirical.
curve is it
No, it's
then?
not. Saying an equation does not
What's the
prove the thing
function
exists.
of the curve? What kind of curve is it?
Gravitational force is the square of distance by whatever, by mass.
Saying an equation is the same type of thing as just saying the
The
proposition in
gravitational
regular
force
natural
equation
language.
is
Saying a proposition doesn't prove your proposition.
universal gravitation. G m1 over m1 m2 over r2. F equals G m1 m2 over r2. That's Newton's law of universal gravitation. Yes, it's very simple. We can calculate that when things get farther away from each other, they experience less gravitational pull. We can calculate this, and it works really well for us to figure out where stars are moving and where planets are moving, and where we need to point our telescopes.
Look,
it works really, really well.
Repeating the same notion over and over again. Okay, you need to actually engage the refutation.
Yeah, you need to engage the refutation, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, but we have
I'm listening.
We have a bigger problem, right? Here's the problem. If we're going to engage with someone who's going to read out an equation and not be able to accurately articulate the terms that describe when you have a 2 in a at the top of the number or at the bottom, and not use the term squared, and they just say 2, we have bigger problems.
Well, it's M squared.
Superscript or subscript. That was the term I was trying to.
It's the square. It's inversely proportional to the square of the distance. So
Thank you.
I mean, I don't know what your guys' knowledge is. I'm just trying to explain that these things exist. You don't have to know what they are.
Look, again, you're just repeating the notion at us over and over again after you say the refutation. This is nothing more than an appeal to reputation.
Okay, what is the reputation that these equations exist? What's the reputation?
Okay. So again, so that you actually track the refutation, we need you to actually say what gravity is. And if you get the doctrine incorrect, then of course you have to correct that also. So say what gravity is in one sentence.
Okay, so I'm going to acknowledge something in this one sentence that you're going to love. I don't know what gravity is. I know how to calculate it. I know what it causes, how I can observe it. I don't know what it is. Okay.
Okay, so then you don't know anything about it. Then it makes no sense.
I do. I know a lot about it.
Imagine a Christian saying to you, "Well, Jesus is God," and then you ask them, "What is God?" They have no idea. Obviously, they couldn't know the previous proposition. It's the same thing.
This is what happens. This is exactly what happens. You go, "What is Jesus? What is God?" And they go, "I don't know, but I know what he does for me. I know what he does for my life." This is absolutely analogous to that.
You can't know that the thing is doing anything if you don't even know what it is.
Do you believe in God?
So obviously it stops right
Okay,
there
if
as
you
soon as you
can't
admitted you
define
don't even
God
know
in
what
one
gravity
sentence
is.
and you don't know what God is, you can't imagine that you could
Stop.
possibly do something. But you do.
Stop.
You do. You absolutely do.
Stop.
This is very simple.
Stop going on this stupid tangent. You already told us you don't even know what
You
gravity
brought
is.
it up,
So
man.
you don't know. You already told us you don't know what gravity is. That's it. That's the end.
Yeah, but I know a lot about it.
You're not telling us any facts you know. You don't know what gravity is. That's it. That's the
I
end.
am. I'm telling you the law of universal gravitation, the
You're
theory
not.
of
You don't even know what
relativity.
gravity
Yes,
is.
man.
It's a logical necessity.
I'm talking
Logical
about how we
necessary for you to
measure
know
it.
what the thing is, to know what the facts about what it is in
What
order
it
to know anything else
is the
about it.
observation that things fall towards the earth when you throw them up in the air. That's what it
Okay,
is.
that's not the doctrine. Gravity is not the observation. It's another
That is
category
the
there.
observation. Yes, it is.
No, it's
It's
not.
also the
The
observation
scientists
of the
clerics are not
planets
going to
going
tell you
around stars
gravity
in
is
an
the
ellipse.
observation.
Gentlemen,
No, it's
gentlemen,
not.
Greg,
The act of
Greg, did you?
observing
Yes,
is
it
not the
is.
freaking. The act of
Hey,
observing is not gravity. That is not
yeah,
what
here you
they'll tell
go.
you.
Yeah, check this out, right? Greg, did you hear
Yeah.
that? This is exactly what I said before, right? Not 2, 3 sentences ago, you were saying, "Oh, we don't know what gravity is," but then you immediately follow it with, "We know gravity is the what we observe." So that's the phenomena. But before you're talking about the cause. You see what I'm talking? You caught that, right?
Exactly. This is a complete error. You're not telling us any facts. You're making category errors, and you already admitted you don't even know
You're
what
making
the thing
categories.
is. You're done. You're not telling us facts you know.
What kind of
No, I
curve?
do know. I do know that when I throw something up in the air, it
No,
goes
you
back.
don't.
I do.
It's entirely not even logically possible for you to know what the thing is doing if you don't know what it is.
You don't know that if you throw something up, it'll come back down. You don't know that.
We know
You
we know
cannot
what
know that the thing is doing this or that if you don't even know what it is.
yeah,
What if it
CW.
doesn't come
Watch
back down?
this out. We know what we observe. You take a rock, you throw it up in the air, and it falls down. We know
Yeah.
that.
Yes.
We know. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Right?
What
Why it's
about
going
things
back
that
down
don't?
is a completely different question. That's
No,
all
I
we were trying
know,
to get at.
but that's. I mean, is he saying I don't know why? He's saying I don't know what it is. I'm saying I
Nobody
do.
does.
When I throw something up in the air, it comes back down. I
We
do know
know the
what
You
it is.
don't
phenomena
know
that we
why
observe.
either, given that you don't even know what it is.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I
We
do
know
know
the
what it
Earth's
phenomena.
is. What
global.
it is the observation that when I throw something up, it comes back
That's
down.
not
And then
the
you're
That's
doctrine.
asking
You're
me
getting
about
it
why
wrong.
that happened.
That's not the
yeah.
doctrine. You're getting it wrong. Gravity is not
I'm
the
getting it wrong.
observation. It is not the act of observing.
I
Yes,
just
it
want to
is.
know what kind of curve it
No, it's
is.
not.
Gravity is
What
the
kind of
Gravity
curve it
observation.
gravity does
Yeah.
not refer to the act of observing. No, it doesn't.
The act of observing is what we call gravity. The word gravity that
No,
we're
it's
using, we're
not.
using a
No, it
language.
isn't.
It's called
No, it's
English.
not. That is not how they
What
define
is
it
it?
at
Okay,
all.
then what
There's
is
not
it?
a
Okay,
single
I'll
source that
use
defines it
whatever
that way.
definition you propose. I'll use whatever definition you propose. What is the definition of
Not
gravity?
even the academicians define gravity that way. You are not getting it right. You're wrong.
Okay, well then
You're not even
please
getting
define it.
orthodox
I'll use
scientism correct.
whatever definition you give me. I'm calling it the observation of
No,
something
you
falling
need to
back down
figure
to
out
earth.
your worldview. I don't need to teach you scientism. You need to actually learn what the doctrines are.
Yeah, CW, check this
I
out.
don't
I'm going to say two
have
different
any. I'm just asking you what
CW,
you think
You do.
gravity
You
is.
have plenty of doctrines that you believe that you espouse to.
yes, CW, you need to catch this. Okay, I'm going to say two
Okay.
sentences and try and find the difference. Okay, I
Okay.
take my phone, I let it go, right? And it fell down because of gravity.
Okay.
Okay, versus I take my phone and I let it go, and the reason why it fell was because of gravity.
Okay.
Or excuse me, the first one should be I take my phone, I let it go, and I'm observing gravity.
Okay.
Okay, it sounds
Okay.
stupid, and
I've
I might
got
have actually
I've
botched
got three
it.
things I've got to weigh in my brain.
No,
I
no.
think all of those
Second
things
one,
include
I apologize. I
taking your
apologize.
phone and letting it go and then it falling down.
Yeah, hold on. I mean, the second one and the third one are more accurate. Even then, it's probably botched because it's actually kind of like it
Well,
is convoluted
I don't
here.
think it matters. I think what happens is when you take your phone, you let it go, it falls down.
Are you
And you
observing
know it,
gravity? Or
and
are
you
you
know it's going to fall down. You
observing the
believe it's
result?
going to fall down. I mean, I guess it could float. I
Now,
guess it
check this out,
could,
right?
but probably
If you
not. You know it's going to fall
think
down
of
if you let it
another
go.
another way to put it, right? If you take your phone and you let it go, are you observing gravity? Or are you observing the resultant of gravity in
I'm
action.
observing an object that I've associated with a thing called my phone, right? And I'm
Yeah.
observing it going away from my face, let's say,
Right.
towards my feet,
Right.
right?
And
That's all I'm observing. I'm observing
right.
something going
So gravity
what I
doesn't
call
affect
down.
electricity. Gravity doesn't affect electricity.
Yeah,
I
but
agree.
the whole phone
Yeah.
is an electric thing, and that it's going down, it's going away from me, and I don't really understand why. Right? I'm looking at it, I'm going, man. Every time I let this go, it goes in one direction
Yeah.
towards the floor. Right? That's all I know. Let's say that's all I know. Every time I let it go, it goes towards the floor.
I
Right.
believe the Earth is a cylinder.
I'm gonna call that phenomena gravity. That's my
Okay, this
definition of gravity.
is the point. You calling the phenomena of your phone falling gravity is
Yes.
one part of the conversation. This is exactly what I was talking about before.
Yeah.
Versus you calling the reason why your phone goes down gravity.
Well, I can call them both gravity, right?
This is why you talk past each other. You and somebody else, or people talk past each other when they have this
Okay.
conversation.
Okay. Well, maybe I should be more specific. I think the reason the phone falls, the why, is because of
Gravity. Fine.
gravity.
Yeah. So exactly. And that
So now you're
opens up
equivocating.
Yeah, so that's where the conversation can continue. You can get into all sorts of shit like, mass attracting mass, bendy warpy space time, what have you.
Yeah, well, and I think that's what the theory of relativity describes. I don't think it explains what it is in reality. I think it describes it as a measurement of like, okay, 9.8 meters per second squared on Earth. It's pretty
That's the
relevant,
resultant
right?
effect,
Okay, so just
right?
20
Yeah.
seconds ago, you just equivocated the word gravity. You need to abandon that error and try again.
Okay, well let's just let's just never say the word gravity again. When I throw something up on Earth, it comes down towards the ground in front of me at 9.8 meters per second squared,
Yeah.
minus the friction and the air resistance
Yeah,
that
yeah,
that
yeah.
object may have.
Yeah, so we
What
witnessed
is
the thing
not saying the word
accelerate
gravity
downwards.
going to help you? How's that going to help you?
Because I don't need to
The
know
friction
that
doesn't
in order.
help.
I don't need to know. I don't need to say the word gravity to say that when I throw an object up in the air, I can tell and I can actually measure, and we have measured
Yeah.
that it comes down at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah.
Every
So we can,
But
time.
now
yeah,
gravity's
got it.
static.
That
Yeah, we
numerical
can
figure is an
measure an
average.
acceleration.
We don't have to
Not
talk
a
about
strict
gravity.
rate
We
of
can just
fall
talk
for
about
every
the
object.
observation.
Well, hold on.
The
Hold
thing,
on.
the
That
thing that happened.
numerical figure,
Can I ask you
that
the
numerical
simple?
figure you keep emphasizing for the past 5 seconds is an average. It is not a strict rate of fall.
Well, right, yeah, we have air resistance. We have other reasons that things would fall slower or faster
And
in a
heat
vacuum. They come down at 9.8 meters per second squared.
on
Okay, so
average.
then you're still not
Okay.
getting to your conclusion. You're literally abandoning your conclusion.
Yeah.
No,
Can I
my
ask you a
conclusion is
simple
This is the thing, dude.
my
question?
only conclusion. I
Homie.
abandoned my conclusion earlier. I'm just
Yeah,
talking to
homie.
you now about
Yeah,
this one
exactly.
thing.
Actually, yeah.
This
Just watch
this
this.
is
Watch
an
this.
equation that works. It just
Homie.
works.
Dude, yeah, this is the thing, right? So check this out, right? We can acknowledge that an object will fall on average at a rate and accelerate downward at an approximate rate of 9.8 meters per second squared.
Perfect.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, if you say the reason why that's happening is because space time is bending, you're ascribing a reason to it, and you have to prove
Yeah.
that. Okay, that's where the problems arise. There's no problem acknowledging an average rate of acceleration downwards at 9.8 meters per second squared. No problem with that. That's an observed phenomena. It's measured.
Well, I think
And all that.
Gregory's having a problem acknowledging that. He doesn't like that.
No,
So
he's
what's
not.
going on, Gregor?
I don't think he is,
Oh, we're
dude.
talking about Conor McGregor. Have y'all seen that he got booked
Okay, well, I
for
think
fighting Max
maybe
Holloway?
Gregory is just
Conor
a little bit
McGregor.
too slow for this
Your
conversation.
boy
But it sounds like
tapped like
you're
a
up
chicken.
to par.
Your boy
And
tapped
now
I
you're
like a
haven't.
restraining
chicken.
So
yourself to
I'll
just
have a
parrot me
conversation with
instead of
you.
acknowledging that you're abandoning your conclusion to talk about a red herring.
There's no
A
red
red
herring.
herring?
We're still talking about the
What's
observation
your
of things
conclusion?
falling to the ground.
What's your conclusion?
My conclusion is that things fall to the ground with an approximate
That was
speed of
not your
9.8
initial
meters per second.
proposition you were trying
Red
to defend.
herring?
Yeah.
A
Yeah,
red
your initial
herring?
conclusion, dude, was that the reason
Well,
why things fall is because of the warpy space time.
I can get to gravity. I can get to why gravity is relevant. I
A
can
red
get to all of
herring?
this.
No, dude. Again, right? What Gregory's pointing out is
You
you're
aren't
abandoning your
letting me.
initial.
You're trying to wind me down this
No,
specific
dude.
path.
Stop it. Listen, Gregory's right. Your initial conclusion was The reason why something will accelerate downwards at approximately 9.8 meters per second squared is because the space and time are
Right,
bending.
and his
And now your
admonishment to
conclusion. I
my
wasn't done, dude.
conclusion. Hold on, his
Wait, hold on.
admonishment
I
to my
was not
conclusion.
done. I was not done, dude. That was your initial conclusion. Now now it seems like you're okay with concluding that things just fall at 9.8 meters per second squared, despite the reason why. So he's right.
No. I'm
abandoning the
okay.
reason.
I'm okay concluding that, despite the reasons why, whether or not there is a reason why. But it doesn't mean that there is no reason why, and
No,
it doesn't
no
mean
one's
that
saying
I'm
there is no
okay
reason why.
letting go of the reason why.
Yeah, dude.
I'm still holding on to
homie,
the reason why.
And no one's saying that it doesn't matter why necessarily. No one's necessarily saying that
No, Gregory
there is
was. He
no
was saying,
reason
I don't
why.
know what that is.
Yeah, and
And
we
he
agree.
said,
I
without
agree
the
with that.
phone and without the earth, then I don't even know what it is, and I can't even speak about it. But I can
I
speak about it.
agree
I can
with
speak
you.
that it falls
Dude,
down at 9.8 meters per second squared on average.
exactly. And we can be content with that. But the globe side will affirm that it has something to do with the ground and the size of the earth and all that shit pulling it
Yes.
down,
Yeah.
or the fact that the earth exists in space, right? That is warping space and time, which has the effect of the phone falling down. These two
Yeah.
conclusions are what are being questioned. That's all.
They weren't by Gregory, but they are by you, and so you definitely have a grasp on this subject.
I'm tired of him
My
destroying what
I
the
don't think
fuck
there's
I've been
anything
saying.
wrong with what
He needs to
Gregory was
shut up
saying.
while I destroy his distortions, okay? I was pressing him, obviously, right, just to refute his stupid ass distortions as being spiteful and dishonest again.
I wasn't distorting anything.
Just be quiet. Just be quiet. You're distorting exactly what I was saying. It's very
You're
obvious
you're
what I was
you
doing for the
you
past. It's
are
very
unable
obvious
to
what I was
have this
doing for the past 10 minutes. Be
conversation.
quiet. I'm gonna keep talking to you. Stop
It's
talking to
very
me. I'm
well.
gonna turn his
You
volume.
can talk.
I'm gonna turn
Yeah,
his
as much as
volume
you
down
want.
in the meantime. If he doesn't stop,
All
then
right.
just mute him. No reason
I'm
for him
sorry.
to keep on distorting me and
I'm
spiting
sorry,
me and
man.
disparaging me. Be quiet. So
Well, I
again,
don't think you're
what I was
smart enough to have this
obviously doing, I'm
conversation.
pressing him to actually prove that he even has a coherent understanding of the doctrine. He doesn't. That's why eventually push came to shove and he had to admit he doesn't even know what gravity is. Okay, then he falsely defined it, defying and contradicting the orthodox doctrine in scientism about what gravity is, conflating gravity with the observation. Observation is not what gravity is. Observing the freaking phenomena is not what they call gravity. The gravity does not refer to the act of observing things falling. Not what that is. So secondly, he needs to actually get back to defending the doctrine itself and what if he's trying to defend Einstein's gravitation doctrine, then he needs to go back to that. And then we actually know what that doctrine is. He doesn't.
I'm pretty
So
sure I
say what
know what
gravity
the
is.
general theory of relativity is. Yeah.
Well, based on relativity, there is no gravitational push or pull from the perspective of the
No.
object. The ground is
Well, look,
moving
wait, hang
towards
on.
it,
I
so
gave him the
there's an
floor. Wait.
acceleration
I gave him the
due.
floor. I
Yes.
gave him
No,
the
you're
floor
right.
so he can
You're right about that.
try
Yeah.
again.
Good job.
I
Good
gave him the
job,
floor.
Gregory. Oh, not Gregory.
So
Whoever else is talking.
okay, so you need to actually say what gravity is. Now you think you think Napalm
No, I
said it
don't.
correctly.
I don't need to actually say what gravity is.
Okay, so then you're just gonna stop the conversation then.
No, you're stopping the conversation because you have some impossible to meet linguistic issue that you cannot get over. I'm telling you that when I
It's
throw
not
my
my fault that
phone,
you cannot say what the doctrine is. Stop trying to blame me for your failure.
there's no doctrine. I'm not trying to tell you a
It
doctrine.
is a
I'm trying
doctrine.
to
It's that
tell
which is
you that
taught.
there's
It's a
there's
notion that's taught. It is a doctrine.
okay. Well, I'm trying to tell you that when you let go of your phone, it comes down at the earth. I don't know what to tell you other than that.
Right. So then you're just abandoning the subject then. The subject was not initially, does your phone fall if you let it go? That wasn't the initial subject. No one's
Okay, what was the
questioning
initial
that the phone
subject?
will
Tell me
fall
the
if nothing's
initial
supporting
subject,
it.
and I'll
And
I'm
and
first
holding
of
I'll
my
all, you
phone
have
right
to
now in my
I'll
left
I'll
hand.
wrap
No
it
one's
in
you have
with
questioning.
to
Be
open
quiet.
arms.
Stop trying to yap to
What
me.
was
you have
the
to have a
initial
Stop
phone
subject?
in
No,
the
trying
no,
to
air
just
yap
tell
to
me
me.
what
Be
it was.
quiet.
in the first
Be
place.
Tell me
quiet.
what
Stop
it
trying to
was.
yap to me. Be quiet.
You know how that
Shut up.
works.
No one is questioning, like I'm holding my phone in my left hand right now. No one's questioning and doubting that if I just let go of the phone, it'll fucking fall. No one's questioning that. That wasn't the fucking subject. Being stupid.
It doesn't work like that either.
It does work like that. If you let go of your phone, it will fall to the ground. Yeah.
It wasn't the initial subject. Stop yapping about that. No
What
one's
was the
doubting and
okay?
questioning that.
But you let go of
Gregory, what was
helium.
the initial subject? Let's go
helium
back to
was
the
gonna
initial
do it.
subject. What was it?
Einstein's gravity doctrine, which you still have failed to actually reiterate.
Well, I
to prove that you
didn't
even
say it was a
understand it.
doctrine. I never admitted that it was a doctrine. So I don't believe
It's a
that you
doctrine.
know
The
what it
word
is.
doctrine means that which is taught. Stop being pedantic. It's a
Well,
doctrine.
the
It's
gravity
taught.
that is taught is the way to explain why the things fall to the ground.
Yeah. You haven't
Is
even said
because
what
of
gravity
the
is. Say what the
theory of general
Einstein
relativity.
gravity is. State what the Einstein doctrine about gravity is. Say it.
It's a measurement of gravity. It's not what gravity is.
No, it's not a measurement. That's not what Einstein said.
Yeah, it is. It's a calculation
He did
to
not
measure
say
what it is.
gravity is a measurement. That is not what he said. You don't
What did
understand the
Einstein
doctrine
say?
again.
What did
Try
Einstein say
again.
gravity is? No. Why don't you teach me? What did Einstein say gravity is? I think
Yeah,
he
now I have to
understood
actually
that it was
teach
a
you what the
measurement.
doctrine is. You don't even know what the thing is, but you're going to sit up here and yap incessantly,
Yeah,
with reckless abandon, not even knowing
You're
what the damn
detouring.
thing is.
Well,
So let me just teach you
Einstein
something.
definitely understood what gravity is. He
You
had
obviously
multiple things
don't.
to say about it.
Can you address the
Literally
basics
the
then?
only person I've heard over years, and I've debated so many scientist zealots, they have never said that gravity is a measurement. You're the only one to ever say that dumb shit.
Well, it is.
Everything is
Ridiculous.
measurable almost. Virtually everything is measurable. What do you mean?
Yeah, CW, the only measurement involved in any of this, okay, is the 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration downwards. Period.
Well, that's just at Earth. It's not the same on Mars, right? And so we have calculations to figure out what it would be when the thing is less massive.
The point that I'm getting at is
of how the Earth.
hold on.
Well, calculus.
Dude,
No, hold on. Hold on.
No,
You
you're
answer your
missing the point.
What's
question,
the gravity
and
of the
I'm
Earth?
You're missing
responding
the
to it.
point.
No, you don't get to
No,
enter.
shut the fuck up. Okay, you're missing the whole point. The only measurement is the acceleration. Okay? That's all the measurement actually is. Einstein's relativity and shit was a means to try and explain why we witness these accelerations. Okay? You're not articulating it properly. Gregory's very right on this. You're fucking it up, Matt. Come on, do better.
Yeah, because
Einstein we do a good job.
Okay, well, yes.
Yeah,
The
because
reason.
Einstein says
Okay, so
that
first of all, what it
gravity
is not
is
anything that relativity has to do with. Relativity has to do with explaining why it's doing what it's doing, right?
no.
And what it is has already been explained by Newton in calculus, and we have very good calculations to figure out if there's a mass of X and a son of Y, what kind of orbit would, and a distance of Z, what kind of orbit would that planet go through? And we have good observations. This is how we know where to point our telescopes, right? We have calculations for this. And
Okay,
I
who
want
wants
to
to
get
bet?
away from
All
thinking
right, how about
that
this?
these mathematical calculations aren't
We're not saying that
explanatory. They're pretty
we're not.
explanatory about our
You got it.
observational
Okay,
power.
that's where you fucked up. Okay, this is where you're fucking up. Mathematical equations, they don't explain jack fuck all. Okay, they
They
describe.
explain where to point our telescope.
They describe. They describe
Yeah.
trajectories,
No, I
phenomena,
know.
whatnot.
And that's how we know where to point our telescope. And so
Okay,
if
yeah,
we
you can
listen to
use.
those,
I'm not saying they, dude. I'm not saying that they don't have
value.
they don't have utility. But if you're going to use the word explain, you're fucking up
okay.
again, man.
No, that's
Okay, look, so
fair.
let's
And
get back
I'll
to
take that back, and I'll take the
let's get back and
explanatory
refocus.
power thing
He's
back.
all over the place.
I'll
We need to
say
get back
there
and
is no
refocus.
explanatory
So I
power of
showed you what
calculation.
Einstein actually said from Stanford.edu. Okay, look in the open chat. Actually learn something. You don't understand what the doctrine is.
Einstein explained gravity as a geometric property, but the problem with that is you have to understand
Stop
space-time.
talking. Like, you didn't even read what I just sent in the open chat. Stop talking. You've proven over and over again you don't understand what the doctrine is. But you're just so convinced that you still understand when we know
I
what
don't
the
want to
doctrine
know
is, and
the
you
doctrine,
did not
dude.
say what the doctrine is at all. So no, you're wrong. Stop talking like you know what you're talking about. Learn something right now. Einstein
Identify the
eventually
property of
identified. I'm
space-time which is
reading.
responsible for
Be quiet.
gravity
I'm
is
reading.
its curvature.
I'm reading. Be quiet. Be quiet. I'm reading. Learn something.
Geometric property, dude.
Be quiet. We heard you fuck up and actually reiterating the doctrine at least 3 times. Be quiet.
I'm not
Be
fucking
quiet.
up. Stop. Hey, Gregory, you need to
Hush.
stop, dude. You need to
It's not
stop.
moving us forward at all. Be quiet. Einstein eventually identified the property of space-time, which is responsible for gravity as its curvature. Space and time in Einstein's universe are no longer flat as implicitly assumed by Newton, but can be pushed and pulled, stretched and warped by matter. Gravity feels strongest where space-time is most curved, and it vanishes where space-time is flat. This is the core of Einstein's theory of general relativity, which is often summed up in the words as follows, quote, matter tells space-time how to curve, and curved space-time tells matter how to move, end quote. Standard way to illustrate this idea is to place a bowling ball, representative of a massive object such as the sun, onto a stretched rubber sheet representing space-time, which is a reification fallacy.
Yes.
If a marble is placed on the rubber sheet, it will roll towards the bowling ball, and it may be pulled to the orbit around the bowling ball. This occurs not because the smaller mass is attracted, quote unquote, but by a force emanating from the larger one, but because it is traveling along a surface which is then deformed by the presence of the larger mass. In the same way, gravitation in Einstein's theory arises not as a force propagating through space-time, but rather as a feature of space-time itself. According to Einstein, your weight on Earth is due to the fact that your body is traveling through warped space-time. You didn't say anything like
Yeah.
that.
Well, it's a geometric property of space that Einstein thought of, which is curvature.
Space has no
Which we don't-
properties. This is why he said it's a reification fallacy. This was my initial point when we first started this conversation, is that the whole premise is based on a reification.
But
Now, if you
right,
don't, do
but
you
then
understand what
we're
reification fallacy is? Do
wondering.
you understand what that
Hold
is
on,
before you talk past it? Do you understand what that is? Yes or no?
a reification fallacy? Yeah, I do.
Yeah, do you understand what
Let
that
me
is?
bend
Yes or
these
no?
vacuums a little bit. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Because every time we tell you this error, you just talk past it and whistle past the graveyard. Do you
I'm
understand
not
what
trying to.
reification fallacy is? Yes or no?
Yeah,
Yeah, what is it?
I'm not going to educate you. Go ahead.
That's the bend.
Yeah, he doesn't know what it is.
But can you
Reification
address?
fallacy is the
I do
fallacy
know
of
what it
misplaced
is, but
concreteness. Why
I
are you
am
talking?
sick of you,
Why are you yapping
Gregory,
to me? Why
having
are you
this
yapping to me?
conversation.
Why
This
are you yapping to me?
conversation is the
Why are
most
you yapping
horrible
to me?
conversation.
Be quiet, right? Just trying to suppress my reply because you can't listen. Stupid.
It's literally the fundamental crux of the whole entire argument that they just whistle right past every time.
Every time the damn refutation is said to them, they just yap. People like him just yap past it. They just keep talking like they have so much to say, like they have so much going for them. You don't. It's a reification fallacy. How are you going to
And
prove
every
that it's
time
not a
they get
reification
tripped up, they act
fallacy?
like they're teaching you something. Like, let me teach you something. If you don't know, let me tell you. Like, really?
Wouldn't we expect the opposite thing to happen than the actual what Einstein was saying? Like if when involve these massively large bodies in that kind of an environment, wouldn't we expect the opposite almost? It's so crazy, man. Every
There's nothing
time.
to expect from this
But look,
notion. It's not like
Still
this
skating past
thing
it.
actually works. Like it's an ontological error. Right?
but am I wrong if I say if
Yes.
if if the most elementary flaw of gravity is that it can keep the heavier objects on the earth, but the lighter ones can do whatever they want?
You would be very wrong indeed. Absolutely. Not been proven what you
That
put down. Hold on a second. I've posted a series of videos related to the topic matter you're talking about, and a citation there from Sir Isaac Newton. It's all there. Gravity drop tests, things fall at different rates. I'm sorry, what you put forward, the standard is gravity is not a force currently, not a force, never been proven, okay? So please look at the material and try and work with some integrity, please. Thank you.
No, that's what I said. I
yeah, that
said,
notion doesn't even apply. It doesn't even apply to Einstein's doctrine because it's not talking about the pulling of anything. Right? It's not talking about forces. Right? He's not describing a force. He's describing. I mean, he says it's not a force, but then what he says implies that it is a force because it's something causing motion, right? So he's conflating. He's calling a thing a force and a non-force simultaneously by what he straightforwardly says and by what it implies. So he's contradicting himself by implication. But on its
Yes.
face, given his idea that this is not a force that's pulling or pushing,
bodies in
that is
motion.
just the result of matter warping space-time. That's his rhetoric. So on its face, it's a reification of an immaterial thing, whatever the immaterial thing is, giving concreteness to an immaterial thing, specifically the immaterial things that are space and time, and then a pseudo distinction without a difference, where he distinguishes space-time from space and time.
But well, hold on. What I'm saying is, am I wrong in saying that the heavier things that are attracted to the Earth are included, except for anything beyond the threshold of a certain density or weight? Then they're free. They're free to do whatever they want outside of gravity. Is that
Right,
wrong or is that
that's what I
right?
just explained.
Okay.
That doesn't apply. It's categorically erroneous
Yeah,
to his notion.
What do you
yeah,
mean?
His
absolutely
notion has
wrong.
nothing to do with forces. Right?
Yeah, it's absolutely
What do you
wrong.
mean?
And then you'd have to prove what you put down. You'd have to confirm the hypothesis you're putting down, your thoughts. You're not doing that. And we're telling you, no, it doesn't apply. It's wrong. Absolutely incorrect.
Yeah, and this is where like
This how
Einstein, if
discombobulated the doctrine
you
As
is.
far as what? How
yeah,
is it
because if
wrong?
you adhere to the object at rest and to stay at rest unless acted upon by an outside force, right? So an object that is in motion will continue upon its path unless acted upon by an outside force, meaning it's always going to be in a straight line path. They have to have this weird conception of space-time bending and warping that's not physical, that's not a force, but allows for a curved path that is actually a straight path that this object is taking because there's no actual force that's curving the path because it's technically a straight path, but relative to other objects, it's a curved path. It's such a cluster of a theory that you have to be almost insane to believe it.
From their
It's
center
a
paths,
clusterfuck
yeah.
discombobulated, ontologically erroneous notion. He just didn't. The guy just did not understand ontology, and the people who espouse scientism, they just ignore philosophy, which includes ontology. And ontology is a necessary prerequisite to physics. You can't just ignore ontology. It makes no sense. You're just going to be incoherent.
You can if you just call it space-time and give it some sort of
Exactly.
like properties, even though it has no actual properties, right? If you reify things and you just, continue to make up erroneous things, then sure, go for it.
Now, academicians know that ontology is a important and relevant subject. It's just the vast majority of these people, even that the vast majority of academicians, right, who espouse scientism, they don't even recognize the word. But you can easily go to Wikipedia, which is made by people who espouse scientism and governed by people who espouse scientism, and it's right there in the Wikipedia article on physics that one of the prerequisites to physics is ontology and math. But they just ignore ontology. That's all Einstein did. And I already spelled out the dilemma that the doctrine faces. Either space-time is alleged to be a concrete entity or not, right? A concrete entity or an abstract entity. If they go with the concreteness, then if they go with a concrete notion, then really they're just saying that there really is a spatial plenum, which is the ether, but then they just contradict themselves with another pseudo distinction, saying that no, it's not the ether, which is the spatial
Whoa,
plenum, but it's
whoa,
space-time,
whoa!
which is the spatial plenum. And if they go with
Can't
no,
say
then
that
they're
word in here,
reifying an
bro.
immaterial thing.
I
Well,
agree,
but
but you can't say that word in here.
what word?
Say what word?
Ether. Can't say that.
Ether?
Why not?
I don't know.
Well, the thing is, the Earth is moving at like millions of miles per hour. So most people don't even factor that in to any of the formulas. Okay, so what the thing that's very easy to see from my perspective, is that gravity has a way of usurping all of these other um, more things with greater magnitude that are happening simultaneously, but then allowing for other objects and bodies to move freely. So you see, like water, for example, the metric tons of water in the oceans behaves a certain way, and gravity impacts it to the Earth. But then you have other lighter objects that do whatever they want. They go all over the place. But it doesn't make any sense because we're already talking about speeds that are irrational speeds. We don't even know what those kinds of speeds are like, because um and it doesn't even make sense because light only travels 700 million miles per hour, and then we're traveling at like, I want to say 5 million miles per hour. So then there's a distortion between the light and time as it would happen locally. So I mean, even that doesn't make any sense. It's like people overlook all the small basic stuff and they jump to a hurricane, you know, when it's just a little water spout, you know. It's just crazy. Doesn't make any sense, man. And that's what I was saying. I was like, am I wrong about that? That gravity has special properties that contradict itself, and that just does
Gravity hasn't been proven to exist. That is the problem.
exactly. But what I'm saying is that they fail to look at the obvious things because they don't. It's so obvious that they don't want to talk about it.
Yes, they look the other way, as you said.
Yeah. Well, that's
Yeah.
what I was saying. That's what I was saying. It's like it does,
Sorry,
like
yeah.
it can't apply to anyone who's just doesn't care, I guess.
Well, yeah, no, because they, you know, like was said, they're here to teach us. We're in the wrong, remember.
That's the difference. Is there's people that care in the world, and then there's people that do not care about people.
Mike.
Yeah.
What happens?
Yeah.
As long as they're right, as long as they're all right, anything and everything can happen. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's right.
That's
They're
That's a
adamant.
crazy person.
Well, of course it is, because they're adamant that they're right, and they haven't actually gone out to actually do the number one gold standard is just to measure the surface of the Earth. They haven't done at all. You know, they'll learn a lot just by measuring, actually going out and measuring, and then trying to prove their hypothesis. If it's about gravity, where are your experiments that you've conducted to support what you're putting forward as a hypothesis? Where is it? See what I mean? They haven't got any of that. Just a bunch of words, notions, and doctoring, as Gregory said, and they're getting that doctoring wrong. So they're indoctrinating themselves into another convoluted explanation, and it's all wrong. There you are. So no.
That's why when you say that the properties of gravity, even that
Yeah, that's wrong itself. Those words.
that's wrong itself because gravity doesn't have any properties.
Yeah, it doesn't exist at all.
You cannot own a piece of something that says that this is part of that gravity of the globe idea. It's non-existent, so you cannot say it even has any properties though.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
The property is something that you can have tangible. This is something
manipulate.
Oh, yeah,
manipulate. Okay. Yeah, manipulate.
When you say the properties of gravity, what's that? That's not even found in the physical and natural world.
Yeah, remember, so Isaac Newton never proved it. Einstein merely just suggested it with his new bending and the warping of the space-time fabric. And again, we can't replicate that here on Earth. We cannot. It's just a theory. There are no properties of gravity. That hasn't been proven. For there to be property means you can grab it, you can manipulate it, and show it. Can't do that.
So two things. The common pattern with these zealots that come in here is they don't even get the orthodox scientism doctrine correct about this so-called gravity. Rarely do they ever get it correct. Rarely do they ever go out of their way to provide a quotation and a citation from any of their scientist clerics in academia and prove that they even understand what gravity is according to their worldview. They don't even understand orthodox scientism on this point, and on many points. Secondly,
that's because they've never done
they're
it.
so bad at rhetoric, right? They're so bad at speaking. When you analyze what they're saying, if they're espousing like what I just showed from Stanford.edu on Einstein, the term gravity is being used to refer to both the cause, the alleged cause, and the effect. So it's referring to the whole event or this type of event. So given this rhetoric here, it's supposed to be denoting the event, including both the cause and the effect. So it's not just the effect, and it's not just the cause, aka the force. So they don't even have that correct either. They don't, and they act like they're so. You're supposed to be analytical and technically accurate and precise and definitive, especially in so-called science. That's how they talk as though they're so technical and definitive and strict and all this other stuff. It's ridiculous when they make basic grammatical and categorical errors all the time. They don't even understand the term gravity in their worldview, according to their clerics.
People
Is
aren't smart enough
denoting
to know.
the entire event, not only the cause and not only the effect. And it's certainly not the observation. Like the scientist clerics never said that. They can't find me a single quote where they define the word gravity refers to the act that is observing things falling. That is not what they say. That's just some stupid distortion that some ignoramus contrived on the spot. Besides, they have nothing equivalent. They have nothing equivalent and close to like what Christians, Jews, Muslims have. Like you have a definitive body of text they actually refer to. They don't have nothing like that. There's really nothing equivalent to the Bible or the Quran or the Talmud for the scientists. They just have a vast variety of literature published by only God knows how many different people throughout the centuries.
Well, look, I can tell you this: I'm not the smartest person, and even I'm like, wait a minute, you guys are just talking crazy. It's because people don't care. They don't. They're choosing it. They're choosing whatever they say is God is you know the rule of law. Like it's like whatever you want to call it. But I mean, at some point, you're just pretending like it because I mean, or there's just a lot of people that are just not paying attention or not involved at all. But
I mean, the closest thing they have to like a Bible or a Quran equivalent in scientism is basically a physics encyclopedia or whatever textbook or one of the famous magnum opus literature from uh, historical famous scientists. That's really that's the closest equivalent they have, and it's a far cry. So they don't really have, though they talk as though they do, they don't really have any rigid record of their doctrines.
it's my special book.
They don't have a solid, consistent record of their doctrines to actually easily consult. They can't go to book, chapter, and verse for their doctrines. So this type of vastly variegated, this vast variety of distortions is to be expected because they don't have a standard to really consult with, and they don't really care.
What are we talking about?
We talk about the fact that these scientists, these people who espouse scientism, they routinely get the orthodox doctrines wrong.
What the fuck is scientism, bro?
Yeah,
Scientism?
it's the worldview that the vast
He
majority
asks a
of the
question
world
and then
teach.
he interrupts in the middle of the reply. Bro, can you chill?
Yeah.
No, sorry, that was an intro
No, you cannot
colorism.
chill. So if you cannot chill, we're gonna have to make you chill
Dude,
because
I'm
you need to
fucking
chill.
chill. You're calling me out. What the fuck?
Yeah,
I'm
because you
chill.
ask a question, the guy's giving you a reply, and you're interrupting him.
Give this guy 30 more seconds. Just mute him if you're just gonna keep being noisy and obnoxious.
Oh my god. There's always one person that is just like,
You're just obnoxiously laughing and being noisy,
oh,
not listening to what people are
Yeah,
saying.
the
So
whole room is
why
looking
are
at
you here?
you, the one person.
dude, I'm looking at all fucking icon here. Nothing.
There's no way
There's no
you can
eyes
look
on
at
my screen.
everybody at the same
Shut up.
time. Everybody's
Dude,
around
shut
you.
the fuck
You
up,
don't have
bro.
360
Dude,
degrees
shut the fuck up.
vision.
I never really laugh at the guy.
Guy, why are
I
you
was
here?
just like,
Why are you here? Why are
what
you
is
here?
scientism? That's
Guy,
all
why
I
are
Alright,
you in this
let's
VC?
reset. Let's reset.
Oh my
Do you have a
god,
question about
bro.
the topic at hand, or yes or no?
There's always the guy. There's always the
Guy, why are
fucking
you
guy
in
just
here?
ruins everything,
You're just
bro.
yapping.
Dempsey,
Stop
shut the
yapping.
fuck
Why are
up.
you in here? Hello? Why are you
Dude,
in
I'm
here? Stop
asking
yapping.
you what are you guys talking about?
Okay, we were answering that question and then you started laughing and being noisy.
Well, because I the word scientism was okay. Let's start over. What are you guys talking about?
Again, talking about the believers of scientism, the worldview that the vast majority of the Europeanized world with its schools inundate the public to believe, that they don't even understand the actual doctrines from the academicians, their clerics.
And who are they?
All the so-called academicians I just told you. All the doctors, so-and-sos.
Well, how do you know about that? Like, do you have
Okay.
source for that?
The video, if you want some material on the scientism, if you stay tuned to the side chat, in the next 3 minutes, I will post 2 relevant videos relating to scientism and how science has become a religion and it's out of control and it's mainly pseudoscience that's prevailing in this community. Okay? Does that make sense to you now?
Yeah, what's the difference between Scientology?
Yeah,
I'm
so
not
how we
20.
know, right? We
What's the
know because we
difference
keep talking to
between
them for years. We know because
Scientology
we've been
and
talking to them for
scientism?
years. We know because we've been talking to them for years. And after the years of talking to them, a vast number of them, only God knows how many of them, every time we tell them to state exactly what the doctrine is about gravity or about the shape of the earth or about the radius or about how we know the earth is a ball, et cetera, they don't even say it correctly. They don't even remotely reiterate what is actually said in the sources.
Okay, so I was here like I don't know how many weeks ago, and I had a discussion with like an individual, and I was telling the person, you know, why ask them if you or people that believe in flat Earth can actually demonstrate and study that we can, if you guys can actually, what do you call it, provide a evidence of the Earth is flat by doing your
You need to
own
remove.
observation, you know, instead of like a secondhand information, like doctor or what you just said. Like, why rely on those guys who are? There's a lot of people that believe in this agenda that Earth is flat. Why can't they make their own shit and then prove that Earth is actually flat, not a sphere?
What are you asking? You took so long, like
No,
5
I'm not
seconds between
asking.
every
Like
word.
I'm telling you guys, why can't people do their own research, or their own program, actually, you know,
People
that
do research. Why are you saying they can't
not just research.
when people
Well,
actually
like
do? People do research.
no,
This is
not
why
just
this
not
community is
just like
here. People do the research.
no, not just like on on phones or cell phones or fucking laptops or whatever, like a physical form of
Yeah, like laser
research,
tests, long
like
distance observations,
going to space. No, not just like going like laser shit, like going to space,
laser shit.
making your own program. Yeah,
Is
like
that like an actual term,
What are you
laser
talking
shit?
about? Our own space program? Are you talking about flat
yes,
earthers building
yeah,
ships and going into space? Is that what you're talking about?
yeah, yeah. As a public citizen, yes,
Dude, what are you talking about?
that can
What sense
that
does
can
that
happen.
make? Do that for what?
Uh, to prove
When we don't
that
live in that
the,
world.
the Earth is actually flat.
Wait, so you
Why
think? Okay, look, just
why
stop.
no, why do
You
you
think?
like listen
Listen,
to my
listen,
words, sir.
just
Why
listen, just
why do you
listen,
rely
just
to
listen.
people that you
Fuck,
don't believe
dude,
in?
just
That's
listen.
crazy.
I'm answering your question. Listen,
Okay.
you're making this stupid mistake. Like
No,
you think
I'm not
we're
making a stupid
just
mistake. I'm
listen,
telling you what
just
is the best way
listen.
to do.
You're getting it wrong. Just be quiet. Listen, man. You're acting as though we think, oh, there's all these humongous balls flailing around in the black void, and we're all flailing around in the black void. But instead of us living on a ball, we just live on a pancake. That's not our position.
Well, you're telling me you're getting rely on people that you don't believe in, that you could like
Like,
what's the
are
point
you
of
going
that?
to acknowledge the error I just corrected in your position?
No, I acknowledge that, but like why do you believe someone sorry, why do you rely and answer to someone that you don't believe in?
Okay, so look, like if we don't exist, right? If the Earth is not a ball floating through a black void, if we don't exist in a black void with a bunch of balls, humongous balls flailing around in that, then of course we're not going to be building ships that's going to go
Who do you
far away
who do
from
you
the Earth
ask?
into the far
NASA.
reaches of the black
Who do
void
you
when we
ask?
don't live in a
Doctors,
humongous
right?
black void. Did you even hear what I
Educators.
just said? Did you hear what I just
No,
said?
I did. But
Okay,
who do you
so
ask?
let
Who do you
it
ask
sink
for that?
in before you just
What do
impulsively
you do
talk
your
back.
research for
Have a
that? Oh,
conversation.
NASA told us.
Stop just impulsively replying at me. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Why would we try to build ships in a world we don't exist in? We don't exist in a black void with a bunch of humongous
What
balls
do you mean?
flailing around
We
in it.
do
That's not
exist
what
in a
we
black
exist
hole.
in.
We exist. We exist on Earth. We're talking now. You're breathing on air. What the fuck? What are you on,
Yeah,
dude?
Dude, how about
breathing
you
is an
listen?
issue for the
We
black
don't
void.
exist in a black void with a
Oh
bunch
my
of balls flailing
So you
around in
don't
it.
believe in
That's not what we
breathing.
exist in.
So you're not breathing right now.
Are you stupid?
No, are
Did
you
I say we
telling
don't
me?
exist on the
You're
earth?
telling, oh my
Did I
fucking
say we don't
god!
exist on the earth? Yes or
Yeah,
no?
that's what you said. Well, that's how you
No, it's not what I
interpret it, bro.
said.
Oh my god, dude, I'm done, bro.
How
This
about you
guy's stupid as
listen?
fuck. You're fucking stupid, bro.
Not existing in a black void with a bunch of other humongous balls
Oh,
does not
oh
mean
my
we
god.
don't
How
exist on
you
the earth with
you
air.
haven't been you haven't been the surface.
My God, get rid of this guy. He's not sober. Just
Jesus
yapping.
Christ.
Just
No,
give
you're
him a
yapping, bro.
handicap. It's okay to give him a
You shut the
handicap.
fuck up. You're
Give him
fucking
a handicap. Come on,
wanker.
bro.
Shut your ass
Ridiculous.
up.
I'm like, saying I'm speaking clear English. He's just deliberately misinterpreting, or he's just too stupid to accurately interpret a simple sentence. Just a dumb idiot, wasting time. But look, if we had just let him go on, if no one had said anything, he would just could have gone on and on and on, yapping as though he knows better than us, espousing scientism.
Why don't you guys build ships to go to the cartoon fantasy that I believe you live on? Why don't you do that?
Like, no, he was not too drunk. Him asking that and the things he said, he obviously is conveying how stupid can you people be? We know better than you. Okay. So obviously he's one of these people who espouses scientism, who is convinced that he just knows so much better than us, and we're so stupid. Then I ask him a simple question, or say a simple sentence to him, and he can't understand it. How the fuck do you get "we don't exist on the earth with air" from my sentence? We don't exist in a black void with a bunch of humongous balls. How the fuck you get that interpretation? You're just stupid. Routinely and habitually disrespectful. These damn people, while being that stupid. Don't need to waste several goddamn minutes, 5, 10, 15 plus minutes trying to reason with somebody that damn stupid. Give it 2 minutes and be done. Give space to somebody else to have an intelligent conversation that actually gets to the damn truth. Dog of 420 stonks. It's mildly annoying the account name some people set on their account. They just set sentences. When you try to address them, you have to say these warped, whack ass sentences. It just like it makes your attempt to try and freaking address them to identify them damn near impossible. You could just look at my account name and say, "Hi, Gregory." Instead, you have to look at someone else's account name and say, "Hi, God is real. Trust me, bro." Like, what the fuck? What type of sentence is that? But that's what I have to say because I'm trying to refer to their account and I identify that person by their account name. They don't have a name of a sentence or a clause.
Yeah, Gregory, it is silly. I tend not to when they have sentences for names. I don't read them out. I just don't stop instantly. Have a name or I don't call you. That's it. That's it.
Again, people like CW666. I mean, they could have what maybe half an hour of an intelligent conversation that kind of makes some progress. Still not actually getting to the end of the subject, but kind of makes some progress. Have some coherent line of replies between him and other folks in here. But then their sophistic antics and their emotional commitment and just saying any fucking thing they can contrive out of their ass to protect scientism, it ruins the flow of the conversation eventually, sooner or later. Because it is just so vexing to them that these flat earthers might actually understand the freaking orthodox scientism that I espouse better than I do, and actually refute them. They just can't stand that idea, and not emotionally tolerate that freaking possibility. So you just shun that metaphysical fact that it's possible they're right and I'm wrong. And that's what drives people to say the dumb shit that they say. That's what drives people to become bigots. That's what makes bigotry. That other person cannot be right because I just cannot stand. I cannot emotionally tolerate the possibility that they could be right. I can't stand that. So I'm convinced that they're wrong no matter what.
They cannot be right. They will not be right. Yeah.
So long as they're wrong. Can't be right when you're wrong.
That's right. That's true. That situation actually exists. That is the situation. You described it right.
And they often forget, like, the vast majority of flat earthers that exist, whether they participate in the conversation on some internet forum or not, whether they participate in any conversation about the cosmos, including the earth, or not, the vast majority, virtually all of them, formerly believed scientism to a greater or lesser degree of intensity.
Mm. Yeah. Before, yeah. Mm.
A greater or lesser degree of detail and a greater or lesser degree of intensity. So it's not as though we were raised in this worldview contrary to scientism. It's not like we were raised and have always believed a cosmology contrary to scientism cosmology. We were raised with the freaking scientism cosmology, more or less.
That's right. Yeah. That's where we came from first. It's only then we started to question and look at things, look at what they are putting down, right? And then you find all the flaws. The biggest revelation to me was it was all just theories. That was there. Okay, so the theories are not the truths as they're pushing it sometimes. Okay.
And instead, rather than treating rather than treating other people righteously, to just say it simply, I don't have to list out all the types of righteous behavior. Instead of treating the skeptics of scientism righteously, with respect and with dignity, peaceably, and all that, they just think they think it's just okay, that it's not reprehensible to just spew an onslaught of disparagement and disrespect.
Yeah, because they see you as a retard, basically. You don't understand what we know.
Like, and I had to choose my words carefully because in scientism, there pretty much is no such thing as moral law. It's just people's opinions. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's their worldview. So I can't say they think it's permissible because there is no law that prescribes the permission. I can't say that they think that. I can only say they don't think that it's reprehensible. So they just say whatever they please to spite and disparage and attack, right? Presumptuously chastising, right? As though
Yeah.
we're doing something reprehensible, and that they just have free reign to just say whatever they want to us or about us. Not actually be charitable, be accurate, be truthful, be respectful.
Mm. And then you put it to him several times. One of the not the last character, but the one before, arguing about gravity. And you put it to him, and he still didn't understand. He didn't understand the doctrine. He's got it wrong. He didn't even understand that. He didn't only when you asked him, "Do you acknowledge your your error?" He's like, "Okay, I acknowledge it," but then he carried on with the error still.
Like he'll acknowledge and concede for a second, and then after that second's up, immediate amnesia and just go right back to the shit that we just corrected.
The error that we've just been disputing, and he's back on it. Yeah, that's not good faith. That's it.
Or that even maybe even that's granting him too much. Perhaps he just feigned concession, just pretended to concede, so he can just keep on yapping and have his way.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's what he did. That's what he did, obviously.
Amazing. These people who go out of the way to come into this VC, and they come in here for the purpose of just incessantly spewing their worldview. They are not here to
Yeah,
critically consider anything.
no, they're there to get one or two up on the flat earthers, prove us wrong any way they can, even when they're wrong all the way.
And not even that. I mean, some of them do that, but really most of them, they don't even get up to the dignity of just trying to say any argument or something that remotely resembles an argument to defy us. They do worse than that. They just keep spewing their worldview. They just keep repeating the freaking doctrines they believe.
Yeah.
Like that behavior is a hallmark of just trying to convince yourself out loud. That's what that is.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because like if I'm just repeating the same things over and over again at you, ignoring what you're saying to me, I'm not conversing with you. That's not a conversation. So
That's right.
at that point, you're not conversing with me. So at that point, you said I'm certainly not critically considering anything you have to say, but I'm not even trying to converse with you. I'm just spewing the things that I believe. Why? For what reason? I mean, what other reason would there be besides it's emotionally soothing to convince myself?
An emotional justified belief.
Like anything else besides that is far more implausible or unlikely. And you heard the guy say several times, right? This flagrant distortion of orthodox scientism concerning gravity, the orthodox scientist gravity doctrine. He repeated it over and over again, and then said at least like 5 times, "What else can I say? What else can I say?" He didn't know what else to say besides that flagrant distortion.
Yeah.
Look, if they really had any intention, the people who come in here, if they had any intention in trying to edify us, right? Because the best reason that they would decide to speak up is to help us, help me. They're trying to help me. They're trying to understand me so that they can know how to precisely craft their replies that actually, actually touch me, in my mind and in my heart, right? And give me some truths to take into my mind, right, to edify me. But rarely do they ever have that intention. Rarely do they ever demonstrate that intention.
True.
It is just to fight. It is just to resist. It is just to fight, resist, to spite.
I'm tired of you, Gregory, he said. I'm fed up. But you keep correcting him.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it was.
I have specific reasons why I will interrupt these people. right?
Oh yeah.
If you have this noticeable antic where you just spew so many words and they don't progress the conversation forward, you're just saying a
Yeah.
bunch of words and we're all still just standing still in the same spot, not moving forward. Then we have to just cut that off. Like stop that. Actually move the conversation forward.
Obfuscation is annoying. Obfuscation also annoying. That's the annoying one there, right there.
Right. So like for instance, like when I get to the point when you say eventually, somewhat, not completely, but you sufficiently to a point to a degree that's tolerable, accurately reiterate Einstein's gravitation doctrine, and then I
Mm.
tell you that's a reification fallacy, and then after that your reply is just to repeat the fucking doctrine, you're just stagnated the conversation now. And especially if you want to just keep doing that, spewing at least a paragraph or more every time you fucking reply to me, you're just stagnated the conversation. At that point, I'm going to interrupt that, cut that off so that you can actually focus. Basically, I'm grabbing you by the shoulders and shaking you, snap out of it, and fucking move forward.
Yeah, you've got to, because like you said, the conversation's been stagnated now, and if people are not on looking and listening, they might think Gregory's wrong, for example, in his position. You see?
Exactly. It's not only
Yeah.
for my sake; it's for the sake of the audience.
No. I'm
There,
just saying it happens to me. It happens to everyone. It's just that
right,
whoever
right,
was
right. Yeah, I'm agreeing
listening.
with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Thanks. Whoever's listening, they're going to think that we're wrong, and that's annoying because we're not wrong. That's the thing. We're just not wrong, and just because someone's repeating it all the time and not acknowledging what we're actually putting down, that is an obfuscation right there. Especially when you're highlighting errors all over the place. And that what the last character says, why don't we build rockets to go to space? Technologically, physically, not possible to do that for any human being. NASA, all the space agencies are lying, but he's not aware of that. Crazy.
Gregory, wasn't that guy like a good example of what we were trying to say about some of these people? I mean, you were talking about the highest hierarchy of them was when you stumbled down to this guy that wasn't able to. He was stumbling on what he was trying to say. He was trying to teach something in here or tell people something, but he didn't know how to do it. Like, and
Yeah.
also you were trying to use when you said scientism, he kind of like stumbled and was like scientific. What is that? Like he was
Yeah,
just
it's like
he wasn't
they're warped
on
minds.
a
Yeah.
I don't know. He was all over the place without being anywhere.
Yeah, they're warped minds where they just have this. They just don't have any self discipline, self control. They can't hear an unfamiliar word and not just exercise self discipline and just refrain from these emotional outbursts that they just yap on and on and on when they obviously just don't understand the term, right? It's not some strange word that I made, right? Scientism has been known for decades. The term has been coined for decades. It predates me, goddammit. But they don't know any of these things. They don't want to. I could explain this shit to them, but they just don't decide to listen and critically consider. I could easily show them scientism in the Oxford English Dictionary. I can easily show them the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy article on scientism. They're like, this has been identified. And then I can explain to them what I mean by the term because it isn't only the sense that you'll find in the dictionary or the philosophy encyclopedia. Because they're just talking about a specific epistemological notion, but I'm using the term scientism as a catch-all blanket term for their worldview.
You see, still Gregory, I know I was gonna like trying to get in there and try to maybe be a peacekeeper and try to have him just listen, and you were trying to do the same thing. But I will maybe extend the olive branch and be like, bro, just have a conversation, like like you were trying, listen and then reply to what is being said. And maybe we could have made it somewhere, but I don't know, for some reason, what, he left or something, I don't know.
Whatever warped, fucked up ass line of thinking in his head, it did not include, I want to listen and critique and consider what these people have to say.
No, yeah, it didn't have that. Yeah, he was very, very confused about his own position. You know, and the idea that we flat earthers would be able to make our own rockets to go to space to see the flat earth. And yeah, obviously he's not all there. He wasn't coherent enough to understand his mistakes. And that was it. Simple as that. And obviously, wherever he's been discussing this with whoever he was, they seem to be correct. He's come from that group where they think they're right and we are completely wrong. And he doesn't understand the field he's in to even a 50% level. He's below par, very below par. So it makes his argument totally weak. Then he will easily misunderstand someone like us. And there you are.
You know, the multitude of misconceptions and straw men that are conceived in the minds of so many, right, about flat earthers, it's directly the same type of bullshit that happened with the early Christians in the late antiquity. You know, the people in the Roman Empire, they thought, for instance, that the Christians were cannibals because they misinterpreted notions like eating the bread and blood of Christ, right? But if they actually took the time to listen to what Christians have to say about this, they'll understand. No, they're not actually just like eating someone's flesh, right? It's a idiom, right? It's a metaphor, right? Well, and such things happen to all sorts of minority peoples, whatever types of peoples throughout all ages, throughout everywhere. Like the minority is misunderstood, the majority misunderstands the minority, and the majority don't really care to have an accurate understanding of this minority, even the very controversial and provocative minority. Yeah, that bullshit is the fruit of corrupt humans, and all humans are corrupt.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when I used to go to St. Mary Magdalene's elementary school, as I'm not a Christian, so, you know, I'd be at the back together with the non-Christians at the back. You know, we're still together as a family, supposedly, right, singing all the hymns. And then when it came to like the communion and all that, where you get these individuals, they go up and they do drink the blood of Christ and eat the body of Christ. Yeah, I used to watch something. I used to wonder what are they eating for many years. Yeah, and then one day I was actually in the crypt with the priest with some of my friends, all right, elementary school kids still, and he asked us, "Would you like to try that?" I said, "Yeah," because what is it you drink and eat? And it turned out that they were drinking port wine as the blood of Christ, and then this thing, the body of Christ, was a snack that I was familiar with from the shops that melted in your mouth. I thought, is that what you're eating? Is this it? Wow! Because I was always mystified by drinking and eating. And when I finally actually got the opportunity to do that privately in the crypt, I thought, yeah, wow, this is quite interesting what they eat. Funny. Yeah. So I learned. I needed it once, but I learned something there, what they were eating and drinking. Yeah.
Yeah. Besides, and there's also, admittedly, in charitable defense for the common people who still, are more or less in scientism, some of them have been given bad impressions by particular individuals, and they're given anecdotes. Like the given person's experience with a flat earther or with a handful of flat earthers or how many ever flat earthers they met, their experience was these flat earthers who were aggressive, rude, disrespectful, incoherent, uh, uh, ignorant, not very articulate, whatever what have you. So some people have gotten bad impressions
Yeah.
from particular flat earthers. Same thing like in
Yeah.
every other group. Many people have gotten bad impressions from a lot of professing Christians, or professing Muslims, or professing Jews, or professing Hindus, or professing Buddhists, etc., etc.
Yeah. 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 It's true. That's why they come in here. You can tell that they've been to other flat earthers and kind of like managed to get their point across and take the upper hand, and they think they're correct. When they come here, and now they see us as aggressive and we're not really. We're just holding the highest standard possible, and that is integrity. Either you know your doctrine properly or shut up. Don't push out your doctrine when you don't know it properly, and address the error of the doctrine.
And these
But
are
they
like
don't know.
basic truisms. Like I understand enough to where these things are truisms, but a lot of people don't understand these
Yeah.
clearly and consciously. So sometimes it's good to reiterate simple facts, simple factoids to help people like become conscious and consciously internalize these things so that they can factor that into their perspective. So just
Yeah.
like many scientism believers, some of them have the wisdom to not hastily generalize about flat earthers from the bad impression that they got. Some don't. Just like some flat earthers. I mean, we all used to be ones. Rarely,
Oh yeah.
relatively to scientism, flat earthers have enough sense to know. Well, we got a lot of bad impressions from a lot of these scientism believers, but we used to be one of them, and we know full well that there are plenty of scientism believers that behave very much decently. Like, they're not perfect, but they're very much decent, and they don't behave like the pests that we encounter here on Discord, et cetera, et
Yeah.
cetera.
Listen, that's what I
That shouldn't
mostly
have to be
hope.
spelled out to
Like,
adults.
for example, to the guy that just joined earlier and was kind of a mess, I was kind of hoping that we can kind of like come to some terms, maybe use some words and find some common
Yeah.
ground that we can
Yeah.
kind of step up to the next step and then to the next step, and maybe he will. It was a good example when he says scientism. Well, what is it? And he started yapping, and I mean, kind of laughing like a hyena, like an animal,
Yeah. I'm glad
because
you
this
said
guy
that.
said scientism. I mean, I'm hoping he's holding a dictionary or maybe opening Google and writing scientism, the meaning of it, and maybe reading while he's listening or something, just to learn and maybe talk about the topic. But he wasn't there
Well,
yet. I was hoping he
no.
would make it, but not really.
Yeah, you were, Gemsy. Yeah, I sensed that in you, that you really did want to engage with the guy and help him to calm down, settle down. And I was hurryingly trying to get the material for him in the side chat. And then he conflated the scientism with Scientology. He wanted to know the difference, didn't he? He did ask that question, though. He got that out.
He did.
He got a little bit out. Yeah, he did. Yeah. He wanted to know the difference.
I actually like
Yeah.
that, and I actually like it when you Jin bring so many links and things that people can go and look at, and also the conversation with Gregory, because he's English. I always appreciate the way he
So
brings
do
the
I.
language into the conversation. So I'm always hoping to be sitting on a table of people talking about this stuff and discussing. All right, Gregory is presenting everything within the language and what it means and stuff, and then Jean has the links, and maybe I add something, whatever I can, and hopefully the person looking to engage is actually engaging.
Yeah. Appreciate that Gregory stuff. That Gregory stuff is good, man.
Appreciate
Honestly.
y'all too.
Oh yeah. That's without a doubt. It's never boring. Never boring. Only when they get into their mantra and that. Yeah. But when you're there on point, it's good. And there are other characters in our communities that hold that level of intellect and knowledge of the language, and it's good to see. I do like us. He's really polite, but if you get him wrong, they give you a couple of slaps in your face. Pow, 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 shut the fuck up, pow, 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 and then mute the gun, and then say, well, now this is what Gregory was trying to say to you, blah 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 blah, and then I'll unmute you now. Well, okay. So, but yet 20 Cups, I call him the attorney, because he's like an attorney the way he delivers the truth, and I do like that quality, and it serves its purpose very well indeed. So yeah,
I'm just saying,
you're
Jin,
right. I
that
like
I kind of like hope the best out of many people, even for myself. I hope I can engage, and I don't do my best always, because sometimes I'm tired. I want to be funny, whatever, right? But I'm hoping for the best from people. But many times I'm over expecting some people's behavior. They're not here to bring their best. They're just here to make fun of others, and I don't know. It's kind of weird that I'm expecting the best
I
out
don't hope
of
anymore
the
on Discord.
Yeah, hope it's gone out the door now.
I hope for many years. Every time was crushed. I stopped hoping. I just expect the bullshit.
Especially with certain characters that have been here for a long time, and they're just looking to sway the new people coming in, and there's some certain characters from the other side that actually just want
the
to.
seasoned Globers. They know everything. They know all the arguments. Yeah.
There's no hope for those anymore, I guess.
No hope for them at all. And we're always reminding them, don't forget, as Gregory said, we did come from the heliocentric model doctrine. So, and scientism doctrine, we've come from that side. Okay, so give us some credit that we understand what you're putting down.
And again, it's a real fucking hazard. It happens every damn time with these people. These scientism want to be apologists. They don't want the conversation to come to the end. They don't want to get to the end of the conversation. They don't want to hurry up and get to the end of the conversation.
Yeah, because the conclusion is going to reveal the flaws in their position, and they know that. They can feel that their position is unraveling every word you say, you see, and they can see that and feel that, and that's going to be embarrassing for them. Whereas it's actually doing them a service. You're actually doing them a service. Yeah.
Like, for instance, when we're talking about the goddamn shape of the earth, right? Talk about the surface of the earth. It's simple. Like you've heard me break it down before, what is it? Several days ago, a few days ago. Or flat earther, globe earther. Flat earther says, we see too damn far, we measure too damn far. The laser's hitting the target, it should be impeded by a water hill, by the goddamn entailed water hill. Okay. Well, no, refraction, atmospheric refraction. Okay, so your laughably mockable superlooming that you have no empirical demonstration of. Yeah, no, we do have empirical demonstration of. Then give your 4 non-analogous microscopic demonstrations that don't improve the notion at all, especially when you're using other substances besides fucking air, right? Especially when you're using fucking glass and shit. Then we're like, okay, that's obviously a failure. Well, you see the horizon moving, so the refraction is a factor. So why you deny that? We're not denying that refraction is a factor. We're not denying that refraction exists. We're denying your specific notion in your ad hoc appeal to refraction with its entailments to specifically say what it is when you see the counter evidence where we measure and see too damn far. Okay. So now either you go with the notion that the horizon, which is allegedly the vertex of the fucking curvature of the surface of the water, allegedly the ocean's being wrapped around a ball, either the earth is rapidly expanding, right? Increasing and decreasing its size with the freaking atmosphere as it changes and lockstep with the atmosphere, or the horizon is not what you freaking say it is in your SE doctrine entails it is. There's your dilemma. That's the end.
That's it.
You don't want it to get to that.
Yeah, they don't want it to conclude, you see. Absolutely.
Yeah, but the season globers just tell you there's multiple horizons. They'll tell you it's the geometrical horizon, then the apparent horizon. They have like 3 different horizons.
Yeah,
right. And when they say that, right, all I have to say is that's more rhetoric, where you're just tacitly presuming your globe Earth doctrine, which not only is a pseudo distinction without a difference, it's another ad hoc reply, and it entails that your freaking doctrine is not falsifiable because you won't allow the horizon to be a falsifiable, your entailment about the horizon to be falsifiable. The freaking real vertex of the curvature, you can never see it, but you'll just still stubbornly insist that it's still there. That's what that is.
Yeah, when they say geometrical
can't see
horizon,
it ever at all.
They should be able to demonstrate that the geometry is right there. When they say geometrical horizon, okay, it should be tangible somehow.
Yeah, it should be there. Yeah, that's right. Especially if it's only 1.22 miles, square root of the observer height of 1 feet. Yeah, you should be able to get that.
And they will never tell you the atmospheric conditions that are sufficient to see the quote unquote geometric horizon itself. They will never tell you that.
No, because they can't, can they? They can't. Who can?
Right?
It's impossible.
The fact that they will never tell you the atmospheric conditions that'll make the so-called geometric horizon visible is a clear expose that they don't want to acknowledge the falsifiability of the fucking doctrine. That's it. But if they're here and they're talking to me, they're gonna keep yapping with humongous ass replies that are entirely verbose for no good damn reason, delaying the arrival to this damn conclusion in the conversation.
Well, they say you can, if the Earth it was a vacuum, if the atmosphere was a vacuum, then that's like the true geometric horizon.
Yeah, and then they'll follow up with, well, of course, that's not possible. It's not like we can actually evacuate, everything out of the air, so we can't do that. So by that line of reasoning in their own rationale, if the only thing that you can do is evacuate everything in the air in order to actually see the so-called geometric horizon, then it's practically impossible. Maybe it's logically possible and metaphysically possible and physically possible, but it's practically impossible. Who the fuck is going to remove all the air? Nobody except God, and there is no God in their worldview, so no one's going to do that shit. So if the only way to verify your doctrine is to do something that's practically impossible for every human, what the fuck are we talking about?
Yeah, because it would end life on Earth anyway. We'd all be dead, no air, turning into a vacuum. You'd
Ridiculous.
end life. Yeah.
Like if that's really if that's where your line of replies lead when trying to defend the doctrine, you're obviously deluded. You have to evacuate all the air, which no one can do, and even if you did achieve it, like Jen just said, you'd fucking suffocate to death, and you couldn't do shit.
Yeah.
Like that, and all the while being convinced that they're so much smarter than us, all the while being so convinced that they're so much smarter than us, all the while being so convinced we're so stupid, all the while being so fucking disrespectful.
Arrogance, the arrogance of it all as well, because they do carry a large helping of arrogance with this mob. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think after all these years, like I try not to waste my time with them. Like I'd rather talk to intellectual people who are like actually trying to figure this out.
Yeah. But where I do feel compelled to try and at least leave them with a seed or two to think about. Because you do. It's just one of those things that you will respond in some way because you got to. You got to put the integral position to them, so at least they know it's there or it's been mentioned to them. And the more they hear that, it might make them change their mind if they've
I
really
share the
got
same
good faith.
sentiment.
Yeah,
I share the
thank you.
same sentiment with electricity, and Jen. So when I do engage people like that, it's not for the purpose of trying to convince them. I don't have to do it for that purpose. Rather, I'm doing it
Yeah,
for the purpose of completing the task that is refuting every rebuttal they have, and also making it clear for whatever audience that is listening or watching
yeah,
to show them that everything they have to say, and especially with a consistent line of rebuttals that they usually say, that all that can be rebutted and refuted. Because if you just
yeah.
leave it unrefuted, now it seems that they won. No, they didn't win.
Yes. You see, there's doubt there. There's doubt, you see. So I always say to the listeners, are you like this character, ladies? Are you holding this position, ladies and gentlemen? Because you could clearly see that this individual wasn't coming coherently to this situation here. That's why we have to press him on his position. Are you holding that same position, ladies and gentlemen? That's up to you. Thank you. Because it's important. They're listening. I want them to know. I want them to be able to discern and study the psychological behavior of those globers who are saying they're right. And when you actually analyze them properly and open up their position, they haven't checked anything. They're just spurting out and regurgitating what they've learned. They've not made any investigation into anything at all. Terrible position to be in. And yet we're
Now,
wrong.
what I also wonder,
Yeah.
the apologetical antics from the scientism zealots that we hear in the 21st century, since the mid second decade, 2016, mid second decade, and all the way up to now. I wonder if, especially in the early 20th century and before, did the scientism believers in those centuries, did they ever say the same type of shit? I wonder. Even all the way back to Aristotle or Eratosthenes.
Yeah. I would say they did. Especially in the like you said, 20th century. Oh yeah, and before that
I
as
don't
well.
think they would. but I'm not I hold that very low key, very lightly. I don't think they would. I think
I don't know.
today's scientism zealots are distinctly are in a distinct category of intense zealotry. Because
Yeah,
I
Okay.
really
Yeah.
think they
Well, I see
are.
what you mean. Yeah. I see what you
and
mean.
wouldn't
Yeah.
scientism is relatively recent, I would expect, right? Maybe 8 or 9 decades at most.
No,
There
I'm
you
talking
are.
about when I say scientism, I'm talking about the whole worldview with all its distinctives that is taught in the Europeanized world with its schools, not just that epistemological notion.
So scientism is more than just the idea that science is the ultimate truth.
Right. I'm not saying scientism only in the sense of the notion that is the scientific method is the only way to know any truth. That's included, but that's not the only thing. I'm using it as a blanket term to refer to the entire worldview.
Yeah, because some of it's pseudoscience as well, and that's all included in there as part of their truth. So there's a lot. Yeah. Yeah. But I get where you're coming from.
So yeah, perhaps I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
because
Perhaps they did say these
yeah,
apologetical
I
antics
would.
for centuries, but I don't think they have. I think 21st century distinctly has these apologetical antics.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Because in the 19th century, surely there were Globers who didn't believe that science is the ultimate truth. I mean, that's me. I'm a Glober, but I don't believe in scientism, for example.
Yeah, there's that too. And I don't believe anyone before the 20th century, and I think it would be tremendously rare even in the 20th century that people would because again, even in the scientism worldview, you don't have people going up high in the air, anywhere near high up in the air to see the alleged curvature. For thousands of years, you just had a bunch of people with their weak inductions standing their feet on the ground,
Oh yeah.
like or standing in a boat.
Yeah.
So before the 20th century, that's all you had. And you know full well that for throughout all these centuries, the globe earth believers met opposition and they met refutations, but their doctrine just kept being popularized. But I don't think they contrived the apologetical rhetoric that we encounter here in Discord land in the 21st century. I don't think so. Like I really doubt that Aristotle or Al-Biruni or even anybody in the 17th, 18th, 19th century would say shit like, if the atmospheric refraction had the right conditions, you'd see the back of your fucking head, like Rufus. Or
No. Yeah.
uh,
Not to that extreme. You're right. Yeah. No. Yeah.
or that we can
It's
only
a new
see the
generation.
geometric horizon if you
Yeah.
take away the entire atmosphere. Right? I don't think they said shit like that.
No. This is a new generation of scientisms. Proponents. This generation's a little bit more extreme, I suppose. Yeah. And
It's the brain rot generation, the brain rot one.
Yeah.
well, no. No. This is a new level of deceitfulness because you have
Brain
to
rot.
know the model to then try to manipulate it into your favor. So this is a new
Yeah, that's
level
what
of
Jimmy
this.
means. Yeah.
Yeah, new level, definitely. And that's what I hate the most. That's why I say to them, the earth is flat because the way you articulate the English language and the mental gymnastics you are doing to try and keep your side alive, it's flat. That's what I say. You've exposed yourself. I've said that often, especially to Ruhev. Definitely said that to him, that you're not stupid, Ruhev. I know you're not. Okay?
Now this thing that we're talking about with 21st century scientism apologists is
Yeah.
very comparable and very similar to what 21st century Muslim apologists have done. There's rhetoric in 21st century Muslim apologists, especially post 9/11 Muslim apologetics,
Mm.
that was virtually absent before 9/11. Like, for instance, some Muslim apologetics or polemics, rather, it's mostly actually polemics than it is apologetics. But one Muslim apologetic is not apologetic, excuse me. One Muslim polemic post 9/11 in the 21st century is to give the same type of skeptical textual criticism against the Bible to protect the Quran like an atheist. That was not a
Mm.
thing before. That was not a thing pretty much any Muslim did. Virtually no Muslim did that before 9/11, before the 21st century. And so
Right.
that's very comparable to what scientism apologists are doing now. They would scientism apologists before the 21st century, and especially before 2016, would not be saying shit like atmospheric refraction can make you see the back of your head if it was in the right conditions, or you can only see the geometric horizon if the atmosphere was entirely evacuated away, and shit like this.
Yeah. And things falling around the sphere, continuously falling around. I mean, that's really crazy, isn't it? Like the ISS, for example.
I mean, hell, for the
Continuous
majority of the
freefall.
history of scientism, they didn't say the shit that Einstein said. Like Einstein
Yeah.
was contrived a novel notion.
Yeah. He
His
lied.
GR and SR, that was novel.
Yeah. But he was lying all the way. Didn't prove anything. Oh, we're living in a mad world. Yeah, definitely.
Right? And now the majority of so-called physicists, especially theoretical physicists, accept his doctrine as though it's a fact. Like it's now the dominant majority doctrine. So now the majority of academics, the majority of doctoral academicians, believe what is easily identifiable to be an ontologically erroneous doctrine. Easily.
Yeah.
And you know Einstein heard these same refutations when he was alive. He died in 1955. He heard these refutations since fucking 1902 or 1905.
I think there's elements of Einstein trying to tell us to think before we act and things like that, because some of the things he said was a bit kooky, and he was leaving a few clues here and there. A little bit of a whistle blowing on himself, Einstein.
But
in
knowing
his
full
later
well
life.
these ontological errors are so easily identifiable in his doctrine, right? And that he heard these refutations in his days. Why the fuck is it the case that this doctrine still became popular? Why? Because it wasn't as though there was so much evidence going for a logically impossible, ontologically erroneous doctrine. It's not even possible. So why did it become popularized?
Well, yeah, because they could get away with it. That's why.
Right?
The majority
was it
of
kind of
us
for the same
weren't up
reason
to
that
speed on him.
right? Was it kind of popularized for the same reason that Darwinian evolution was popularized? Even though it was
Exactly.
refuted when Darwin was alive, it was refuted. It was refuted when he was alive, but it still sold out the day it was published, and it still became popularized. Perhaps for the same reason, because back in Charles Darwin's day, they said Darwin gave us a way around Moses. Is it probably perhaps for that same reason? So
Probably,
perhaps Einstein is the Darwin of the early 21st century as it
Oh,
concerns
yeah.
the Earth's
Of
moving.
course. Of course.
Einstein gave us a
Remember,
way
it's all
around
about
the
mind
obvious evidence that
control,
the Earth
isn't
is
it?
not moving.
It's all about mind control. So, yeah, without a
Now,
doubt.
again, another way around Moses.
Yeah.
The Earth does not move.
Oh.
Now, it really didn't give them away. They just believe it did, which is hilarious. Like to talk with the rhetoric like, well, Darwin gave us way around Moses, or things like that. Someone gave us a way around Moses, the Torah. To talk like that is act like the shit that you think gave you a way around Moses is even a fact. It didn't give you away. It's a false doctrine, and it's easily refutable. It's not even difficult. Like some false doctrines are difficult to refute. This is not even difficult. It's not even difficult. Charles Darwin's evolution and Einstein's gravitation, they're not even difficult to refute.
Yeah.
To those who are even just familiarized with the basics of these areas. You only need to be familiarized with the basics of philosophy, including ontology and logic, to refute both Einstein and Darwin. Right? With Darwin, for instance, it's a simple fact of either you believe there is a plurality, like a multitude of essentially different animals, or not. If you say yes, then you believe the asinine entailments of this, which is a non-human either gradually or instantaneously transmuted into a human with or without a sufficient cause, and it's all the more ridiculous without a sufficient cause, or that a non-human spawned a human, and
I mean,
vice
how could
versa
it
with all
be?
the other
How could it be
with
we
all the
evolved
beasts.
from the fish? How could it be
Right?
we evolved from the sea, right, and then into a monkey, ape, and then into a human? It's just silly. No, it's ridiculous.
Right? Those are the options. Those are the entailments that you have before you with that doctrine. the vast variety of essentially different animals, including us humans, we're
Mm.
living souls. We came from something that is essentially different from us. So
Yeah.
either that thing, one of those things, like species A, if there's one in that species, or more than one in that species, at least one of them instantaneously or gradually transmuted into another essentially different animal, and eventually, especially us humans, or a non-human spawned by some means, either birthed out of a birth canal or fucking hatched out of an egg or whatever the fuck have you. A non-human birth spawned a human. Those are the entailments. Those are both obviously stupid. Especially we should go with the one that is without a sufficient cause. It just spontaneously just fucking happened. Especially when they add explicitly in their doctrine that we wouldn't and couldn't see the shit happen. It happened millions of years ago, and in the fucking transition, the mutation happens gradually over well beyond orders of magnitude beyond our fucking lifespans.
All right, I'm gonna find this documentary. I don't think I have it in my collection, but I've got it in my head clearly. It's Stephen. I think it's Stephen Hawking's talking to some English kids, students, about evolution, and he's talking about when we came from the water onto land, and he's right. And the kids were asking questions. Well, what about this, sir? Sir, what about it? Really funny. I'm going to try and find it. It's a really, really entertaining. One of those pseudoscientists, Stephen Hawkins, trying to explain evolution to the kids in England. I'm going to get it for you. Give me a few
Look what
minutes.
Yaga Bruno sent in the open chat. That is hilarious. Wow. And I know he found this on Reddit because I recognize the icons. My favorite Dawkins quote on evolution, quote, evolution has been observed. It's just that it hasn't been observed while it's happening.
It's a great statement right there. Great
I mean,
quote.
like he could have easily readjusted. He could have if he was just an iota smarter than what he was when he said that. He could have easily rephrased the sentence to not be self-contradictory. He could have said evolution has been observed. It's just that our specific sense of evolution hasn't been observed. He could have easily said that, but he just said
Yeah.
it just hasn't been observed. It's been observed, but it just hasn't been observed when it's happening. What? But it has been observed when it's not happening? Is that what the fuck you're trying to
Oh,
insinuate?
fucking hell. Fucking hell. It's funny.
So, and then to cap it all off, the silly aphorism in their worldview, the survival of the fittest, is nothing more than a tautology. You're not identifying a cause, right? So-called natural selection. First of all, natural selection is a personification fallacy. Okay, and it's ambiguous. It's ambiguous and it's a personification fallacy. Treating a non-person as a person. Talk about selection as though this non-person that is the environment is making a decision as to who lives or not. Okay, and then survival of the fittest. It's nothing more than a tautology. You're just saying the fittest survive, and those who survive are the fittest. That's a tautology. It's not like one is the antecedent condition for the other. You're just saying the fittest survive, and those who survive are the fittest. That's all you're saying. So just with a bit of basic familiarity on ontology and logic, philosophy in general, especially ontology and logic, you can easily refute Darwin's and any so-called evolutionism, that notion of from the goo to the zoo to you, anything like that. Easily refute that. Same thing with Einstein. Space and time, these are immaterial things. These are immaterial state of affairs. They're not material things. They're not merely ideas. They're not measurements. They're not a practical convention. These are states of affairs. They're not material. So why the fuck are you talking about immaterial things bending and doing some sort of tactile contact with materials? That's stupid. Well, why don't you just take this up to academia and they can win a Nobel Prize? As though your naive presumption with that comment is fucking true. As though your scientist clerics don't have the same corrupt character like you accuse every other institution with its officials in it. Like you are more than comfortable to ease to with you have no reluctance and no inhibition to accuse centuries upon centuries of Christian clerics, for instance, just for example, of being deluded and being corrupt and suppressing opposition. But that couldn't possibly be the case for your scientist clerics in academia. Couldn't possibly be the case. They only are benevolent people that only follow the facts where they lead and are so critically considerate and are just so welcoming to anything that challenges the most fundamental dogma. No, they're not. You know, you could easily direct them to a documentary like No Intelligence Allowed, and they'll just hand wave that as mere propaganda, never even watching the fucking documentary, never even deciding to say in their mind, maybe I can critically consider what the people have to say in this documentary. Or I can show them the website full of, by now, what is it? Well more than several hundred scholars on Darwin's descent, for instance. The vast majority of university professors are never going to tell you about that, and the vast majority of them are not even aware of the website, not even aware that these people exist. Right? So suppression just by not acknowledging, the fact that there is a website made by doctoral academicians who are specialists
Yeah.
in the field of biology and whatever what have you. The fact that such a people is not uh, explicitly mentioned, uh, especially in the earliest days when you go into a
Uh,
biology course in the university classroom, is a clear demonstration of suppression or just pure ignorance. If it's not suppression, then it's just being ignorant. Why are these people? Why is academia oblivious to all these doctors that are saying all these arguments descending from Darwinism? Why? You're supposed to be the scholars, the sages, the wise people who accept all sorts of ideas and are tough minded and critically considerate. You're not doing that.
Why?
It's not
Because
like
they
these
have
people
a
are hiding
preconceived
themselves
notion
either,
that God doesn't exist.
right? It's not like the doctors in Darwin's Descent, for instance, are hiding themselves. They've been publishing themselves. So in spite of them existing, publishing themselves, and other folks talking about them and then being published, still oblivious and still not going out of their way to acknowledge them to their students and telling their students, hey, critically consider these people. Like not every doctoral specialist in this field believes Darwinism, and they have all these arguments and they explain it to them. They don't do that. Just like every other institution, they're not these special. It's amazing. This godless, nihilistic people with this worldview that is devoid of law, devoid of God, devoid of law, devoid of morality, is going to pretend like they're just so righteous and so virtuous and so benign.
Yeah, I've posted the documentary in the side chat. It's Dawkins. I always get Dawkins and Hawkins mixed up, but it was actually Dawkins, yeah, in the classroom. Londoners, scholars, really good. They discuss Darwinism, and God, and they also the origins of life. It's really good. The explanation will have you in stitches. Okay, really will. It's 50 minutes long though, so I don't have a timestamp, but I think it's worth a view all the way through to the end. All the psychologies and the indoctrination being applied to these poor young kids. There you go. But they're quite smart. The questions they ask are good.
Like, look, people like this are nauseating. I'm looking at this comment here in the video you just showed. Like, look at this.
Yeah, go on.
These fucking people are nauseating. Hold on. Like you could just hear it in their. You could just hear it through the text, let alone in voice. I mean, it's so
Yeah,
obvious when they speak it out loud when you can hear them talking, but it's so painfully obvious just in the text. Watch. Look, let me read this shit.
yeah, go on.
User Alice the Atheist. Hey, listen to this. 2 years ago. The value of educating children about the facts of evolution cannot be overstated. It's concerning to hear about the prevalence of religious indoctrination in schools, especially when it comes at the expense of teaching scientific facts like evolution. In my country, Romania, children are subjected to religious education from a very young age, with classes starting as early as first grade and continuing throughout their entire schooling. And I'm talking about the regular schools, not faith schools here. These classes often
Wow.
begin and end with prayers, creating an environment that prioritizes religious indoctrination. In a typical school year, comprising approximately 35 weeks, students undergo one session of religious education per week, beginning in the first grade and continuing for 12 years. This accumulates to a total of 420 hours dedicated to religious education. In contrast, the allocation for teaching evolution is notably limited, with only one session provided in the second semester of the eighth grade and another at the end of 12th grade, when in both cases, most students are concerned with the admission to high school college, adding to a total of 2 classes in 12 years. I vividly remember my own experience with it. I'm tired of reading this. Like,
Yeah,
this
yeah,
same
yeah.
rhetoric, this same rhetoric can be easily reversed and ricocheted right back at her. What is disparaging referred to as religious education, right? Knowing what religion actually denotes linguistically in English, it can be easily ricocheted back at her. I can just easily apply this to the rest of the Europeanized world, especially the United States and the UK. The religious I mean, I can say the same shit about the scientism that is inundated into the public.
Yeah.
Like, they're not teaching the facts. They're not teaching the facts. Woman, this isn't a fucking fact.
It's not. Yeah.
These are not the facts. What you think are the facts are not the facts. Now, let's say, for instance, what you referred to as religious indoctrination is also false. What you're trying to suppose as an alternative to the so-called religious indoctrination is just as what, reprehensible and disgusting as what you're trying to disparage.
Yeah, it is
You're not giving
nauseating, of
anything better.
course, I'd agree.
You're just advocating another falsehood.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah.
Right, but usually it with people like this, the conversation never gets beyond that. If you're talking to someone like me, we can then get into to the meat and potatoes, the nitty gritty, and actually have the fucking debate.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. Meat and potatoes, I was going to say. Yeah, right on, right on. I agree. Totally agree with that.
But rarely
Very
do people
nauseating
make
what
that
you just
step.
read.
They just have their rhetoric, right, that presumes their position instead of the rhetoric that explains and proves their position.
Yeah, yeah. That's why when you watch, if you watch that Dawkins as he's trying to explain the origins of life, okay, you cringe. You just end up cringing because everything he says is 100% impossible. Okay, just didn't happen. But yet
Like,
he's
for
there
instance,
trying to. Yeah, go ahead.
no, finish.
I was going to say, yeah, he's trying to get it across to the pupils the origins of life and how it happened. You know, from when we came from supposedly the ocean and we walked on land, and yeah, really terrible fucking explanation. But go ahead.
Another they publish they've promulgated so many falsehoods, one of them being like this disparaging rhetoric against religion itself, not knowing that the term has a denotation. They're oblivious to the denotation of the term, which
Yeah,
is analytically applicable to everyone. There's no reason to stigmatize or demonize religion, the category itself, this concept. Like, what is religion? Religion is supreme value. That's what it is,
yeah,
simply. I can show you the quote from an actual, doctoral academician that studies religion, and this is how it's mostly defined by academics who study religion, and that is the most useful and accurate way to understand what religion is. It's the supreme value. Now, with that being the case, there really is something that is the highest, most important, valuable thing in the world, right? And then you can say a true proposition about that, referring to that. And you can say everything else contrary to that, which would be a false proposition, which is referring to a false religion. All this logically follows. So then,
yeah,
they have a supreme value. It's not the supreme value, not the true supreme value, but in their worldview, they value it above every above everything else.
you're
Just like
right.
everyone else
Yeah,
has something that they value above everything else. Everyone has a
yeah,
religion,
yeah. No, you're
so there's no
absolutely
reason to
correct.
use this as a disparaging term. Right? There's no reason to
Yeah,
stigmatize it. Everyone has a religion. The real
yeah,
question is,
yeah.
what is the true supreme value? The true supreme
That's
value is
right.
not your sexual tastes. or the true supreme value is not your gluttony, or the true supreme value is not inventing devices and machines and apparatuses. Like, those are all false religions.
Yeah,
Not the
that's
supreme
why I'm
value.
very careful. I'm generally always very careful with people's religions. I don't say religion is wrong or that religion is wrong. I don't say any of that. I don't really get embroiled in any of that stuff, but I always listen to them when they're fighting amongst themselves. And I have to keep reminding them, look, be the best you can be with your religion. And then that way you may attract people to your religion, but you fighting amongst yourselves, you don't really have the right to do that. Okay. If you want to be a Christian, great. You want to be Islamic, fantastic. Judaism, okay, great. Good luck. Let's get on with it. Okay. They're the choices you have made. Get on with it. But no, they want to argue and fight amongst themselves, which is like stupid. So the final judge is God. God is the final judge, not you. You're not the judge here.
You see, another false religion is scientism. Right? Now, there's specific so-called science, because they speak about science the same way a Christian speaks about Jesus, or a Muslim speaks about Muhammad. Right? So
Yeah.
obviously, so-called science would be the substitute in place of where God stands, right, in their worldview. Science is up here at the very
Yeah.
top. Right?
Yes. Yes.
Or really, when you examine their behavior, like their rhetoric puts science at the top, where God would be on the throne, as it were.
Right.
But when you examine their behavior, really, who's really on the throne, given their behavior, is themselves. Not even the
That's
scientific
right.
rhetoric; it's themselves.
Yeah, if you watch The Principle, you go through all that psychology, all of that, and now they're realizing that that Earth is the center of their universe at the moment. Now they're coming to that conclusion. I say now, this is like 5-6 years ago, but yeah,
So those are two more false religions. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
So there's your religious indoctrination from the scientists with their false religion. So look,
Right.
at this point, you then decide, okay, look, let's get down to the nitty gritty and actually debate coherently with some discipline and sound reasoning about what the true religion is. And most people don't decide to do that. Because again, the difference between the various worldviews is fundamental. They drive people's behavior in every area of life.
Yeah.
There's no living peacefully between fundamentally different patterns of behavior and worldviews. They're going to come into
Yeah.
conflict. It's inevitable.
Yeah, it is
So
unfortunate,
either
but
you
yeah.
resolve the conflict, right, with sound reasoning and revealing the truths, and then internalizing them and adhering to them, or you're not.
Yeah. For me, if someone is a Christian or an Islamic or a Muslim or a Judea, it doesn't stop me from talking to them. So that's not going to be a stumbling block in my. Only if they're going to start trying to pressure me or put some kind of pressure on me, then I'm going to have to say, look, you're entitled to your religion, and that's fine. I don't have to follow your religion. I don't have to follow any religion as such.
And some people might be
That's
confused
my
why we're
choice.
talking about this now, right?
Yeah.
Tie it in. It's easily tieable back into this the specific delineated subject that VC is concentrated on. The VC is concentrated on cosmology. Cosmology is a fundamental aspect of worldviews. There's a conflict of worldviews between all the various worldviews, including scientism.
Yeah.
And in light of this obvious conflict that plagued the human condition and human experience, you either decide to soundly argue to prove whatever given worldview or not. But that's the relevant. Because notice when we have the conversation with the scientism believers, it doesn't only stay on geodesy. It doesn't only stay on the shape of the earth. There's also some illogical entailments that anyone with two brain cells to rub together recognizes, and then you start talking about them because that's where the conversation logically leads. When you talk about the shape of the earth, and when you talk about refuting the spheroidal earth doctrine, that logically entails someone lied in the first place, and many people are deluded, and all these institutions are doing all sorts of shit while being deluded about the cosmology, including the shape of the earth, and on and on.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's where your own honesty is going to have to come into this, and you have to make some resolutions in your life and check as far as you can go, and then you decide how to continue your life on Earth. But I already know there's a creator, so I don't have any problem with that at all. Yeah, it's not something that I fight against. It's clearly obvious. And evolution wasn't the way. That also is obvious.
So really, 20% Flat Earth VC doesn't only talk about the surface of the Earth. You can't.
Mm.
If you want to actually get to the bottom of that subject, you have to breach into other subjects that are closely related to
Yeah,
breaking geodesy.
yeah, it's true.
It talks about worldviews overall, because again, you have a conflict you have a conflict between two propositions about the surface of the Earth,
Mm.
which leads to the overall shape of the Earth, which leads to the overall nature of the Earth, which leads to the overall
Yeah,
nature of the cosmos, which is
right.
a fundamental aspect of their worldview, which also includes their epistemologies and different and
Yes.
conflicting epistemological notions. And look
Yeah,
where we are. We've expanded into other subjects that are related to the specific subject that is the surface of the Earth.
yeah, that's correct. You see, all root flat Earth is the key to opening and understanding what's going on around you. To a certain degree. I mean, but yeah, well put.
And again, like this is known. I'm not saying it's something that's unprecedented or novel. I'm not saying something that I haven't heard from anyone else either. This is known. It's just not known by the majority. But why? Why have the people who have so many assets, money and otherwise, right, socioeconomic assets and influence? Why have they not made the education system teach these very important and immediately relevant things, like what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Worldview,
yeah,
being logically sound,
yeah.
having
Well,
behaving righteously in conversation to have a discourse and a debate. Why is this not taught explicitly with discipline?
there is
With all
that.
the money
There
they
is
spend.
that. Yeah. Sorry. When you ask that question, and then I look back at my education and the education that people are receiving today, the agenda is clearly there. It's all about control. They cannot do what you're asking. Otherwise, it would weaken those who are in control's position. So they or I won't say force, but they introduce this. What's the word I'm looking for here? Conflict. That's what
Hmm.
they do. They create it. Okay, that's what's going on there. It's by design, definitely by design, and you can see it when you listen to the youth of when I was back in the '60s to the youth of today. Yeah, the indoctrination has got worse, much worse. Yeah, really, it's just about control. That's why I feel they won't teach it the way you're asking. You can only learn that for yourself if you are of an intellect where you're curious enough to ask these questions, and then you try to find it for yourself because it's not being taught. Okay, and if you weren't intellectual enough to ask the question during your education, then it's going to be later on that you find it, and that's my position because I intellectual enough to ask the questions that could have answered. There were other questions I asked, still didn't get any answers to that, and then I found that later on in my life. One of them would be like, why did Japan actually attack America? I mean, why did that happen? I didn't learn that at school. I learned that finally 2009. Remember, I was born in the '60s, secondary education
Hmm.
'70s, so I didn't get it there. Right. So that's what happens if you're not intellect as a kid to ask those questions. Then you won't learn until after you've left school. And if you're still interested in finding the truth, that's when you begin to look and do the research. And for me, I was glad because the technology that we know as the tablet or the smartphone, computers before that, yeah, they brought the library to my living room. Great. Now I can actually do some research. So that's what happens. Yeah,
And
mind
it's a
control.
foregone conclusion. Like I expect people who get out of the the pubescent adolescent school system, right? I get it. And then they you know, experience in their own anecdotes all sorts of fucking evils and troubles and woes and very immediate concerns, and you just don't have any damn waking time in your waking hours to do any sort of academic scholastic research because you're busy trying to pay bills, you're busy trying to survive and not get shot in the hood and all this other shit. I get that. That goes without saying. It's
Yeah.
more so concentrated with people who have the privilege of moving on to tertiary education, right? And their failure and just not their lack of even a desire to be tough minded about the worldview that they're being inundated with.
What,
That are
well, they
just
think they
absorbing
got the
it.
best education, you see. That's where they're coming from.
And that's how
So
the cookie
that's it.
crumbles. Like until you're met with opposition to the given doctrines that you've been initially introduced to, you really don't have any reason to doubt. Rarely does
That's
someone
right.
doubt without being met with opposition, something that seems to be contradicting some other notion, some other belief that they currently hold. I mean, I really have never heard of anyone just being introduced to the first initial idea they're introduced to and doubting it. You only doubt
Yeah.
because it's in conflict with some other notion prior to what you were recently introduced to. Like you first absorb, as you know, you're born into this world, you absorb the first initial set of notions and beliefs. You just absorb it. That's what we do. That's how it works, right? And we need that, right, so that we can survive in our environment, especially with other freaking people. Then you come across some notion that is contrary to your prior belief set, and then you doubt one or the other. So
Yeah.
it's not just the recent one that you doubt. Perhaps you doubt the previous because you've been introduced to the latter, or vice versa. That's when doubt comes. When you come into conflict of ideas. So it'd be
Yeah.
irrational to expect doubt when the given person has not met any conflict of ideas, of notions. So you just grow up like in the United States and you've been inundated with scientism and you really never really heard anything contrary to scientism or contrary to the main most important distinctives of scientism, you know, you're not going to doubt it until you meet
No.
explicit and conspicuous opposition to the scientism you've been inundated with your entire life. Just like us,
Yeah.
we never came to flat Earth contrary to scientism until we were met with something that was very conspicuously contrary to, for instance, fucking globe Earth doctrine, or the black
Yeah.
void doctrine, or gravity, or whatever else what have you. That's
Yeah.
how it works. There is no other way that works. You don't doubt without conflict. Doubt is the
Yeah.
consequence of conflict of ideas.
Yeah.
Go back to the beginning with Adam and Eve. They didn't doubt what the Lord said until the serpent said something contrary to what the Lord said. Very simple.
Right. I'm preparing for work now, so I'll catch you guys later on. Nice.
I myself don't really have hope that I will see like a radical paradigm shift throughout the world, throughout the institutions of the world, especially even just in academia, moving from scientism to more truths. I don't have any hope for that because you already know virtually all of them are in the sunk cost fallacy. They've invested
Well,
all
science is the
these things
study
in
of
their
the
life.
world, so science is the empirical study of the world. So,
What bearing does that have on what I said?
well, there's no moving on from reality, right?
What bearing does that have on what I said?
You're complaining about you don't have faith in institutions moving away from scientism. That's what you said verbatim.
Okay. So what
And
you
since
just
there's
said
nothing
doesn't have any
else,
bearing on what I just said. I wasn't
It
talking
looks
about
like he
moving away
does.
from truth, moving away from reality.
Yeah, you will.
No, I wasn't.
No, you're trolling. Okay.
No, I wasn't.
You're a flat earther.
And you know I wasn't.
Are you a flat
It's very
earther?
obvious what I said and what I meant. I didn't say I hope that they move from truth and reality. I said I don't have any hope that they'll move from scientism.
What do you think scientism is?
This distinct false worldview that is inundated into everyone throughout the Europeanized world.
Oh, you're one of those like black Hebrew Israelites, are you?
No. The fuck?
Mm-hmm.
I would define scientism as the belief that science is the ultimate truth. There's nothing above science. If something is true, it's true. It's scientifically true.
Then scientism is correct, then.
No, because there are true facts that are outside of science and above science.
No, there isn't.
That
Well,
notion can't even verify itself.
the sentence I just said is a statement of philosophy of science, and it is above
Science of
science.
philosophy?
No, philosophy of
Philosophy is a
science.
science. It's a science.
No, it's not.
You're not listening.
It is.
He's talking about a subject that is the philosophy of science.
Yeah, it is a science. It's a scientific field.
No, it's not.
It literally is.
What experiments do you do
It
in
literally
philosophy?
isn't. Like even
You're not
your
aware?
own scientist academicians, they
Wait,
erroneously
are you one of
delineate
those
between
plebeians who
philosophy.
still think
They
the scientific
erroneously
method is
delineate
simply
between
formulating a hypothesis and testing a hypothesis?
hey guy, I was talking.
Dude, black man, stop speaking.
I was talking. Stop talking to me.
Do you
your
still
own
have that
scientist
childish
cleric,
view
stop talking
that
to me. Hello, you hear
science
me
is
talking?
just, I have a
You hear me
hypothesis,
talking?
I test the
Stop talking to me.
hypothesis, repeat.
Moderation, please. Be quiet. Your own scientist clerics don't delineate it that way. Philosophy of science is not categorized under science. They delineate philosophy from science, even though science was only just as late as the late 19th century or the mid 19th century known as natural philosophy. So really your so-called science is really historically for the past several millennia been a subcategory of philosophy. But in their own conceptual framework, they think science is starkly different, an entirely different box, as it were. But they don't categorize philosophy of science under science. They acknowledge it's in philosophy. If you ask Dr. Thomas Kuhn, he would not agree with you.
Who's the moderator in this active?
Click on the names and you'll find out.
Greg, I'm not talking to you for a second. Just
So
I'm out of curious.
also, theology is an example that provides
speaking
truth
of
that
things,
is not scientific.
Who's the current
Like I already told you, if you want to find out who the moderators are, click on the names and find out. Like you've already been identified to be another scientism pest.
I was trying to
So
ask a question
you might
to
want
a
to change
mod,
your
but
behavior. You might want to change your behavior before you get censored and not be allowed to talk at all. They keep
could you
unmuting
stop
you to be
interrupting?
charitable. But they keep unmuting you. Hello, listen, before you
I
get
was
muted
asking
again.
a moderator a
Be
question.
quiet and listen. I'm helping you.
I was asking
You
a
are
moderator.
identified to be a pest. Okay? You're acting like a pest, just talking to people, spewing what you want to spew. You're getting censored for that. Stop acting the way you've been acting, and you won't be censored.
Can I ask a moderator a question now? Good. So who is the moderator in this voice chat?
I don't know.
Click on the names and find out. Stop trying to lock the VC onto that silly ass subject. If you wanted to know, you would have just been clicked on the names for the past 3 minutes. So yeah, if you want to actually have a conversation about a real subject, then I suggest you move on past your little silly fixation on trying to ask that question and get to a real subject that the channel's made for.
Who is the moderator? I want to ask a specific moderation question.
Let's skip that topic and move on. Just defer to Gregory and let's keep going.
No. Who's the moderator?
This is the way that it works. This is the way that it works in this chat. I'm a glober, and I'm telling you this. You just need to get with the program if you want to be able to say anything in here. Recognize who has the power in here and defer to them.
Like, you might as well just stop
I want to
trying
know if I
to
can post stuff
act
in
as
the
though you're
side
gonna
chat,
run things in here. They're not gonna
side chat to
acquiesce
prove
to
my
you.
point.
Guy, they're
It's
not gonna
related to the
acquiesce to you.
topic, so I was
Guy, they're
asking
not
them if
gonna
they could
acquiesce
allow
to
me to
you.
have permissions to post in the
Guy,
side
they're
chat.
not gonna
That's
acquiesce
all
to
I
you.
fucking want.
They're not gonna
I'll tell you the
acquiesce to you.
answer. The
So quit
answer is
acting like
no.
you're gonna run with how things go in here. No one's gonna capitulate or acquiesce to you. It's not gonna happen.
Well, too bad I've got all of your information, so have fun online.
Stupid ass people. When you decided to do that silly antic, rather than having a conversation about the subject, just want to be obnoxiously noisy, pretentiously acting like he's gonna boss everyone around in here, like he's the main focus. These stupid scientism zealots that come in here.
Yeah, I try to tell them scientism is self-refuting. To
The
say that
proposition would be correct.
scientism is
The
the
proposition
truth.
is falsified by itself.
Right.
Right?
Exactly.
The proposition you can only know things by the scientific method cannot be verified by the scientific method. So even if it were true, it couldn't be verified. It couldn't be known to be true. It's fucked up right there. It's easy to refute that notion. Hella easy. You only needed 10 seconds to say the refutation, and it's done. But no, wouldn't even shut up that long to listen to the refutation actually and receive it into his mind. It wasn't even the main focus of what I said. I could have easily explained in less than 15 seconds and talk about the whole worldview that I could have showed him the list that I've itemized there in the open chat, which specifically explains what I mean by scientism. I'm referring to that worldview with all these distinctives.
By the way,
do
the
I?
word distinctive is only used as a noun by evangelical Christians and some of their friends. So if you look up distinctive in a dictionary, it's never listed as a noun. So you out yourself as a Christian by, which is fine. I'm just FYI.
It's not only so-called evangelical Christians that say that term.
Really? Have
And
you
not
ever heard?
not every word that's in English is recorded in the dictionary. Even lexicographers are going to explain that to you.
Right. So do a Google search for the word distinctives with an S on it, and all the results will be Christians, Baptists this, Baptists that, evangelical church this.
Yeah, that's how the technicians engineered the software to pull up the results on that. That's all it is.
I'm challenging you to find anybody who's not a Christian who uses the word distinctives as a noun. That's what I'm saying. Just letting you know.
Well, I'm not a Christian by definition. I'm already one of them.
Okay. Well, but you got that word from being in sort of around Christian people, I think.
No, not necessarily. You forgot Scientology.
It's also why if you type distinctives into a word processor, underlines it as red because it's a misspelling.
Well, that's because they didn't program the. You can add all sorts of words to your personal dictionary. They just didn't program that term in their dictionary, their default dictionary. Like the
Yeah,
computer is not
because
an
it's not
epistemic standard for
in
that.
general use.
The computer is not an epistemic standard for that.
Right. I'm just letting you know that it's not in general use. It's just FYI.
Sure. I mean, I was aware of that. I mean, it's nothing like it's not even there's nothing erroneous about the term distinctives. It's synonymous with distinctions.
Yeah, I would distinctions. Would say would be a better term.
Now, when I replied to Mr. Matthew on that little issue about the word distinctives, I was just answering with taking for granted, uh, in principle, like even if it wasn't in the dictionary, that still doesn't matter. Right? It's a real English word. There's no analytical error, linguistic error about the term. But beyond that, you actually do find it in the dictionary, most authoritative and exhaustive English dictionary ever, the Oxford English Dictionary. It's right there in the open chat too. As a noun, as a noun, a distinguishing mark or quality, a characteristic. When you type in distinctives in the search engine in Oxford English Dictionary, pulls up right there. So see it in the screenshot too. Distinctives, right? 1583 and onward. And there's a quotations from the 19th century using the term as early as, for instance, the 1830s. in 12 lectures on science and religion of all things by Mr. Wiseman and Wiseman. He said an intermediate class possessing to a certain degree the distinctives of the extremes. Well, the word has been used for more than 200 years in English, and it indeed is in the dictionary. So it is not only used by evangelical Christians. It's not a pseudo word. It's not a non-word either.
Anyway, I just want to say thank you for all that. I think you held up the evening very, very well. Great dialogues, great monologues. Overall, good shit tonight. Appreciate you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Right there, like the little discussion about the word distinction right there, I can already hear someone else's voice. Oh, he's just so arrogant. He's just so pedantic, or he's just so this, he's just so that. Instead of just saying, well, he tends to say what he knows and refrains from saying what he doesn't know. And if he doesn't know it, he'll say that he doesn't know it. He'll qualify. It's like somehow when I'm proving that I'm right, I'm still somehow reprehensible. Showing you in Oxford English Dictionary, there it is. Right? Like if there was ever a source about the English language to learn the words in the English language, it's the Oxford English Dictionary, if nothing else. That's why I appreciate my paid subscription to this. This is very useful. I would recommend it actually to anyone. You want to understand words. You want to get a better grasp of whatever given word in English. The Oxford English Dictionary is a good investment. Helps you understand the denotations of words, the semantic range of words, the etymology of words, the historical usage of words, showing you quotations and their citations of the sources. Very good source. And if being rigorous, being strictly consistent with your words is irritating to you, whoever you are, then you're just anti-intellectual, right? Anything that is a disciplined study, an area of knowledge, a quote unquote science, that's part and parcel to the nature of such things. Being rigorously consistent with your words is a part of being a disciplined scholar. That's a part of studied disciplines, areas of knowledge, sciences. There's that word too, for science. There isn't only one sense of the word science. The word science denotes knowledge. That's what it means. Just a anglicization of the Latin word scientia, meaning knowledge. There's also a plural form in English of the word science is, which is referring to the areas of knowledge, the study disciplines, not only the study of the materials and laws of physics. It's not only discerning the cause of effects, the causes of effects.
When you put it that way, it's no wonder that when people come in here and they start arguing and people say, oh, something is not scientific or whatever, and they argue, yes, it is, and it's retorted with, well, what science are you using? And they'll say mathematics, right? They'll stand on that. They'll die on that hill that math is science. When viewed from the standpoint that you just put it, And I can see why they might think that.
Now, like on that point, they're right, but most people are just bad at succinctly articulating the difference. So, like I've said many times, but some people still don't get it after all the many times I've said it to them. The word science in English is polysemous. It has a semantic range. It doesn't only mean one sense. Right? So, the simple solution whenever a word is equivocated between two or more persons in a conversation, in a discourse, in a debate, simply explain in what sense they're saying the given term. That's all there is to it. So, like for instance, like you just mentioned, you got person A saying science, but they're saying it in the sense of just an area of knowledge, right? One of the many areas of knowledge, which is one of the senses of the word. If you look it up in any dictionary, especially the OED, Oxford English Dictionary, person B is saying science in the sense of discerning the cause of the effect, so-called scientific method. And this is a historical fault. This is another historical rhetorical fault with this term, right? The word is too ambiguous on its face. You have to. It's not as though you simply say the word science and everyone knows that you're just talking about a deliberate experiment to discern the given cause of a given effect, because that's not what the term denotes on its face. You have to say more words and explain that, right? So that's
Yeah.
really not the best label for that. It's too ambiguous.
Yeah, it's just been so, I guess, easily integrated into like the colloquial of the day, right?
Yeah, the
Equals
rhetoric is
natural
so
science.
popularized, right? Exactly. It's so popularized and so inundated that this ambiguous label, this ambiguous label for this very specific method, this very specific single delineated method, right? Because there's many other methods for other subjects, for other areas of knowledge besides the single delineated method that is uh, discerning the cause of effects, the given causes of given effects. Many other methods for other things.
Right. So when people come in here and they'll say, oh, XYZ was derived scientifically, right? But they're implying something was kind of modeled out mathematically, and series of tests kind of adhere to the outcomes predicted by these models, right? And they
Right.
equate that as scientific,
Maybe
right?
some of them, right? Maybe some of them, right? Because
But
usually when they say science and scientific, they can't even say they can't even specify what sense they're saying the term. Usually, rarely do you get a person that'll use the term and be ready at any given moment to succinctly specify what they mean.
yeah, because in a way, right, with the more larger umbrella sense of the word science, at that level, it's almost like anything that is studied with a certain degree of rigor, right?
Right.
However, that certain degree is defined, it's almost like everything can be constituted as a science.
Yeah, that is one of the senses of the word science, a study discipline,
Hmm.
an area of knowledge. Like right now, where the category of our conversation is in linguistics, right? Specifically English
Hmm.
linguistics, specifically English semantics, specifically about the word science.
Hmm.
Linguistics is a science. It is a discipline to study. It is a study discipline, an area of knowledge. And there is methods to understanding morphology, semantics, semiotics, etymology, right, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. So what would you say then to those who say something like, "Oh, astronomy, cosmology, all these things are labeled as science"? People would say, "Oh, well, it's a false labeling because there's no means to actually manipulate the variables to derive a to test a hypothesis, right? They must be operating from the use of the word science, where it's colloquially, interchangeable with the word natural science, right? Like there's whole arguments that emerge from that type of shit. And it's kind of
Yeah.
annoying.
It really shouldn't be drawn out that long. All that needs to be said is the word science is polysemous, it has a semantic range. It doesn't only mean one sense. You just need to specify what sense you're saying the term science so that there's no equivocation and no ambiguity. And how long did that take?
Right
Took
on.
less than 30 seconds.
Right on.
All right. Hurry up and cut to the chase. All right.
Yeah. Now, if the standard is something needs to be deduced utilizing natural scientific, approaches, right? Then okay,
And
fine.
notice what sparked the confusion, right? What sparked the confusion is the ambiguity of the term and the way it was used, and the failure to use a more accurate term, or at least to just specify in what sense you're saying this ambiguous term. So a failure to be linguistically rigorous, rigorously specific and consistent, produced the confusion.
Yep. I see that.
There's a reason why I'm able to get the scientism zealots to disagree about the term mass, because they have been failed by their scientist clerics, because their scientist clerics have failed for centuries to consistently use the term in one or more specific senses. They routinely equivocate it. They've been doing that for centuries. They'll say the term, and if you have good reading comprehension and you can interpret words in their context, they're usually saying the term mass in the sense of matter, but they also say the same term in the sense of inertia or in the sense of the unit of measurement, right? The quantity of matter. Those are the main three senses that they say the term mass in. But again, I can get them to disagree, and I have before, and debate it for more than half an hour. It's still not coming to the conclusion in an agreement because they have a history of bad rhetoric, inconsistent, ambiguous, sloppy rhetoric. Rhetoric matters. That term is an elemental basic. That term is an elemental fundamental in their worldview, and I can get them to disagree about it. Or rather, I can just expose their disagreement that is already there, independent of me. I didn't produce the disagreement; it was there. I just exposed it. And there's so many more examples of this. They are
What's
not
another one?
as another one is the usage of
Like,
gravity, the term gravity. Right? They
oh yeah,
routinely equivocate the word gravity to refer to the cause or the effect or the entire event with both the cause and the effect as the type of event.
yeah,
They routinely equivocate the two. And then they
yeah,
routinely equivocate or conflate the different versions, right? Newtonians or
yeah,
Einsteins,
yeah.
or try to smush them together.
As evidenced earlier, right? Perfect example.
Exactly.
It's true.
It's also evident in their polemical rhetoric. Right? The common disparaging connotation of religion is produced by these unbelievers from the 16th century, mostly, approximately. Right? When you actually study the term and you understand its etymology and its denotations, simply meaning supreme value, it does not only mean theism, but most people get that connotation. It's inundated and it's popular and it's dominant because of these people. Religion does not equal theism. And it's very simple. There are religions that are not gods. Very simple. Some people have religions, many people have religions that are not gods in principle. And many people who believe in gods don't consider their gods their religion. They value something above their gods. And that clearly refutes that presumption, that misconception. We get that from them. So really, when they say religion, they really mean theism. They're not saying the word religion by its denotation, what it denotes. And by the way, like I've already explained, they themselves have a religion that's not a god.
Yeah,
Though, of course, whatever you consider to be your religion is functionally, your god.
yeah, as if it were one. Yeah.
You're putting something else on the throne, as it were, besides God, trying to Spartan kick him off the throne and put something else there that you'd rather have there. That's what that is. You have a false religion. But anyways, so there's another example of that.
Hello.
What's up? What's up?
Good evening.
Anything going on?
Not much. Just chit chatting about the rhetorical errors from the scientism believers.
Oh, that's fair. There's quite a lot of people in this room, but nobody's really talking.
Yeah, most folks listen, half listen, being busy doing other things.
I've been away for like 6 months, so yeah, things have changed. My goodness.
You're also coming at a pretty ungodly hour. Kind of
Yeah.
normal for it to. What is it, like almost 3 o'clock in the morning where I am?
It's early morning for me.
Well, fair enough. Fair enough. 6 months ago, I could enter a room and it'd be like, a rivage or, what do they call it? Banter. There you go.
Right. Yeah, mid-afternoon, more often than not, you'll hear something going on. Someone coming in with a stupid comment, trying to trigger the room. Some people grab onto it, and it turns into this big thing. It's quite common.
It's good to see all you guys.
Yeah, good to have you, man. I don't think I've seen you around here before.
Oh, I've been here since the server was founded, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Long ass time. But I'm a nobody. Nobody cares,
Wow. Hard to say, man.
Typically come and go.
Okay. What stance do you normally take when you come in here?
Oh, I don't know what room this is specifically, What room is this? Oh, Flat Earth? I'm a bit of a Flat Earth guy. But I don't go with the whole thing.
You don't, or you do? I missed
don't.
that.
I don't. I have my own opinion on that.
Okay. What might that be, out of curiosity?
It kind of seems like what we have understood so far is flat, but there's something beyond it. Or there's a plot or something. Like a metric, to measure things. So then it's controlled.
Not too sure I follow.
In order to grow, we got to get things under control. So all the ideology wars are more so about the influence or the sphere of influence, and it's like a representation of the globe or the idea of the world.
Yeah, Gregory, are you tracking this?
I'm tracking, but it's not quite specific. It's rather ambiguous.
Yeah, I'm having difficulty.
I'm pretty literal.
Maybe it's just because it's almost 3 in the morning for me. But that was a long-winded statement that I barely grasped anything out of, to be honest.
Well, what side are you on?
Oh, it's flat, dude.
Oh, see, we're not that far apart.
Oh, so you acknowledge it's measured flat, but then you went on to say something about worldviews and control and shit. I kind of missed that part.
What's the reason? You know what I mean? I'm more interested in why it's going on. Somebody's clearly lying, and why would they lie? They want to control shit.
Yeah, that's a whole different subject matter, right? Because you can't divine other people's thoughts can't go back in time and find that one guy who might have set something off.
Yeah, but
Right,
I mean,
paper
when you look
trail.
at other ideas, and more or less, it's about who controls what and who makes what and who grew up and what was created.
Fair enough. I mean, you might be
You
able
know?
to discern certain things, but not be sure of them wholehearted, like absolutely. You know, we can get into that. People like to speculate on certain things. That's
Well,
kind of fun sometimes.
you notice a lot of people like to be on the fence, or they like to say things for they have their mind made up, like more so than they're willing to claim. It's just they aren't clear themselves about their thing because they're afraid what people might think, or it's a very touchy subject.
Well, look, I say
At
this.
least, at
This is
least
my
we aren't
strong
arguing
induction.
about the curvature or none of that bullshit. That goes on forever.
Yeah, I say this. This is my strong induction. It's not just the shape of the Earth; it's the entire cosmos. It's not just the cosmos; it's the entire worldview.
I'm
So
pretty
the
much
lie
in
about the shape
agreement.
of the Earth is one of many lies about the world. It's
Right,
just a whole
exactly. The
set of
idea
lies
of the
that people
world is
believe in their worldview.
false.
Right?
You
And
know
if
what
I
I'm
can get
saying?
you
The
to
sphere of
believe, right?
influence is
If I
a
can get you to
globe.
believe a false worldview, right? Then I can control the way you think. If I control the way you think, I control the way you behave. I control the way you behave. I control you.
Right. It's exactly as I said. There's derivative elements there that people just go along and get along. They don't really think about it because they don't have to think about it because it's already made for them, pre-made.
Yeah, those lines of those subject matters are difficult to get into because in this room you'll hear a lot of people emphasize the need to um, get into the empirics, shit that you can kind of measure and prove and justify through demonstration and whatnot, right? Because not everyone necessarily, but it's feasible, right, to replicate and demonstrate for yourself, right? That's the type of stuff people tend to hang on to in these rooms.
The thing about it is it's like a container or a quarantine zone, or we're not allowed to actually exist outside the whatever ideology or the map, because there's nothing outside the map. The map is all there is. It's all the metrics is reality. It's not the representation. It's literal reality. Rah, 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 rah.
Did you say maps? MAPS or MATHS?
Metrics.
Before that, though.
Well, imagine, if you will, that we needed to create time before we even got the measurement of like distances or time zones.
I'm not sure I'm tracking, dude. I'm having a hard time. Really?
It's 1800s.
Sure.
1800s,
Okay.
the world was created as you know it. And everything is more or less a refinement of that worldview.
Okay.
It hasn't really shifted. Well, yeah, it has, but I mean, not really.
Just because you lost me when you used the phrase "created time," I'm like, what? Like,
They had to build the gigantic clock, and they had to create the whole 8 by 8 by 8 hours in a day, or 24 hours. You know what I mean?
okay, like time already existed, but they had ways of quantizing it and depicting it and structuring things around that sort of model.
Yeah, but imagine that you create
So
something
you
that
mentioned.
encapsulates all of the world. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, a universal standard that everybody conforms to. Standardization of metrics is control,
Okay.
because then you can measure it and then have the exact standard that everybody lives by.
Okay.
You get 8 hours of sleep, you get 8 hours of work, you get 8 hours of free time. And then you pay your taxes because you make this much money, this many, hours a week, etc.
Right.
All of that is a structural amalgamation of metric.
Sure. Okay, I follow.
it's along that line that was created in the 1800s. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'm not exactly sure of the timeline, but for argument's sake, I'll take your word for it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like Big Ben. Why do you think they fancy themselves, the hero and the villain of every story? Because that's in truth what they really believe. They did the most evil so they could do the most good, etc., etc. And if everybody's on the same page, it's for your own good because you don't know better, etc.,
Sorry,
etc.
what were you referring to? Where did you say Big Ben? What's or did I
England,
mishear you?
England, dude.
Oh, England. I heard Big Ben. Sorry, it didn't come through properly.
What about
England?
Big Ben?
Maybe Jedi can talk about that.
They
He's
were
from
the
there.
leaders of metrics.
Big Ben's the name of a bell.
It's clock tower, dude.
No, Big Ben is the name of a bell. The clock tower is called the Elizabeth Clock Tower.
Fair enough, but they still made it, and they still was like, we have created the time that captures the world.
But when they cast Big Ben the bell?
It's semantical, dude. You know what I'm saying.
No, I don't.
Oh, then never mind.
Well, no,
Okay, I'm not
explain
alone
yourself
here.
so I do understand you.
Well, they also created a lot of
Don't
laws
fucking...
and policies and the
Prick.
behaviors and the accents even. They created the accents
No
even.
idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Okay, that's fine. Don't care.
No, it isn't. I'm ignorant now. You started talking about the 1800s, Big Ben, and then started, I don't know what. Try again.
That's cool, dude.
It isn't cool.
Yeah,
I
totally.
say
I mean, bro, you came in here, you started talking, we tried to get something going, and it's becoming a little incoherent.
right.
I
It
tried to
doesn't
follow you
go
since
anywhere.
the inception.
I don't
lost the plot.
I don't have
Maybe I
to
missed something.
capitulate to some guy that just walks in and goes brr 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 brr
Wait,
brr.
cunt. Excuse me.
Well,
You brought up the 1800s and Big Ben. Sounded like you knew what you were talking about. I asked you to explain what you were talking about, and I still don't fucking know.
That's
Don't
cool.
sit there going, you came in going, brr, 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 brr. You sound like a prick. He's doing it
dude,
again.
it's not capitulation, man. You're not
It's an
capitulating. You're
absolute
having a
dickhead.
conversation.
I've done as good as I
Yeah, he's
can.
doing
If he doesn't
You
understand,
have
he doesn't
explained
understand.
nothing. What
yeah, I
is
mean,
the premise of what you're talking about?
Yeah, why
Yeah,
don't
you do.
restart, dude? He came in later. He missed half the conversation. Give him some credit.
What do you believe? And then I'll
No,
work
tell
with
me
that.
what you're trying to explain. Don't ask me about my
No.
beliefs.
What do you believe?
Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted in the conversation. I thought you were going somewhere.
Yeah, I thought you were going to go somewhere too.
What are you talking about?
You're not going anywhere. You're just going, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I want to know what you're talking about with regards to time and Big Ben.
Right.
So tell me.
It's metrics.
Okay.
And so everybody's talking about metrics when they ought to talk about ideas and worldviews and structuralism.
I'm out.
The limitation of structuralism.
Yeah, homie. So the big question is, why did we get on this line of thinking? Like, what was the purpose of you bringing all this up? He missed that, and to be honest, I think I did too. Even though I was here the whole time.
Don't worry, I'm not here to dominate.
Well, I'm not asking you to do that, dude.
At the
It's
moment,
just
we're
late
asking
in
you
the
to
evening.
educate.
I walked in. It's all good.
We're asking you to educate, not dominate.
Okay, so what is metrics in your mind?
I don't know. You tell me. You brought it up.
Well, you don't know what metrics is, and I'm sorry.
Well, could you explain it then? Or is this one word going to gatekeep me for the rest of my life?
You're already gatekeeping yourself.
No, could you explain to me with words what it means?
You know what metrics are, right?
No, I've asked you twice now to explain what it means.
Units of measurement. Do you
Oh, okay,
understand
cool.
that?
So units of measurement.
Yeah. So the
Okay.
units of measurement that the British created in 1800s are basically the bedrock foundation for the worldviews that people just ascribe to without even really thinking about shit. And it
You
hasn't
should
even
probably
changed.
use less words, but I
It hasn't
think I'm
even
following you.
really moved. Like, we haven't really even had a
Sorry,
real
the bloke's a cunt.
challenger
I
to
thought he was
that
going to
worldview
educate me on
in a long
something. He's
time.
obviously not.
I think he's trying to get somewhere.
The most you got is, I don't know. You're not explaining it well enough. Well, sorry.
Okay, so quick recap, right? You brought up the metrics that the British basically created and spread around the world. Everyone uses them now, despite really considering the notion that it came from the British. Like, that really kind of matters in what you're talking about. Maybe there's a reason why you brought that up and why it's so important.
Right. Because that's the worldview of the, the world, the influence that they have to this day, even though they're basically powerless. What language
Okay,
are
so
we
are you
speaking? Speaking
okay?
English.
So are you saying that? Oh yeah. Wait, so you're saying that what goes with the units of measurement is the worldview of those who created
They
the
have the
units of measurement?
trappings of everything that has basically
just
everything that you live. You live like an Englishman.
He's just talking shit.
Yeah, I am. I am talking shit. About
Yeah, I
the
know.
Dude, are you hammered?
Yeah.
No, I'm
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
Are you hammered? It is late.
No, I've literally just woke up and I've had to, for some reason, wake up to this, and I still don't know what it is.
Well, you came in and you're like, what?
Yeah, asking questions about what you're trying to explain, and 15 minutes later, I'm none the
What do you
fucking wiser.
believe? What do you believe? Seriously,
It's got
what do
fuck
you
all to do
believe?
with what I believe. Apparently, you're talking about measurements.
Yeah,
Why you
that's
brought Big Ben
cool.
up into it, I've got no
That's cool.
fucking
What do you
idea.
believe? What do you believe?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Excuse
Do
me,
you
why
believe
did you bring
anything?
Big Ben up into it?
So we just have a contrarian guy that doesn't believe anything. Okay.
No, you brought up measurements, and I'm
That's
trying to figure out
cool.
what Big
I don't
Ben
have
had
to
to do with it.
capitulate you. Especially when you're not willing to even give me a fucking, raft or,
Right. Excuse me, you
buggy.
haven't explained fuck all. I've asked you multiple
Okay,
times to
all right.
explain yourself,
So,
and now I've brought up Big Ben,
what
and
do
you
you
haven't
believe?
explained that either.
What do you believe?
No, excuse
See,
me. You
if
brought up
you
Big
don't
Ben.
do a better
Why?
job, then
Oh,
you're the
fuck
same
me.
thing. If you don't
Seriously,
do a better
with this
job,
board.
then you're doing the same thing.
Right, I'm going to have to mute you to control the conversation. Listen to the sound of my voice. Why did you bring up Big Ben, which is a bell?
Any belief.
Oh, he didn't realise he was muted. So I'll ask the question again. Why, sir, did you bring up Big Ben?
Metrics.
Okay, for what regard?
Because we're talking about flat Earth, and flat Earth is a discussion about metrics or the lack
Okay,
of
but what's
metrics.
Big Ben got to do with it?
Because the English created the most metrics of any other country in the planet.
Okay, so is this your point?
Yes.
Wow, I feel
It's an
so much educated
1800s
now.
worldview that hasn't actually gone anywhere in however long.
I still don't understand what you're talking about.
Exactly. You don't believe anything. You haven't said anything, and you're saying I haven't said anything. You're the same as me.
Excuse me. When you ask me what I believe, that's a very open-ended question. For example, I could say to you, I believe that I'm going to need to go to the bathroom in 5 minutes.
Right. And
So I
your
say that,
fucking goldfish
I
memory
believe
is
that I'm going to need
5
to go to
minutes.
the bathroom in 5 minutes.
In
Does that
5
help you now?
minutes, you'll say the same thing because
No,
you
I
don't
won't.
believe anything.
No, I'd have gone to the bathroom. I won't need to go to the bathroom anymore.
Well, I
I'll
hope
probably
you
say,
don't
I
have to.
believe I'm going to need to get something to eat.
Good. So all I
Okay.
have to do is
None
wait
of these
5 minutes,
questions
and
mean
then
anything.
you fuck off.
None of these questions mean anything, dude.
They do if you care, and you don't care.
Well, I care about what you're trying to tell me, and so far the British made up a load of metrics that we use today.
Right.
Okay, and
it isn't going to change anything about the debate if you can't argue metrics.
Excellent.
What,
So it's
like-
flat then. That was easy.
yeah. What the fuck are you talking about? What is your purpose here?
It's that simple. If you can't argue
Yeah,
metrics
we know
or
that.
the lack of metrics, you can't go anywhere in this discussion.
Yeah, but we know that.
You don't know that because you said
Excellent. I do. So how about you put forward your metrics that validates curvature at approximately 8 inches per mile squared?
Doesn't he think the Earth is flat, but he's a fucking idiot.
Basically,
Really?
yes.
Yeah.
You're an idiot. Okay, we'll go with that.
What do you believe, sir?
My beliefs have nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
Are you going to argue curvature?
No.
No.
Because your formulae is all about curvature.
No, you seem to be arguing with the wrong people, dude.
But I'm right.
No, we understand
No,
the Earth
you're
is
an
flat.
idiot.
We're still trying to figure out what you're doing.
What are you doing? The
No,
same
dude,
thing.
don't be a cunt all of your life. Please
I'm
stop doing it.
Yeah, bzz. Clown show. You've probably had too many drinks and you've fallen into the wrong room. I'm going to give you 10 seconds to clean your shit up. Pull
How
your
about
head in, mate.
I give you 10 seconds to clean your shit up?
You're a clown. Stop that. Listen, I'm not in the mood for it.
Hairstyle. You don't believe anything, do you?
We're trying to make you not look like an idiot, bro. If you're a flat earther, just take a chill pill.
What do you believe, sir?
My beliefs have nothing to do with the shape
Well,
of the
then
ground.
you should shut the fuck up.
Whether I believe in Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny, it's still measured as flat. There's nothing
Then
I
what
can
gives
do
you the
about
right
it.
to do anything at all?
He's not listening. He's retarded.
See, I win just like that. Because you don't care
How?
and you're not doing anything different.
How?
You've
not
won a wooden
educated
spoon.
me.
That's what you've won.
Yeah, I won the fucking pissing match that you fucking will forget in 5 fucking minutes.
What are you on about?
What am I on about? Oh, pissing on the room.
Fuck off.
Where the hell did you get that from?
I don't know. I walked in here and it was mucking up the place.
Wow. I was listening to that clown show, not this one that we just walked into, but AI and DJ and I was listening to that clown show, Finding Gnosis, Fair Income. I reckon combined, that whole board or panel or whatever you want to call them would have an IQ of maybe they could crack the 100. Like seriously. I'm so glad I didn't go on there because that vegan equilibrium clown, that Joe Cool moron, and that chickpea, I reckon I'd have been kicked off that show for telling the three of them to shut the fuck up. For sure, I would have got expunged for telling them to zip it.
Was it that bad, was it?
Oh, mate, your DJ, someone posted up in the side chat how they consider DJ quite a gentleman for being so cool, calm, and collected, whilst the others are just carrying on like just complete morons.
Yeah. Wow.
Like AI did go on there, he tried to talk, but they were just carrying on like clowns, and he just, had enough of this shit, see you later. Can't say I blame him.
Wow, okay.
When was this?
That was that Finding Gnosis thing, chatting with flat earthers. I don't even know why they bothered getting flat earthers on there. They all had their own opinions of flat earth. They should have just said, hey, today we're going to talk about flat earth, and just put forward the usual straw man bullshit that most clowns normally spool off. Would have been more entertaining and saved us a lot of effort. But I was sort of hoping, I started off in the side chat this morning before work, and I thought, I'll get in there and help a few others control the chat crap. And I went to work. That was only about 40 minutes in, and Yeah, apparently it went for like 3 hours 45. So, yeah, it was just a clown show. Well, that's what I reckon it was. It might have got better. I've still got another, another the old-fashioned way.
Right on.
You can watch it for yourself.
Tabarnak. All right.
But yeah, I was watching it and then sort of moved my mouse through, panning across, and it's like, oh, AI's jumped in there. This will be good. It'll sort this shit out. And they wouldn't shut up long enough to talking about being vegan. Like AI was just about to talk, and I thought about going on there, but yeah, work and yeah, I don't think DNW would have liked me afterwards because I'd have told his clown show panel what they are.
I guess your work and mental sanity take precedence, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh no, look.
Or mental health /
You know what the majority of Globers are like. We've all seen that. When you've got 6 versus 2 and the moderator's not controlling it, and the whole purpose of running that panel was to listen to a very specific group of people speaking, and you're just letting your own panel just run amok.
Think
FED, but halve their IQ.
Okay, so Q observer.
3.
Yes. Oh, that's funny. But anyways, have I missed anything exciting in here other than our drunken friend?
I think it was a great evening earlier. I mean, Gregory was in here, a few other people, and long dialogue on a couple things, various subjects, very meta. It was great listen, to be honest.
Oh, cool.
Tangentially related, so, cohesive and everything, but yeah, a couple of dumbasses came in here, and shit's bad when Gregory starts swearing, and it's worse when he starts swearing multiple words in one sentence. How about that?
I missed it. That's always a prize when Gregory starts swearing at people.
Yeah, and then he took the liberty to kind of like wrap everything up, in some explanation, dialogue, and everything, or monologue, which is not critique, right? I like listening to Gregory. In which he continued to swear, right after the fact, So it was great. Let's put it that way.
All right, let's see if our little friend has had enough time off here. Dream Skull, I'm going to unmute you. Can you please not be an absolute doormat? Now, I'm going to ask you a very simple question, and the question is, what got you into Flat Earth? So let's unmute him, and let's see if he's going to be normal.
Honestly, 9/11.
So you just went the whole conspiracy circuit down the rabbit hole.
I mean, I read books about it beforehand. Thought it was kind of like a cool tourism.
So how long ago was that?
No, you just read books about it. I found the world incredibly boring in the 90s, and I miss it. I need a little bit of spice, that sort.
Interesting. What books were you reading back then?
Yeah, I've been in it a long time.
You don't sound like it.
It doesn't really take up too much of my time. There's better conspiracies and rigged games and scumbaggery going on than that.
There's better conspiracies. Interesting. I like this so far. I just felt a few others twitch at the same time.
I want to know what the best conspiracy is.
Yeah.
That capitalism is actually just communism. And
Worldwide communism, even spirituality.
yep.
Okay, how?
Well, they don't really believe what they believe. They just have this like feeling. You know what I'm saying?
Well, vaguely.
We live in a world of lies. You know, everybody
Yeah.
has their like opinions, and nobody really does anything or convinces other people. It's just antagonism, and you know, everyone out for themselves, and that's it.
Okay. But with regards to spiritualism, specifically, like I asked, could you
Well,
answer
there's
it?
a real version, and then there's a fake version.
Okay, so tell me the real version.
Well, I'm a Christian.
Okay.
Well,
And?
you know, the base thing about Christ is he didn't kill anybody and he conquered the world.
Okay. So don't kill anybody and you'll conquer the world then?
No. See, everybody was moved by the story, so they conquered
What's
the
the
world for him
story?
in his name.
What's the story?
He died for everybody's sins and resurrected himself, so on and so
Okay.
forth.
And that's true, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
The concept of God gave rise to a civilization that gave birth to you. You are created
Okay,
in the
but the
image of God,
concept
real
of
or
God, I
imagined.
can understand the concept of God, but now you've started giving God names and fucking personalities.
Well, it's just the concept. The idea created a snowball effect that ultimately,
So
you know,
is Jesus
carried
real or
your
not?
ancestors
Because you seem
through
to
to
be
the end.
explaining Jesus as a concept now.
Yeah.
So Jesus is a concept.
He's more than a concept, but I
So
mean, like that's the
see, this is why I
atheism
asked you
light version.
questions, because you're not fucking clear. So Jesus
No, I
is
am
a
winning.
concept
You're
or
just
isn't a
a
concept?
derivative doormat.
Dickhead.
You have
Again, I'm asking
no
you, and
real
you're the
bite
one
to
who's
you.
making me feel sick.
You
So
have
could you
no
try
bite.
again?
All you have is fucking Anglo bullshit.
No, I'm still asking you for the truth of the matter, and you've given me none.
But you're not even honest.
Dude, I'm asking you. You've
But you're not
made
even
claims,
honest.
and I've asked you to expand upon your claims. And
Why
when
do
I
I
scratch
have to
upon the
when you
surface,
won't?
you have a go at me.
Why?
What a cunt.
Okay, Dream Clown. Obviously, you must have missed one or two words there. You're the one that said something. Jedi's trying to get you to expand on that just a little bit. And all of a sudden, you went off on some tangent how he already knows and all some other weird shit. We're trying to get the information out of you. If you're telling us the story, then you're the one that knows the truth. You're the one that knows the information. We're trying to get that information out of you. Okay? So we'll continue from there.
Right, and you're a failure.
Was that the beginning or the end of your fucking
You're not
statement?
very convincing.
Dude, we're not
About
trying to
what?
convince.
Well, then I don't have to be convinced.
Dream Skull, listen carefully.
It's that simple. You
me.
lose.
Dream Skull,
You're
silence
doormat.
or I'll help you.
You're
Dream
a
Skull.
faggot. You're a faggot with an accent.
Get rid of him.
Hope you like that.
Bye. Wow.
What a fucking spinner. And the only reason it took so long is the machine took ages to do its upload thing.
Oh, okay.
You probably heard me typing.
Yeah. I need to say it again. Wow.
He started off all right, and then it just sort of went.
The alcohol intravenous drip, I take it he sped up. What the fuck's going on?
Oh, wow.
Okay. That was entertaining to wake up to. Remind me not to wake up to idiots like that again.
Well, he was right to blame the British for their terrible measuring system.
Oh, here we go.
There's nothing wrong with the King's measuring system.
Just
I
passing
thought
the
it was the
baton.
French that stuffed it up.
It's
Yeah, it's
usually
our
the
fault.
French, mate, to be fair. Yeah.
Yeah, our fault.
So I have came here to whoop or whoop
Oh, it's this guy.
the flat earthers.
You've come to what, the Flat Earthers?
I'm here to whoop you guys because you guys don't know what you guys are talking about.
Oh, I tell you
That's
what.
the best offer I've had all day, Jedi. Come on, just let him whoop me. Just one.
It's a bit fun.
Oh, you
Okay. What proof of... Is he still there? Oh, yeah. What proof of curvature have you got today?
It's gonna be a picture from NASA.
Oh shit! Sorry, I meant sadist. Wrong word.
Most
Wrong
excellent.
side. Wrong.
So
Wrong
you've
side of
got
the
a
equation.
picture from NASA. Excellent. How have you validated, verified, or proven that this picture from NASA is true and or correct?
I made sure it matches the pictures sent by SpaceX and other space agencies, and it does. So yeah, it's
Awesome
validated.
stuff. And?
Awesome sauce.
So bring on your picture. Let's have a look. Since
Yeah,
it's
it's
been
gonna
verified
be.
and all.
No, has the picture got curve in it? Like the surface is curved?
Picture.
Are you researching your picture right now?
No, I'm pulling it up. You know, I don't.
Sounds like.
I don't
sounds
have
like
it
you're researching
like
it.
right there in front of me instantly all the time. You know, I kind of have
I'll
to
tell you
go.
something now. If I had the ultimate globe proof in my back pocket, that's where it'd be, in my back pocket. I wouldn't be typing shit in looking for it. It would be, there's a
Stop
copy on my
crying,
desktop,
buddy.
copy
Stop
on my
crying. Calm
back
down.
drive, one in my back pocket, one in my wallet.
Hey, calm
So
down.
that's it.
Yep. That is where you and I live.
Oh my god.
The only
That's
problem with
pretty, that one.
spheres
Chinaman.
are not good objects to photograph from a distance.
Hmm.
Well, good thing it's not a photograph.
Okay. So this image, the surface of the Earth is curved in this image, right?
Mm-hmm.
Will I measure the surface of the Earth to be curved on the surface with tools?
How would you do that?
No, I'm asking you, when we survey the land, for example, with lasers or theodolites, when we measure the surface of the Earth, we should measure that curvature that's in the picture, right?
Yeah, you flat earthers already did that. There's a YouTube video where you guys used a laser and then made some
Oh,
sort of
please don't start
vision.
lying about us using
Yes,
lasers
you
where it was
did. There
fucking
was a
taught.
video on this. There's a video on
Excuse
this.
me.
And then
Excuse me.
China
Chinaman.
clown.
claimed.
China,
Chinaman.
please listen.
China,
Listen to what?
are you going to bring up lasers that weren't lasers
Yeah,
because the lasers were...
you said
Excuse
there's
me,
gonna be
Chinaman.
standards.
China,
Do I
he
need
hadn't
to come
finished.
back over there and express how you need to learn
Dude, there's
manners?
a video on this. Calm down.
Matrix?
Yep. China.
I'm
We know there's a
asking a
video.
question.
The issue with the video that you're talking about, at the start of the video, they talk about using lasers. At the
Exactly.
end of the video, they're using a flashlight.
No,
I
it's
think
not.
you should watch
It
the
was not
video
a
again and go and confirm this.
It was a
please.
laser. Stop
It
changing.
was at the start,
Yes,
not
it
at the
was.
end.
No, it
Excellent.
still was.
Okay,
It
post
still
up the
was a
video in the... China,
Still was a
listen.
laser.
China, don't spurg out. We're going to make it easy for you.
Dude,
The
I
video
saw the
you're
video.
speaking of, listen
God, that's
carefully.
fine.
I don't want to have to mute you. All I want you to do is post in the side chat the video you're speaking of.
Dude, do you think
Nice
I
and
have
easy.
the movie saved in my computer? Like, what? What is going on here?
You'll know what it is. You're talking of it. You know about it. You can post it in the
Dude,
side chat.
I
We
seen
got
the
plenty of
video,
time.
and the fact is, they used the laser.
Well, if you've seen it, you'll remember what it's called, and you can post it in the side chat. Other than that, you've got nothing.
Stop. Calm down.
If you think I'm not calm at the moment, my fine feathered little friend, you've got a fucking sad and sorry lesson coming your way. I would suggest you post your bullshit in the side chat. Or just run away, I don't give a fuck.
Oh, come back, Chinaman.
Why do they keep believing in photographs that can't be verified or duplicated?
Is it just me,
Because
or does that Earth look like something out of a computer game?
Yeah, it's not real.
Yeah, it doesn't match what a globe would look like. I think we need to start teaching these people shapes again and how spheres do not make good reflecting surfaces.
That's how we could all change our name to Professor and then just put a shape at the end of it. Professor Spheretard. We've already got a Professor Triangle. Actually, it'd have to be Captain Baltard. Yeah, it wouldn't be Professor.
What did he just say? He confirmed a picture from the space agency.
Apparently.
I think that's just a lot of. I guess it was me too back in the day. You know, just like, yeah, space agencies. Like, you know, just that utmost faith.
Well, we could add that to the colour scheme too. That's a pretty one. I like his picture. It's like nothing like the other ones. Well, where are you flying to, Nash? What's going on? The plane just took off en route to Sydney out of Santiago. And? And it went south. Which way was the wind blowing? There's a reason why most major airports have north, south, and east, west facing runways. They normally try to take off into the wind so they get better lift. But, anyways. Maybe the flight controller guy said, hey, you've got to go south for a while because we've got some major bullshit going on. And then he can turn and follow the flight corridor. There's a whole truckload of reasons why they fly in whatever direction. Don't just assume it's because of the shape of the ground. Right. Most major airports have north, south, and east, west facing runways for the specific purpose of they normally prefer to take off into the wind so they can generate more lift at slower speeds. and get up and away quicker. So a plane going south, be like, okay, so I was going to say, he is in here. Yeah, interesting that. We're going to start off in London. We're going to get up in the air and we're going to do roughly 500 mile an hour. And then we're going to fly towards the equator, which is doing approximately 1,000 miles an hour, and try to run it down. That's right, Nash is a concaver, isn't he? Well, it doesn't matter, there's still no measured curvature.
Well, today I learned that Australia has icebreakers.
As in dirty, great big ships that they send down to Antarctica. Most of us just wrap our ice cubes up in a tea towel and just smash them on the counter. That's a good way of breaking them. Oh, you didn't mean that type. Wow, tough critter.
Yeah, apparently the icebreaker can't refuel in Hobart because they don't want it to go under the bridge.
Who is E? E, are you in the room? Which broken soul is that? Only someone knew. How about you join VC? Bad luck then. Well, anyways, I'm going to go to squash. And when I'm done there, I'm going to get a feed, and I'm going to come back, and hopefully someone is slapping globetards around. And anyone that believes in it. Alrighty guys, peace. I'll catch you later.
Hello.
You guys believe in flat Earth? Okay, cool.
No,
I'm watching basket as well.
Okay. 07827
07827
043
043
52.
525. Brilliant.
Cheers, mate.
Earth flat question mark? No, they? No, but actually, this is dead. It's insane.
All right. So I have it down now. Start with the calculations first, yeah?
Now, are you sure? Because I mean, it sounds like you only watched about 5 minutes. You just fast forwarded through it or skipped around.
We're talking about the 7.5 mile lasers on Frozen Lake.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, suppose I skipped through the parts where he's like running too slow and not really saying anything.
Well, he's going into detail about what's going on, right? It's important to
Yeah,
listen.
let's talk about the calculations. Yeah, he can, but a lot of it was just nonsense. Basically, his calculation is based on the flat ground. So if you would put the laser inside the ground, you know, and from there would be the starting point, and from this point he calculates the, I think it was like around 20 feet drop over 7.5 miles. Yeah.
It would be, if you want to, sorry, if you want to be hyper specific, we can go to a Glober calculator, right?
And I'm just establishing like that we on the same level. He calculates if he puts the laser down with the formula, it would be on 70.5 miles, it would be around 20 feet drop. I think it was 20.9 feet drop. Yeah, that's what he expecting and trying to disapprove. Yeah.
Equals.
You need to take the height of the laser into account.
Yeah, wait,
18,
I'm just
18.6 feet of curvature is what's expected.
Okay, then the problem is his calculation is based on the form, like the what's it called? What he uses to calculate. Yeah.
You can go into any Earth curve calculator website, and you can go and get those calculations. I'm not making it up.
Yeah, and off of that, he assumed that the laser should be hidden if he walked on the other end of the lake, yeah? But he actually sees some light.
If the Earth is curving, he shouldn't see the laser because the hump of the Earth should get in the way.
The horizon should be in the way, yeah?
Right.
Yeah. The problem is the calculation you're basing that on is basically if you have a laser that's flat on the ground.
No, incorrect.
But it is. And
No,
the
it's based on.
approximation he should normally use is around 1.22.
No, listen. Right, so the laser is 3.25 feet high above the ground. Look in the calculations, right? So the laser's not on the ground, the laser's above the ground. 3.25 feet high.
Yeah, if you use that 1.225 calculation, that'll get you the distance to the horizon, which would be 2.2 miles away. So it should be hidden behind another 5 miles of Earth curve, right? Which is roughly 18 feet.
Yeah, so 1.9 miles, 1.1 miles. So you have just by the formula, you have around 3 miles of visibility.
Then why can he see the laser at 7 miles?
Yeah, give me a second. So just by that fact, you have around 3 miles of visibility. And then there's also the atmospheric, what's it called? Atmospheric
Here it
refraction.
comes.
Atmospheric refraction, yeah. That's the word I was looking for. It bends the light slightly downward.
Okay, so what's your evidence that atmospheric refraction is the reason why it's bending down? And you can't say because we can see the light, we know it's atmospheric refraction. That's just a cop out.
To be fallacious. Begging a question first.
Wait.
Basically, when you say that it's refraction, you're saying because the Earth looks flat, it has to be refraction.
No, you can measure it actually, because it happens because of the air where the light travels through it. Because if you had put the laser in space, it wouldn't happen. So basically, if you
What makes you think
look at the
refraction is-
temperature and the pressure and the humidity,
Right,
through the space
but
the light is
nobody,
traveling through.
right,
Huh?
but nobody has ever been able to prove that a laser bends downward when you take a
course.
laser test. Yeah, nobody has ever got any footage ever of a laser bending
No,
downward.
no. Okay. If you have you ever seen the sunset?
Yeah, I've seen a
Yeah,
sunset.
sunset. Yeah,
We're not talking
and
about sunsets. We're talking about
no, give
lasers.
me a second. Yeah, but it's the same thing. The sun is gone, but you still have a little rest light left. Yeah, it's
No.
still not completely dark. If the sun
Yeah,
is
right.
over the horizon, it's still a little
No, the
bright.
sun
Yeah.
doesn't go over. The horizon's not something that you can go over. Yeah, the Earth's not a globe, right? We're testing the horizon right here, and there is no horizon at 2 miles where it should be. Because the laser would be blocked. You wouldn't be able to see the laser at point B. And there are many tests where they've accounted for atmospheric refraction, right? And they've taken vertical measurements of the temperature, pressure, and humidity. So they know that that can't be a factor. We also have side views
But
of
it is
the
a factor, and it is not science that
You don't
proves
have
it.
any evidence that refraction makes laser beams bend downward over a body of water or a body of ice like this. You don't
course.
have any evidence of that. No, you don't
Oh,
have
then
any
let me
evidence.
find it. Then give me 1 second. Like
You don't have any evidence of it. Yeah, good luck trying to research on the spot when you haven't done any previous research and just trying to Google all of your debate points. Doesn't work out well for you guys, right? You don't even know if it exists, but you're just betting, right? You're just on a whim. You're hoping it exists on a simple Google. You won't be able to find a laser beam bending downward over the surface of the Earth.
Show me sugar water. Yeah, we're disproving the curve of the Earth with that 7 mile laser test. So now you're going to jump straight to the sun and demand that it has to be atmospheric refraction. You don't even know what it is.
Oh, there's a lot about it. UC Berkeley, Harvard, Swarthmore Physics Center. And also in the video we have cold ice, warmer areas above nighttime conditions, long horizon for path near the surface.
Yeah, so find us a laser
A
beam
laser beam
bending.
fired gradually bends down because denser fluids below the higher refractive index. Light
We're not
bends
talking
towards
about
the denser medium. answers directly another. Yeah, and you
But
can do that the same for the atmospheric reflection near
it's
Earth's
not the
surface.
same thing, though, right? We're not talking about a separate medium that's more dense. We're talking about the
It is.
atmosphere.
You have water, you have ice underneath, and you have warm air above it.
So you're looking through water? Is that what you're looking through? You're looking
But
through
the
water?
light bends towards the denser medium, which was proven by the
Right, but the laser
laser.
is bending in water, right? Not bending in air.
No, it bends towards the denser medium, which would be the ice
Right.
below.
Now show me one where it's only doing it in the air and not doing it in water or sugar water. Because we're not looking through sugar water, we're looking through air.
Yeah. But
do you agree that we're looking through air, or do you think that we're looking through sugar water?
we are looking to air, but the experiment is
It's
just
not the
air.
same. It's not the same medium. Sugar
Yeah,
has like
it's
a
not the
special.
same. It's not the same, but the
Glucose
same
has
physics apply to it.
No,
The same
glucose has
physics,
special refractive properties.
the same principles applies
It's
to
not
the
the
air.
same principles. It's the opposite principle, right? The normal lapse rate is that it gets cooler as you go up in altitude, not warmer. Okay, so cooler
Yeah,
areas.
but we are on the surface. We're standing on the surface of a lake, and there's
Right,
warm
but-
air.
What? No. Air gets colder as you go upward. Right? You can have when you're in a frozen situation.
Yeah,
where
but
you
we're
have,
still talking about the test here, and he was just standing on a lake,
yes.
and the air
Yeah.
is warmer above the frozen lake than the frozen lake itself.
What makes you think that? It's not always the case.
Yeah, it is though.
No, it isn't. Right? Just because you've got some frozen water on the ground, that doesn't mean
No,
the air
no,
is
wait,
not going to
denser.
be
It's
warm.
denser than the air above the lake, not warmer, denser.
Yeah, but the laser's not going through the frozen water. It's
Yeah,
only
it
going
isn't,
through.
but it bends towards the denser. Yeah.
Why would it
medium.
bend towards them? Look, it's not if it's not going through it. It's only going to bend towards a denser portion of a medium if it's going through that medium. Just because there's a
No.
denser portion underneath.
No.
No, you don't have any evidence of a laser bending downward. You won't be able to find any footage of that. In fact, it's more humid as you're closer, right? There's off-gassing from the ice, which is humidity, right? Humid air is 40% less dense than the dry air. So the lasers either go straight or they can bend upward. They don't
Yeah, but
bend downward.
still the ice itself is more denser than the air.
Yeah, but it's not going through the ice. It's above the ice.
Yeah. Yeah. But
Yeah, it's not going through the ice. It has to go through something to bend towards it.
But what the experiment showed was that the laser in this medium bends towards the denser medium. So the same things happened on the ice ray.
No, it's not bending. Okay, if it's not going through the ice, it's not going to bend towards it, right? That's underneath. You don't understand how it works, right? So what controls the density of the atmosphere? What controls it?
Yeah, the gravity, of course.
No, the temperature. Temperature controls the optical density of the medium of the air, right? The refractive index. This is about the refractive index. Do you know what that is? Do you know what refraction is? Right, we're talking about atmospheric refraction right now, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you know what refractive index means?
Yeah, index how a material bends light.
Right, why? Because it's a single medium, right? And what controls the refractive index? How do you have a refractive index gradient? What controls it?
Yeah.
What controls it? Temperature, pressure, and humidity. Right? So firstly, it's the temperature. That's the main thing that we need to take into account. Okay.
No, we're
and
actually
then,
wrong there. It's not calculated. It's calculated You take the speed of light in a vacuum, and then you take the measured speed of light in the material, and then you get the refractive index.
Right, exactly. So the more dense portion of the air is going to be the higher refractive index, okay? And it's controlled by temperature. You can ask your AI, does temperature control the refractive index in the lower atmosphere?
Yeah. So air can still bend by a tiny bit.
Right, now ask it, what is the normal lapse rate in the atmosphere?
Well, it doesn't even matter, but one
Yeah, it does
question.
matter. The
When
temperature,
you
it says temperature is the primary control.
so basically, if you fly in one direction, you would sometimes at some point follow the Earth.
Wow, so you're just running away from the refraction topic.
Yeah, because I don't know, like you're saying the Earth is flat, but there
You
should
don't know
be
what
then
you're
an end
talking
to
about.
it.
You
Yeah.
just realized